Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defense Act, Bail and Sentencing. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers, déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present, in both official languages, one report of Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association for the following activity. The bilateral mission to the Republic of Senegal and the Republic of Cabo Verde held in Dakar, Senegal and Cabo Verde from March 16th to the 21st, 2025.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie Algoma.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs entitled First Nation, Inuit and Métis Identity and Participation in Federal Procurement. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Merci.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant de députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
For Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by many Ukrainian Canadians who support their fellow community members who fled Ukraine following Russia's brutal aggression and in their journey to become Canada's permanent residents. Since 2023, under the watch of this Liberal government, the family reunification pathway for Ukrainians has seen an abysmal approval rate of just 1.6%. Fewer than 400 of the more than 23,000 applications have received final decisions. Thousands more cannot even access this limited program. While Ukrainian Canadians are calling on the government to create a dedicated one-time permanent residency pathway for those here under the Kiewit Agreement, the undersigned are urging the Liberal government to prioritize and expedite family reunification applications so that families can be reunited without further delay. I rise further, Mr. Speaker. Canadians with mental illness should be provided with treatment and support. Mental illness is a complex that can include suicidal thoughts as a symptom. The lives of many Canadians with mental illness are at risk when they are eligible for medical assistance in dying. Therefore, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon this House to support C-218, which would reverse the law extending eligibility for MAID for those suffering from mental illness. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I present on behalf of the citizens of Canada, religious charities play a significant role in the charitable sector in the life of our country. More than 30,000 charities fall under the Advancement for Religion, roughly 42% of the charitable sector. These religious communities foster vibrant social networks, mobilize outreach, spark local volunteerism, and foster community resiliency. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon this government to reject the Finance Committee's recommendation to remove the advancement of religion as a charitable purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that.
Agreed? Agreed.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, Bill C-12 in the name of the Minister of Public Safety, Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act, second reading, resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased on behalf of the NDP to rise in the House to talk to this important legislation, which is C12. Unfortunately, I'm the third New Democrat to rise, and the reason for that is that the Liberals don't want to talk about this bill. They're not getting up to speak about their own bill, which is a good thing for us because it gives us an opportunity to be able to discuss this on behalf of my constituents of Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, also on behalf of members of civil society who are very worried about the impact of this bill on asylum seekers and refugee claimants. And I'll talk about that during my speech. But I'd just like to give a bit of background here, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there was a very important pre-budget speech made by the Prime Minister yesterday at the University of Ottawa. And what we saw was a Prime Minister who's going off the rails. He talks a certain talk here, very nationalist, very Canadian, very promising, very elbows up, very defending our sovereignty and so on. But what we see is that when he goes to Washington in the Oval Office, he talks a completely different talk. No longer is it the same strength, the same character, the same desire. There's a kowtowing, a bowing down. He'll do anything to appease the U.S. President Donald Trump. And we've seen this repeatedly, Madam Speaker. Despite some tough talk here, absolutely nothing is happening. Nothing's moving. The Prime Minister was elected largely because of, with a mandate to oppose Donald Trump, but it's just been backing down ever since, backpedaling and overtures to please Donald Trump. For example, reviving the Keystone XL pipeline project, or Prime Minister who promised to make the web giants pay their fair share, but ultimately backed down because the U.S. president didn't like it. Even though those companies are posting multi-billion-dollar profits at the cost of Canadians. So this Prime Minister is not up for the fight. And what we're seeing today with C12, which is a reincarnation of C2, it's the same backing down, the same attempt to appease and please Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump is obsessed with certain things. He's anti-immigrant, anti-refugee, anti-asylum seeker, anti-border crossing, and he's obviously waging war against drugs. And of course, it's completely a legitimate concern, the whole issue of fentanyl. And obviously, there's concern about fentanyl crossing borders and the role CBSA has to play in stopping that trafficking. But basically, what we're seeing is this Prime Minister forfeiting bargaining chips to the benefit of Donald Trump. It's backing down. It's harmful to Quebecers. It's harmful to Canadians. It's going to be harmful to thousands of people, in the case of C12, whose fundamental rights are being trampled on in the Prime Minister's attempts to appease Donald Trump. There's over 300 civil society organizations, people who work in the field of asylum seeking. They've spoken out against C12 already. And I'd like to quote some of the things they've said, some of their arguments, because I think it's important. These are people who work in the field. They know the realities. They know what it's like. They know precisely what the consequences of C12 will be on certain people, parents, families, children, and it's very serious in some cases. I'll start with the Table de Concertation for immigrants and refugees, who say that this bill raises major concerns for immigrants, particularly asylum seekers. It proposes steps that would exclude vulnerable people from important forms of protection which existed, exist still today, but which are threatened. The bill introduces two new grounds for ruling certain applications out of order. And the short time frame is problematic. So, for example, if you came to Canada with a visitor visa as a journalist or as a temporary worker since after June 24th, 2020, if you come back 2 years later, the 1 year delay runs, the clock starts after their first entry. So even if things have changed in your country of origin and returning to your country of origin would be dangerous, now that will be irrelevant. They will not entertain that type of application because of when the clock starts running. It's absurd. And the other thing is that refugee claims filed more than 14 days after arrival will henceforth be ruled out of order. The person will be returned to the U.S., for example, without any pre-removal risk assessment being conducted. And this is going to affect people that are in vulnerable situations, who have been traumatized and so on. There are reasons why people wouldn't be able to meet that 2-week time frame, that 2-week deadline for filing a claim. There are lots of reasons why people might not be able to do that within 2 weeks. And once this bill enters into force, people who've made legal applications for refugee status will be retroactively ruled out of order, and that's not fair. So as soon as this bill is passed, it will potentially have retroactive effect. So people will have their claims excluded from processing, and so they won't have the same refugee status, refugee protection available to them. There's a new step in the refugee claims process, HoC. There's an additional review, not just in between determining whether the claim is in order and the ultimate adjudication on the merits. There's another review, and it will be possible to revisit the decision as to whether or not the application is in order and can be heard. So this bill raises a number of concerns about access to a fair process, and there are many details that remain to be learned of because they will only come out through regulations. So this gives Cabinet greater power. It includes the power to exclude en masse a whole category of claims in the name of public interest without any requirement for transparency. We have no idea what this public interest would even be. These are huge powers in the hands of Cabinet, and they could just rule out a whole bunch of existing refugee claims. And then there's confusion between migration issues and security issues. By lumping these things together, by lumping immigration, asylum, and the fight against organized crime, by lumping these things all together, it creates the impression that migrants are a threat that justifies a repressive approach rather than a humanitarian approach. This is extremely serious in the context of populism and the rise of the extreme right. Migrants are increasingly exposed to discrimination and racism, and that's the context in which C12 has been presented by the Liberals. So this Table de Concertation organization is also calling for the government to respect the 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees, which Canada is a party to, and that enshrines the principle of non-refoulement. Under that principle, a person cannot be sent back to a country where their security might be threatened. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1959 that any person present in Canada, including refugee claimants, are entitled to the protection of the Charter, including the right to a full and fair hearing. So on behalf of that organization, but also on behalf of the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers and 300 other organizations, I would call on you, Madam Speaker, to think about calling on the federal government to scrap Bill C-12. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I understand that the Democrats are having difficulty with this legislation. But, you know, I think we need to recognize that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party made a commitment to Canadians to strengthen our borders, Madam Speaker, and this is a very important aspect. It also made a commitment to stabilize immigration-related issues, and the asylum is one of those issues. There is a holistic approach. We're also looking at budgetary measures to support it. For example, the 1,000 RCMP officers, but from my perspective, more importantly, the 1,000 Canada Border Control agents. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his or the NDP's thoughts in regards to the additional 2,000 personnel in total from the RCMP and CBSA.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, my Liberal colleague, for his question. Clearly, CBSA experienced massive cuts to staffing under the Harper government, and then the Liberals never rectified the situation. If resources are to be given to the CBSA, more resources to fight against various forms of trafficking and auto theft, for example, and fentanyl trafficking, weapons trafficking, that's a great thing. That's great. But it took 10 years for the Liberals to do anything about this. But the question I have today is why do that while at the same time attacking, going after refugees and asylum seekers and trampling their fundamental rights when the Supreme Court has said they should have those rights? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm happy to ask him a question this morning. Now, he's condemning the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, and yet I don't think he really said much in that speech, so I don't know how you can challenge the fact that he didn't say much, but that's just an aside. Now, we're all concerned about asylum seekers' rights when their lives are under threat, but I think we need to face the facts. There were a lot of people crossing the borders through Roxham Road, and the traffickers were charging exorbitant amounts to bring those people across the border. So that caused problems at the border. So things need to be done right. So at this point in this bill, does my colleague agree that we should pass this bill and have it sent at second reading and have it sent to committee so that these issues can be addressed and so that people's rights can be protected properly? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, criminal traffickers of human beings who are profiting off people who are just looking for a better life and looking for protection. Obviously, that's a problem. But what we're saying is at the same time, the government should not be using this as an opportunity to undermine fundamental rights. And C-12, this is why 300 organizations are opposed to this bill, because Cabinet will have the power to suspend a whole class of refugee claims. The Cabinet will have power to quash visas in the name of public interest, but there's no definition of what public interest means. So these are arbitrary powers that the Liberals want to give themselves in order to be able to tell Donald Trump, look what we're doing. Look how seriously we're taking your issues. We, too, can turn people back at the border en masse.
Come up there. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to pick up on the asylum issue, if you take a look back in the 2011, you'll see that there was a bump in asylum seekers, and the government at the time recognized you need to have some change. Now we go through a pandemic. We have issues surrounding the whole international students, which is led by private institutions, different levels of government. There's a need for us to respond. The system needs to change. And would the NDP not at the very least recognize at times you need to change the system in order to protect the integrity of the system? And that's in fact what this Prime Minister or this government is actually doing today by looking at Bill C-12 as a way to update the system.
A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, Madam Speaker, I think that Canada has obligations to welcome refugees. If there's an increase in the number of refugees in the world, it's because there's an increase in the number of crises around the world, particularly wars, civil wars, and the climate crisis. It's not up to us to determine the number of asylum seekers who are going to be requesting asylum at our border. All countries are facing the same situation. There's no reason to attack asylum seekers and refugees.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise this morning to speak to Bill C-12, entitled An Act Respecting Certain Measures Relating to the Security of Canada's Borders and the Integrity of the Canadian Immigration System and Respecting Other Related Security Measures. The measures in this bill were first introduced in Bill C-2, and that act was entitled An Act Respecting Certain Measures Relating to the Security of the Border Between Canada and the United States and Respecting Other Related Security Measures. And I mention this because this bill C-2 was tabled in this place and briefly debated last June. However, it was loudly criticized by civil liberty and privacy groups. It included a number of provisions that were not only concerning to our Conservative caucus, but to many Canadians as well. There were provisions that would allow, and I will list them, Canada Post to open any mail, including letters, without a warrant. It would allow them to ban cash payments and donations over $10,000. It would have allowed for warrantless access to personal information. It would allow for the government to compel electronic service providers to re-engineer their platforms to help CSIS and the police access Canadians' private information, and it would allow the government to supply financial institutions with personal information if that information is useful for money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. These provisions were the reason that Conservatives opposed the Liberals' attempt at gaining sweeping powers and warrantless access to violate Canadians' civil liberties. Let's be clear. The Liberals' solution to the problems they created over the last 10 years was to grant them more power. Upon questioning the Privacy Commissioner, he confirmed that the Liberals didn't even consult him when trying to grant themselves sweeping new powers to access Canadians' personal information from service providers like banks and telecoms without a warrant. Madam Speaker, the good news is that Conservatives have forced the Liberals to back down from Bill C-2, which clearly violates Canadians' individual freedoms and privacy. Conservatives believe that law-abiding Canadians should not lose their liberty to pay for the failures of the Liberals on borders and immigration. That brings us to the debate today. The Liberals introduced C-12, which took many of the parts of C-2 that Conservatives fought to have removed out. The parts of the bill that remain, which we are discussing today, begin to take steps on addressing the many issues that have seen nothing but inaction from this government over the past 10 years. Although there are provisions for the CBSA laid out, let's talk about the very real challenge the CBSA is facing that the Liberals are not addressing with this bill. They promised to hire 1,000 new CBSA personnel, though according to the Public Safety Minister, it's not his job to hire them, which would explain why the Liberals have waited 10 years to take measures on border security. 99% of all shipping containers are not currently scanned to see what's inside. Where is the plan to purchase and deploy these tools to crack down on the amount of smuggling that is happening through our ports? Our brave men and women who work at the CBSA protect the front line of our nation's defense. They deserve real, meaningful action from the government to help them and equip them with the tools they need to help keep Canadians safe. They need action from their government. Conservatives believe in the important work that they do, and we will continue to offer solutions and clearly define measures to assist them in doing the work of keeping our borders secure. Another part of the bill this bill seeks to address fentanyl precursor chemicals that are being used to manufacture fentanyl here in Canada. Though we welcome any efforts to crack down on the drug epidemic facing our communities, it seems the Liberals are more content with simply blaming the chemicals and not the criminals who manufacture and distribute deadly fentanyl onto our streets. Of all apparent opioid toxicity deaths from January to June of 2024, 79% involved fentanyl. The amount of emergency room visits for opioid-related poisonings have more than doubled since 2018. Madam Speaker, just 2 milligrams of fentanyl is enough to be a lethal dose and take someone's life. Dealing fentanyl should be punished the same as murder because it is effectively murder. If a fentanyl kingpin traffics just 40 milligrams, it is enough to kill 20 people. There needs to be serious deterrence, not simply banning the ingredients that make the illegal drug they're selling to vulnerable Canadians. And the Liberals continue to push for what they call safe consumption sites near schools. At the Health Committee, the Conservative member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, and Shadow Minister for Health called on the Liberals to shut down fentanyl consumption sites next to children. However, the Liberal minister refused to rule out approving more consumption sites next to schools and daycares, despite acknowledging they are repositories for rampant fentanyl usage. This bill does not meaningfully look to defend the victims of the fentanyl crisis either. Since the Liberals took office, all violent crime is up 50% from 2015 to 2023. More laundering and organized crime have found a home in Canada. The solution the leaders proposed in C2, give them sweeping powers to spy on individual Canadians. Violent crime is up, organized crime is up, drug trafficking is up. Even if you are caught by the Liberal justice system, house arrest is still permissible for some of the most serious offenses. While this government has allowed violent crime to rise all across this country, they allow violent offenders out on bail or house arrest so they can return to the very community they are a danger to. For years, Conservatives have been proposing measures to crack down on criminals and to put the charter rights of victims ahead of their abusers. Part 11 of the bill amends the Sex Offender Information Registration Act and Customs Act, which will allow for greater accuracy in reporting, tracking, and investigating sex offenders. These are welcome changes that the Conservatives have been advocating on for years, and they are long overdue. However, the consistent theme the Liberals have presented to Canadians throughout both C2 and now C12 is that they are not willing to be held responsible for the last 10 years they have been in government. We hear it often, Madam Speaker. While they would have Canadians believe, while the Liberals would have Canadians believe that they are a new government, just now learning of these problems, they are not. They have been in power for 10 years and are responsible for this mess. And giving them more power to fix it is not the answer. One thing is very clear, Madam Speaker. Only Conservatives will continue to stand up for Canadians' individual freedoms and privacy. In closing, only Conservatives will continue to advocate on behalf of Canadians. We will examine this bill thoroughly to ensure that the Liberals don't try to sneak in measures that breach law-abiding Canadians' privacy rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've had a great deal of debate, first on Bill C2. I think it was well over 18 hours. And now we're well over, I guess, maybe 6, 7, 8 hours of debate on this particular bill. The reason why I bring that up, Madam Speaker, today is a fantastic day in the sense we had the Minister introduce bail reform, something that has been anticipated across Canada for months now. And I think that there's a very strong desire to be able to see bail reform take place. And I'm wondering if the member could provide her thoughts in regards to the issue of bail reform with respect when you reflect on Bill C-12 and the importance of, at the very least, recognizing at some point in time we need to get things into committee. Would she not agree that C-12 is getting very close, hopefully, to going into a committee stage, and the importance from her perspective of having bail reform ideally before the end of the year? Would she not agree?
Great question. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I noted at the end of my speech, while the Liberals would like to have us believe that they are a new government, they've been in power for 10 years. They continue to blame others for their failures, for their delays, and they have had the ability to do something on bail reform for the last 10 years. What they tend to do is create some sort of imperative, hurry up, now we're ready to get it done, let's get it done. They should have done it a long time ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague from the Conservatives for her speech. You know, there are very real concerns. There's the use of certain situations that have been maybe exaggerated a little bit to excite public opinion that I think is maybe problematic. When it comes to supervised injection sites, the colleague has suggested that the Liberals have specifically put those near schools. Now, even if I agree that these can be delicate situations, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was saying that even if it's inappropriate that supervised injection sites be near schools and daycares, we don't have any numbers that show, unless I'm mistaken, that there's an impact on fentanyl consumption when those sites are located near schools. I'd like to ask my colleague, does she have data that shows that the proximity of those sites to schools or daycares has an impact, a real impact, on an increase in the consumption of products like fentanyl?
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I don't think it matters where a safe consumption site is located. I think the very fact that we have those has allowed fentanyl use to increase regardless of where those consumption sites are located. According to Health Canada's latest figures, there was a total of 49,105 apparent opioid toxicity deaths reported between January 2016 and 2014. We know that we have a fentanyl crisis in this country, and it's time that we do something about it, and this is one part of the issue that we are trying to address. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her blockbuster of a speech. She's been in this chamber for a long enough time that she perhaps can understand the member for Winnipeg North better than I can as a new member of Parliament, but it strikes me as odd that he insists on such urgency for this legislation when the reason for the delay on Bill C-12 is because the Liberal government was trying to go after Canadian civil liberties with Bill C-2 by allowing warrantless search of mail, by allowing surveillance of electronic equipment, by allowing for the banning of large cash transactions. So I was hoping the member could speak to whether it is in fact the Liberals that have obstructed very real border security measures that we would love to cooperate with the government on if they had presented them.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Great.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I appreciate his interventions in this place, and I would simply say this. This Liberal government continues to introduce legislation that at first blush appears just to be flawed, but upon further scrutiny, the legislation seeks to violate Canadians' individual freedoms and privacy, and that member stands up every chance he gets to defend it. That's despicable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on C-12, the ugly stepchild of the failed Liberal omnibus, C-2. Now, this, of course, is about border security, and I'm looking through the departmental plan that was actually signed by the Minister of Public Safety that covers the CBSA, and it talks about human trafficking, and that's what I'm going to be talking mostly about today. Now, it's mentioned 5 times combating human trafficking in the departmental plans. Now, for those opposite, the departmental plans are the plans submitted by the government to justify the spending for the money they ask for. It lays out the priorities for this government for the following year. It's not a legal document, but it is a document that supports the request for spending. Now, as mentioned 5 times, it's mentioned that they're going to combat human trafficking. Page 7, page 14, page 25, it mentions twice. We have an issue on human trafficking in Alberta, in Edmonton, across the country, in the construction world. We have illegal laborers being brought in and being hired to work on federally funded government projects. Now, a year ago, I presented evidence to the Treasury Board, the head of the Treasury Board, about this practice. I told them I would not make it political, I would not publicize it, but I provided the information for them to act on this. And a year later, nothing has happened. Just last week, we had CBSA raid the LRT site, construction site in Edmonton, partially funded by the federal government, and illegal workers had been detained and taken off. Other projects, and the government has done nothing. The reason I bring this up, I refer back to the failed Liberal former Minister for Infrastructure and the Environment, Catherine McKenna, who basically said, if you lied loudly enough in the House of Commons, people will totally believe it. And that's my worry about this departmental plan. If they repeat it enough that they're going to fight human trafficking, people will totally believe it. But the evidence is that they're not. Again, I delivered documents to this government about illegal laborers, human trafficking on federally government-funded projects, offered to work with them, nothing was done. Fast forward to a year, just last week, we decided enough's enough. We tabled a motion in the Operations Committee to study this issue. And guess what happened? The Liberals shut it down, blocked the study into human trafficking being used on government-funded labor sites. Now, I want to thank my good friend Rob, who's with the Alberta Building Trades, for championing this issue and bringing it to light. They have fought against this for years because it's a two-headed sword, or a double-sided problem. We have people being abused, human trafficking, and on the other side, we have Canadians, journeymen, ticketed trained, who cannot get work on government-funded projects because they're being undercut by workers being trafficked, brought into Canada illegally, and employed illegally on these projects. Now, Rob and the Alberta Building Trades and other trade unions have done yeoman's work. I actually attended a site with them on the Henday, the ring road around Edmonton. We interviewed workers, and miraculously, every single worker we spoke to was a subcontractor. Subcontracted for the main contract who won the bid from the government, but every single worker, Latin American, was a subcontractor. They had no employees of their own, but miraculously, every single one of them just happened to have their own company working independently. Oh, and of course, working for cash under the table. Now, what's happening is that legitimate companies cannot win bids on these government projects. Union companies are getting outbid because these other construction companies will bid, then subcontract out the entire job to the shadowy other construction companies who then fill the entire job with illegal laborers, paying cash, sometimes $10 an hour. These workers have no protection. They're not eligible for workers' comp because they're being paid under the table. They're not eligible for unemployment insurance because they're not paying into the system. and legitimate companies and legitimate tradespeople are getting shut out. It's getting to a point, as I say, where legitimate companies don't even bother bidding on government projects anymore. Here's some of the things that are happening. General contractors and major for government-funded infrastructure projects, they use multiple subcontractors to conceal that many of the workers are being paid cash under the table. Carpenters, laborers, cement masons, others, undocumented workers. And these are either brought in from Facebook sites, so they'll come in as visitor visas, family visas, overstayed student visa, overstayed tourist visas, expired TFWs, or actually being on EI and working on the side. And again, there's no protection. If anyone's ever worked in construction, and I did that as a youth, building houses, it is dangerous work. Injuries happen. And one thing I have to say about the union movement across Canada for trades, they, and especially in the oil sands, they put safety first. That is not happening in these work sites. There's workers without lift or without fall netting, without helmets, without proper PPE. These companies are also faking, and I've provided the documented evidence to the Treasury Board, fake journeyman papers, fake workers' comp papers for these workers. What's happening, this is from the illegal workers' point of view, they're told by the employer they don't need safety tickets. Counterfeit tickets are provided both for journeymen, boilermaker tickets, etc. They're paid in cash, so no workers' comp, no CPP deductions, no EI. If injured on the job, they are fired and sent home. We had a documented case, person fell, broke his leg, and was basically told, well, get on the plane and fly back to Colombia. That is what is happening on federally funded job sites in Alberta, in BC, and across the country. They don't do drug and alcohol testing. There's no avenue for these workers to report workplace safety issues. And if they complain, they're threatened with deportation. I want to read from a Facebook post, and it was posted in Spanish, but I've had it translated. Edmonton area cash-only projects. 5 concrete finishers, 6 laborers. Must have WMS, H2S certificates. If you don't have them, we'll provide them for you. Cash, and this is for a federally funded project. I'm going to read a story about a gentleman. He fell. Goes, I don't remember falling. I lost my memory for 24 hours. I woke up in the hospital. My helmet had saved me. It had broken in half, but I got a cut and a bump. He fell 25 feet because he didn't have a safety harness. Broke his shoulder, couldn't move for 2 months. Who visited him at the hospital? The safety officer from this fake company who came in and threatened him. If he reported it to WCB, he would be fired and deported. He said it was terrifying. When he got back, he was told, after 2 months, here's your last check, get out. And this is happening every day on federally funded projects. The LRT in Edmonton, the Henday. I had the Library of Parliament put together billions of dollars. And these are jobs that are taken away from Canadians, from legal Canadians. So it's, again, two-sided. We have Canadians who cannot get work, and we have the government funding illegal workers. And again, we asked this government if we could investigate this in the Operations Committee, and the Liberals blocked it. A year ago, we gave this documented information to the Treasury Board with an offer. We will work with you. We won't make it political. We won't make it a partisan issue. We'll work with you to fix it. And this government chose to side with human traffickers instead of Canadians. If the government was serious about C-12, helping Canadians, helping the border, they would act on this issue now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, throughout the debates and discussions on C12, we have heard a lot of criticisms towards Bill C2. And the question that I have for my friend across the way is, does the Conservatives have any sort of amendments that they would like to see to actually C12? Are there aspects specific to C12 in which they would like to see amended? And if so, you know, would the Conservatives be prepared to share some of those thoughts, specific amendments?
That's a good question.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
First of all, I'm disappointed in my colleague across the way. I realize we joust back and forth, a lot of it good-natured, but this is a serious issue. Human trafficking is happening on government-funded projects. I want a commitment from this government that if we bring it up again in the Operations Committee to put an end to it, he will not have his colleagues shut down that study. If we were to offer an amendment on this, it would ask the government to amend C12 to address this flagrant oversight that they allow and encourage human trafficking on government-funded infrastructure projects.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatypidia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague on his speech. Madam Speaker, my colleague has explained something quite far-fetched that we are living through in this House. Beyond C12, we have a government adding an extra day to the order paper to talk about C12, their act. But there are no additional speakers from the Liberal Party. So what's the deal with that? Are they worried about speaking to the bill? Are they worried about their members of Parliament flubbing it? The whole debate is being run by the opposition. We're filling time slots that the government created. And yes, we saw the minister say that he was so worried about the trade war, he had a great big press conference. They're more than willing to speak to the press, but here in the House, we are seeing a government that lacks vision and doesn't know what it wants. I wonder if my colleague could explain this.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think we should be thankful there's no Liberal MPs standing up giving speeches. I don't want to hear the member from Winnipeg North any more than you do. But it is an ongoing issue. It is an ongoing issue we have in this House. This government, you have to pass this legislation. It's urgent. Yes, for 10 years we've sat and done nothing, but damn it, we better get this done today. And this is just another example. It's not a serious government. They don't take border security serious. The questions that they're posing to us today show they don't take it seriously. This is just more proof. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This morning I was watching the news and one of the reporters, well, a bunch of reporters were asking Conservatives as they were coming into the House what they thought about the Conservative leader's comments on the RCMP. Obviously, if we're going to build strong borders, we need to make sure we have good relationships with our top officials in law enforcement. So my question is to the member here. Maybe they were busy this morning. They couldn't stop because they had to get into the House. But I would like to ask the member, does he believe it's important for us to have a strong relationship with the RCMP, a respectful relationship, and does he agree with the leader's comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Yeah. I won't say thank the member for that question because it's a ridiculous question. This is a government whose Prime Minister called every single member of the RCMP racist by calling him systemically racist. I wonder if he'd like to ask that same question to his colleague from Victoria who stated we should defund the police in June 2020, or the member from London West who attended a defund the police rally. It's just pure hypocrisy from the other side, as always.
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I know that he digs into numbers and often looks at reports, and I appreciate the nature of his speech addressing human trafficking. And as he stated, this came before committee, and I'm wondering if he'd like to comment further on what happened in committee and why we aren't actually digging into that very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West in 15 seconds.
Thanks. The reason we're at this point is because we presented this in committee and the Liberals voted it down. I don't know why they're taking the side of illegal are corrupt corporations and human trafficking instead of the victims and instead of taking the side of workers in Canada.
Resuming debate, de reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Today, we are here to discuss Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system, and respecting other related security measures. Madam Speaker, if you were to ask Canadians what the most important feeling is, they would say the feeling of safety. This is something basic that everyone needs, that all Canadians need. And currently, I'm worried. I'm worried about what's going on in the country. In particular, today, I would like to talk about what is happening in our ports. Take the example of the Port of Montreal, which is being targeted by a West African criminal network. Canadian agents have found hundreds of stolen cars that are intended to be sent to Africa through a specialized network. They have also witnessed cases of love fraud. So, and what's the link between the two? Well, there is a link, and here's how it works. Most stolen vehicles are sent to West Africa from Montreal. Radio-Canada has discovered a West African criminal network that in recent years have based themselves in Quebec and engaged in online love fraud. They are also engaged in money laundering to hide their car thefts. Every week, agents find 20 to 25 stolen vehicles at the Port of Montreal, per numbers from the Canadian Border Services Agency. And, Madam Speaker, as an aside, I would just like to take some time to thank all of the men and women working for the Canada Border Services Agency. They do an incredible job. They need more resources, of course, and a larger staff. Among the resources they need are more scanners in Canadian ports, so that we have a sense of what is in the shipping containers being sent out of the country. This is something we as Conservatives strongly believe in. It's, of course, very important to identify what shipping containers actually contain. And through this technique, we certainly should be able to bring down the number of stolen vehicles. This will have a direct benefit for Canadians. It will let insurance companies reduce the rates they charge Canadians. Because we will have succeeded in bringing down the number of stolen cars. I would like to go off on another tangent, Madam Speaker. I arrived in Ottawa as an MP about 6 months ago. Over the 8 previous years, I had the honor to sit in the Quebec Parliament. So I've seen a large number of bills in my time, and I'm worried about the way the Liberals are doing things. The Liberals should be introducing legislation to secure affordability and keep more money in Canadians' pockets. And they're taking some steps in some direction. They're not going as far as the Conservatives would want them to. But they do seem somewhat willing to keep some money in Canadians' wallets. But what did we see yesterday? We saw Liberals filibustering. And for people who don't know what that is, filibustering means wasting time to block the passage of a bill. Just today, the government added an extra day to talk about Bill C-12, which is why we're having this debate right now. And it seems like they're only doing it because they want to stretch out the legislative process. This is what people in our line of work refer to as a filibuster. It's a typical Liberal approach. Madam Speaker, do you know how many people were being paid in this room yesterday? 50. So there were 50 paid workers being funded through taxpayer money just to waste time. Public servants have better things they could be doing. Do Liberals truly believe in this, extending debates just to waste time? That is an ethical lapse. It shows a lack of respect for our work and the work of our public servants. 50 people were stuck here listening to Liberals filibustering. I just wanted to raise that, Madam Speaker, and it's happening again today. My opposition colleague brought it up just now. The Liberals have added an extra day to the agenda. Heaven knows why. I guess they just want to waste everyone's precious time and gum up the works of Parliament. Is C-12 perfect? No, it is not. We plan to work on it and amend it to make it better, because the safety of Canadians is something that we care very deeply about. Conservatives have already forced the Liberals to give up on C2, which would have trodden over Canadian civil liberties. The Privacy Commissioner even confirmed that the Liberals had not consulted him. Before proposing powers that would have let them access Canadians' online and banking information. Law-abiding Canadians must not lose their freedoms because the Liberals are trying to cover up their failures to protect the border. We know that border security is an issue. We've seen fentanyl crossing the border, and that, of course, is a drug with devastating consequences for some of our people. We should certainly be working to shore up the border. Now the Liberals are coming forward with C-12, and like I said, we will go through it with a fine-toothed comb to make sure that Liberals do not further compromise Canadians' privacy. So the Liberals are coming forward with this second kick at the can, but they're still leaving certain things out of the bill. The bill has nothing to do with bail reform. It has nothing to do with the revolving door prison system for fentanyl dealers. It will do little to shore up our porous border. We believe these issues are important. We will work on this bill. We will come forward with productive amendments. We do want this bill to go forward. We want Parliament to function. We want to work on behalf of Canadians. But for this to happen, we need a government willing to work with us. And what I have witnessed for 6 months is a government that is completely dysfunctional, that lacks structure, and cannot move things forward.
And what we saw yesterday with the filibuster on C4, we wasted an hour and 20 minutes on a detailed study. 50 people paid by, were paid employees of the government. Canadians deserve better. Canadians work hard every day to earn their paychecks, and they send significant amounts of money to Ottawa to be managed effectively and efficiently. So let's work together on behalf of Canadians. And Madam Speaker, let's not forget that out of respect for our constituents, that's what we want to do. at least here on the Conservative benches, because the security of Canadians is a crucial issue. Questions and comments?
For Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opposite member speaks about stolen vehicle, fentanyl crisis. And Madam Speaker, I want to let you know, Bill C-12 is supporting enforcement to crack down on the vehicle stolen. Exactly what opposite member is asking that, exactly is doing that. Then why there's obstruction? Why, if he really wants to deal this issue, why there's obstruction? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I'm happy to hear from her. And I'm looking forward to us being able to delve into these proposals under C-12. And I hope that this will be productive, because the fentanyl crisis we're experiencing right now is devastating. It's killing men and women, Canadian men and women. Madam Speaker, it's said that with 1 kilo of fentanyl, you can kill 2 million people. It's a crisis that's unprecedented, so we need to take it seriously, and I hope we'll be able to do that.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Richmond Arthabaska for his speech. I have a comment and then a question. I think it's a bit strange that our colleague is talking about filibustering here, because over the years I was elected in 2009, and I've seen a number of filibusters coming from the Conservatives at committee, slowing down our work, and it actually made the news last fall, that Conservative filibuster. Now, my question, I don't know how to put it, on the issue, well, it's two-part. There's the issue of fentanyl and the misinformation and the disinformation around that. Even internationally, decisions are no longer being made based on scientific facts. They're being based on crass slogans and numbers that are pulled out of nowhere. So my question is, does my colleague recognize that Quebec has done more than its fair share, and he should talk to his Conservative colleagues from other provinces to about them taking in more of the load of refugees? The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. My colleague was talking about numbers. Numbers are stubborn. The unemployment rate is rising in Canada. Our young people have the highest unemployment rate in the past 25 years. We should have economic immigration that will help our entrepreneurs to develop. But what's happening in terms of the open borders on the Liberal side, the Liberals have created a crisis in terms of housing, healthcare, and so on because of the numbers of newcomers. And that's one of the consequences of what happened. So we need economic immigration that will help Canadians to develop so that we're one of the strongest countries in the G7. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to what my colleague said, and he's a newly elected member in this place. And since this government took office, they've put forward a number of bills. And as I said in my speech yesterday, it's a patch-up job. It's as if, it's like with potholes. The Liberals created problems all over the place with immigration, with CRA and so on. And C-12 is really just a superficial attempt to patch up the problem, but they're not solving the root causes. Does my colleague agree that you can't just patch up these things sloppily? That's not going to give us nice, smooth roads. You have to deal with the underlying problems. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
à mon collègue de sa question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. A question coming from a seasoned politician. So yesterday we talked about CRA, and spending has gone up by 70% over the past 9 years. 80% of people who call CRA aren't getting answers. And what did they say? They say we're going to increase the budget instead of analyzing it and seeing how to fix problems. That's the Liberal way of doing things, unfortunately.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-12. As a Conservative Member of Parliament, I'm proud to stand in and express my concerns with this legislation. I have heard from my constituents, and they have made it clear to me. This Liberal government is not going far enough to fix the messes that they have created on our borders. Conservatives negotiated the split of the original Bill C-2, ensuring that one of the most egregious infringements on Canadians' privacy and freedoms were sidelined, while advancing measures that strengthen our border security and protect our communities. This bill is a step in the right direction, but make no mistake, it's only here because Conservatives held the line against the Liberal overreach. Let me start with the context. Bill C-12 was born out of the Liberal bloated Bill C-2, introduced in June 2025. That original bill included warrantless access to personal information, forced re-engineering of tech platforms for surveillance, and even allowed Canada Post to open mail without judicial oversight measures that the Privacy Commissioner himself confirmed were drafted without consultation. As my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill said, and I quote, Conservatives have successfully blocked the Liberal infringement on individual freedom and privacy in Bill C-2, end quote. She emphasized that, also, quote, law-abiding Canadians should not lose their liberty to pay for the failures of the Liberals on borders and on immigration, end quote. If law enforcement suspects something suspicious, they can get a warrant. It's that simple. Thanks to Conservative pressure, those poison pills are gone from C-12, allowing us to focus on real security enhancements. Now, let's dive into the substance of Bill C-12, which draws from the supportable elements of its predecessor. Part 1 amends the Customs Act to empower the Canada Border Services Agency, CPSA, to use private facilities free of charge for examining exported goods, mirroring their current authority over imports. This is crucial in combating the export of stolen vehicles and contraband, which have surged under Liberal watch. According to the CPSA's own reports, auto theft has become a multi-billion-dollar industry fueling organized crime with thousands of vehicles shipped overseas annually. By extending CPSA's reach, this provision ensures our borders aren't a one-way street for criminals. Part 2, the bill amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to create a temporary accelerated scheduling pathway for precursor chemicals, like those used in fentanyl production. This fills a critical loophole, but let's be clear, it's long overdue. Fentanyl has devastated Canadian families, with Health Canada data showing that in 2024, the fentanyl was responsible for 75% of opioid overdose deaths, a staggering increase of 32% since 2016. 2025 figures from January to March indicates 63% of opioid toxicity death involve fentanyl, contributing to thousands of preventable tragedies. I must note that Canada will need to do a lot more than pass this bill to fix the problem. While this part bans precursors, it falls short by ignoring tougher sentencing for dealers, as Conservatives have long demanded. Still, it's a tool law enforcement needs, and believe giving our first responders the tools they need to save lives. Part 3 formalizes exemptions for law enforcement officers from drug charges during legitimate investigations under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and Cannabis Act. This is straightforward common sense. Our officers should not fear prosecution while undercover fighting the very cartels flooding our streets with poison. In Part 4, amendments of the Ocean Act enable the Canadian Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and share intelligence with defense and security partners. With increasing threats from smuggling and foreign interference, this bolsters maritime security without the overreach seen in C2. Canada has massive borders, and we need to work with like-minded partners to enhance our protections and preserve our sovereignty. Part 5 through Part 8 address immigration integrity, a realm where liberal mismanagement has been catastrophic. In particular, Part 7 extends authorities to cancel or suspend immigration documents in the public interest, and Part 8 introduces a one-year cap on refugee status, while tweaking the Safe Third Country Agreement, STCA. Part 9 and 10 target money laundering and terrorist financing. Part 9 amends the Proceeds of Crime Act to hike penalties, mandate compliance agreement with FINTRAC, and expand registration to more entities. And let's not to forget here, Madam Speaker, that money laundering in Canada is a big problem, and it exceeds $100 billion as reported last year. That's something that the government have not paid attention or actually totally ignored to deal with it or even talk about it. Also, the bill allows FINTRAC to share info with the Commissioner of Canada's elections. Part 10 adds the FINTRAC Director to Financial Institutions Supervisory Committee. These steps intend to combat the financial networks behind organized crimes, which have thrived amid liberal soft and crime approaches. Also, let's not to forget, and let's make sure Canadians who's listening understand that the government soft and crime approach have caused a tremendous pressure on Canadians' lives and inflation, because the money laundering and the underground economy that has been created and has been known that's happening on the very Canadian soul. Finally, Part 11 updates the Sex Offender Information Registration Act and Customs Act, clarifying reporting, allowing physical characteristics records, and permitting CBSA to share travel data with law enforcement to prevent sexual crimes. This protects vulnerable Canadians, aligning with conservative priorities. It's time we start doing more in this House to protect vulnerable Canadians. This bill will cost money, but the real cost has been the Liberals' 10 years of failure. Record overdoses, strained immigration systems, and eroded public trust. Conservatives look forward to committee stage, where we'll call for amendments for tougher sentences, real enforcement, and protections for legitimate refugees. Only Conservative will deliver tougher sentences for lawbreakers, order at the border, and for legitimate refugee to be able to find sanctuary here. In conclusion, Canadians deserve secure borders without sacrificing freedoms. Madam Speaker, I wish there was more Liberal speakers on their own bill. Unfortunately, they refused to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. The very foundation of our protective services, our borders in this country, is based on our relationship with the men and women at the front line who are providing the service to protect Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition recently showed massive disrespect towards the RCMP as an institution, and I want to give the member opposite the opportunity to clarify his party's position on that relationship with the RCMP. Does the Conservative Party believe the RCMP and our frontline workers and our people who provide protective services are essential for stronger borders, yes or no?
A member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for the honourable member for his speech. I would like to send him a mirror today because he needs one and his government needs one to start looking into the mirror and saw what their former Prime Minister have done and have called the RCMP, and how other members have asked on his side to defund the police. I'm not sure why they do that. Maybe a mirror is needed today.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Drummond, rather. I don't see this exactly the same way as the other parties, but there is one thing in C12 that is interesting. It's something that we've criticized often in the bloc over the past few years, and that is the way refugees coming through by irregular means, they could hide for 14 days and then be able to make a refugee claim despite the Safe Third Party Agreement. So that's being corrected in C12. So it seems to me there are some things in C12 that should please the Conservatives, even though they tend to oppose absolutely everything the Liberals are proposing. But on that specific point, that is a correction to a problem that previously existed and often led to us having illegal refugees in Canada.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member for his good question. I did address the issue of legitimate refugee climate, and we know that Roxham Road has been a devastating story for Quebec and for Canadians in general. We definitely have to deal with a serious issue on the fake refugee asylums that are really taking or coming to our country or claiming while coming or having the opportunity to come to Canada. So I do agree that we need to work harder on this, and that's why I did mention the word legitimate refugees.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary. Sorry. Calgary Crowfoot, yes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the same line of questions, would the member comment on how under this government, and in fact in response to the infamous tweet heard around the world, how this government managed to break the system through the conflation of economic migrants and refugees?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks to the honourable colleague for his question. Every time I meet with constituents, the word immigration comes up. The mess that this government have left and the impact of opening the floodgate to get all the kind of people to Canada in millions and millions without even thinking of the economic impact on Canadians, where there's no schooling, there's no health care to support, there's no social to support, there's no housing, and they just left this mess, and now we know that the impact on Canadians is showing every single day. This is a mess, belong to this government, and no matter what they do, they're not going to be able to fix it, and Bill C-12 is a very small attempt if they ever get serious to do it.
Very, very brief question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Really brief.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The previous question was to the member about the RCMP. His response is, well, the Liberals need a mirror. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the official opposition said that the RCMP was despicable. That's using the words of the Leader of the official opposition. He owes Canadians an apology. Liberals don't need to look in a mirror. What we need from the Leader of the Conservative Party is a public apology to Canadians. Does he not agree?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning in 10 seconds.
Send my offer for another mirror for this member.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Grisbaugh.
Madam Speaker, I know it's not exactly tradition to ask for a round of applause in this House, but Our Conservative caucus deserves one today. That's because when the Liberals first introduced this bill in its original form, we fought long and hard against this disaster. It was only because of our pressure that the Liberals backed down on the worst of it. So thanks to the work of our Conservative caucus, the government has not given powers to Canada Post to open any mail, including simple letters, without a warrant. Our work stopped the government from banning cash payments and donations of more than $10,000. We stopped the government from having the ability to access personal information without first seeking a warrant. And we stopped the government from being able to use your personal banking information if they suspected that you were involved in any way in money laundering. Mr. Speaker, just listen to the list of groups that were insulted by the first ham-fisted attempt at this bill. Back in June, 300 organizations were opposed to the government overreach, including in the first version of this bill. And it's quite a list, Madam Speaker. Listen to this. Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Labour Congress, the United Church of Canada, the Migrant Rights Network, the Canadian Council for Refugees, Amnesty International, the Open Media, they were all opposed. Man, it's hard to believe how many people they could possibly offend. You have to work hard to cause this kind of outrage. But we're not done. There's more. This bill was also opposed by the HIV Legal Network, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, the Refugee Lawyers Association, Climate Action Network Canada, the Centre for Free Expression, the Canadian Muslim Lawyers Association, and the Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council. Even with this newer, improved bill, there's still opposition from the likes of Amnesty International Canada and other organizations. These groups are working to protect civil liberties, data privacy, refugee rights, and all strongly oppose this legislation. They say it tries to fast-track rather than address many aspects of the previous bill, which was called C2. Sorry, Madam Speaker, the pages here are sticking. Sorry about that. It's shocking that the Privacy Commissioner and the Liberals didn't even consult him before the bill was considered. They didn't consult him when they were trying to grant themselves sweeping new powers. They wanted to access Canadians' personal information from service providers, including banks and telecoms. We're talking about access to vital personal information without so much as a warrant. That's the kind of overreach that this Liberal government would love to have seen. I know Canadians are rightfully suspicious of government overreach, and they should be, because we've seen how this Liberal government will try to take an inch and turn it into a mile. For example, let's look at what they're doing to law-abiding gun owners. This government is attacking legal, law-abiding gun owners. In typical Liberal overreach, this government is trying to force these good citizens to give up their legally purchased and owned guns that they use for hunting and sport shooting. This is the type of government control that alarms Canadians, and it's so typical of these Liberals. They want an inch, somehow it turns into a mile. Madam Speaker, Conservatives will continue to fight on that front. We will continue fighting so that law-abiding gun owners are not punished for wanting to hunt or go sport shooting. And yet, Madam Speaker, this government still refuses to have mandatory prison sentences for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes. And we know that the vast majority of gun crimes are committed using guns illegally smuggled across the border. It's not Grandpa with his gopher gun committing crimes. And yet, these Liberals want to go after law-abiding gun owners. Can you believe that? It's incredible. It's almost unbelievable. Madam Speaker, here's another classic example of the Liberal government's overreach, their ridiculous EV mandate. If the Liberals get their way by 2035, under the EV mandate, Canadians will not be able to buy gas or diesel-powered new vehicles. Can you imagine that? This mandate is a punitive tax on drivers because those EVs are very expensive. But it's so typical of these Ottawa know best Liberals. The thing that gets me, Madam Speaker, is that right now, hybrid vehicles are actually fairly popular in Canada. This mandate would outlaw...
May I interrupt the honourable member? I think the honourable member's phone is ringing. Someone's phone is ringing and it may disturb interpreters. It's an alarm. It sounds like an alarm. Found it. Thank you. The honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
The vehicle manufacturers of Canada are dead set against this EV mandate, as are all the major car manufacturers, Madam Speaker. I've talked to the representatives from the industry, and they're all dead set against it. So how does it even make sense that in a climate as cold as Canada, this government would force such an insane law upon us? Madam Speaker, I've got a friend who has a Tesla. He loves it. In the summer, that is. He barely even drives it in the winter. Because when you turn on the heater, he tells me, it sucks so much of the batteries that he worries he won't be able to get back and forth from work. So now the government has paused the mandate for a year. That's true. But it needs to be killed completely, Madam Speaker, and we Conservatives will continue to fight this government overreach. Now, let's get back to this legislation at hand. Madam Speaker, the Liberals claim that this new bill, C-12, would crack down on precursor chemicals. Those are the chemicals that are used to manufacture illegal drugs. And that's great. Yet, on the other hand, the Liberal Health Minister has recently refused to rule out approving additional legal drug consumption sites. Madam Speaker, this summer I toured the area around a major drug consumption site in my riding of Edmonton Grisba with the Edmonton City Police Service. To say it was a disaster is an understatement. These sites allegedly, supposedly, are used by addicts to safely inject drugs, including fentanyl. But the reality is they're just not working. Unfortunately, on my tour, we noticed someone right outside the consumption site in my riding of Edmonton Grisba injecting drugs outside the consumption site. And this site, I might add, is located not that far from a daycare. Madam Speaker, what the Liberals are doing with these sites is shocking and appalling. In talking with police, they say these sites increase the amount of drug activity in the area because the drug dealers are drawn to the area naturally. They know they can sell their wares there. It's like a magnet for them. And you can see the sad, dejected people who are struggling with this illness. It's resulted in a spike in violent crime in the area, including murders. Also, for all the people who argue that there is something called so-called safe supply, there is nothing safe about injecting drugs into your system, especially fentanyl. It's especially bad in Chinatown. My Edmonton riding includes half of Chinatown, and it's really tragic to see the effect on that once thriving, vibrant, and very safe community. There was a bakery there, Madam Speaker, that had been in business for 60 long years. But due to the kind of crime linked to these injection sites, the store had to close after 60 years. They couldn't keep the addicts out of their shop. They'd been broken into. Crime was rampant. And it caused this Canadian small business to close. So sad, Madam Speaker. Now in Chinatown, the most common sight seems to be for lease and for rent signs, and it was once such a safe, thriving neighborhood. I see the tragedy of people slumped on the streets, obviously struggling with addiction, and again, it's largely due to these consumption sites that the Liberals like to encourage. It's shocking they encourage these sites. Doesn't it make sense that if we truly are a caring society, Rather than pushing people into these sites, why don't we do the humane thing and help people recover? Don't we owe that to the most vulnerable in our society? Don't we owe them that as opposed to, in some cases, watching them die on the street? Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned, there's the original version of this bill, C2, that included significant changes to the immigration system. My riding has a significant amount of immigration casework. I live in a very diverse riding. I recently hosted an event to welcome new Canadian citizens in Edmonton. So, but we know the Liberals have been very poor on that front. They've broken the immigration system. Conservatives will continue to fight on all these fronts.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I've noted from Conservatives is they like to make a statement, and it's somewhat misleading, and I'm being kind, Madam Speaker. And let me give a specific example. The member makes reference to safe injection sites. It is provincial governments and other Conservative members have made reference to injection sites being around, for example, schools and playground areas, and try to blame it on the federal government. Yet it is provincial and municipal, in particular, provincial responsibility. So the Conservatives are suggesting that the federal government should override provincial jurisdiction. But instead of trying to be bold and say what it is, they try to give the false impression as if Ottawa is responsible for that matter. I'm wondering if the member can provide his explanation as to why it is the Conservatives tend to want to mislead Canadians on important issues.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Madam Speaker, it's not misleading. They agree with them wholeheartedly. And most recently, their health minister refused to rule out more injection sites, even near daycares. It's shocking. And you know what? I rode with the police, the frontline police officers who have to police around these sites, and they are just disgusted by it. It's made their life so difficult. And if the Liberals had some leadership, they would be vehemently opposed to these things to support our good law enforcement people.
The Honourable Member for Inwiskina Matapedia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'll give him the opportunity to put in his earpiece so that he can understand the question in one of the two official languages of this House. So my question, Madam Speaker, concerns the number of agents who were promised by the government, particularly the Prime Minister mentioned in April during the election campaign that he had promised 2,000 more agents at the border, 1,000 Border Services Agency and 1,000 RCMP agents. And last week he came back and said, surprise, 6 months later, we've forgotten what we promised during the election campaign. So now I'd like to understand from the Conservatives, what would they like to see? Are they ready to say that this situation is unacceptable, that the government is repeating again and again, hiring promises that they're not fulfilling? So I'd like to hear the Conservatives on the number of agents and when those agents should be hired to make our borders safer.
For Edmonton Grisba.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's so typical of the Liberals. They promise, they promise, they promise. They don't fulfill. We have a problem at the borders. We saw what happened with Roxham Road, for instance. People poured in, and now we're facing challenges for housing, for schooling, for all of these things. Over-promise, under-deliver is the motto of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Griesbach for his excellent intervention this morning. We're looking at another border security bill, and I'm reflecting back on what we've seen over the past 10 years. In my riding of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, we saw the largest drug lab bust ever in Canadian history in the community of Falkland, and some referred to Falkland as being in the middle of nowhere. I would argue that it's actually in the middle of everywhere. It was only kilometers off of the main Highway 97 that runs completely north-south through the province of British Columbia, and only minutes away from being on the Trans-Canada Highway, exactly halfway from Vancouver to Calgary. So it was the middle of everywhere, and yet after that drug bust, we've heard little more than one arrest being made. A massive drug bust, the largest in Canada, and only one arrest. would the member say that this is an example of the Liberals' failure to address our border security and the drug problem in Canada?
Honourable Member Edmonton Grisba.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly it. He nailed it. We've got a serious problem with fentanyl, and the Liberals are doing very, very little to address this very grave, grave problem.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Calgary Centre and speak about this new bill. The actual title of the bill is an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related securities measures. But I would say we should call it C-12, the short Liberal title. We broke the immigration system, we messed up public safety, border security, and law enforcement. But don't worry, we're back to fix it because we know what we're doing. In other words, I break it, then fix it. It's my version of job security. Or otherwise, if I didn't break it first, how would anyone know how good it is, how good I am at fixing it? Or, as we say, it's the classic Liberal playbook: break the system, then hold a press conference to announce they're fixing it. They fight the fire, they light the fire, then show up with a watering can and call it leadership. So the issues that we have to address in this bill, of course, are based on several parts of the bill. C-12 has numerous parts to it, but a couple objectives: security of Canada's borders, of course, and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system. And for the sake of the public that may be following, I'll break it down further into what's known as this omnibus bill. It's composed of 11 parts that amend various statutes. So the statutes include the Customs Act, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Cannabis Act, the Oceans Act, the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act and its regulations, the Retail Payment Activities Act, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Act, and the Sex Offenders Act. So there's a lot for me to unpack in there. I'm sure you'll know, Madam Speaker, that there's a choice for me to spend 10 minutes talking about a plethora of sources about what we can do with this bill going forward here. But this started with Bill C-2, much of which was pressed on this government by the Trump administration down in the United States, forcing us to look at some of the security measures that weren't happening in Canada at that point in time, and we were pushed to the wall to actually accomplish some things. That came back, of course, to the House, and the House has, the opposition, my colleagues here, have revisited that, and the Liberal government has come back and taken a bunch of quite offensive parts out of that initial bill that really impeded upon civil liberties, and come back here with the bill C-12 that actually will address some of the issues that have been long simmering in Canadian society and that have caused significant problems here. Bill C-2 was an error, as I say, again, a Liberal misstep, and now we need to clarify that. But you know, if the Liberal government really needs help drafting this kind of legislation that actually works, my Conservative colleagues and I are willing to write the legislation for them and make sure we get the security that we need in this country, both in the immigration system, which as we've seen explode in the last number of years, as well as the border security realm. Now, a number of things are going on here. So let's take a look for me to pick from here. To begin with, let's note that this is a fix for the Liberal government's first attempt at this. But fixes we must go through in this House at times, and we're willing to do that here with this legislation, and happy to do it. But particularly with respect to the illicit drug trade, organized crime, money laundering, and human trafficking, I'd like to speak to here. For 10 years, the Liberal government has been duly informed of these attacks on Canada's expectations of maintaining peace, order, and good government in this country. There's been problems that have been evident for a long time. Money laundering was addressed in budgets delivered by this government and never took any action upon it. It was always kicked down the road as far as dealing with organized crime and the illicit activities that go with it. So all talk and no action. Let me say that ignoring the avails of organized criminals is, by default, accepting the consequences of organized crime. Opioids, like fentanyl, are ruining the lives of Canadians. 50,000 Canadians have perished over the last 8 years from the use of fentanyl and opioid-related drugs. This has visited misery upon their families and upon our streets and upon our society in general. Now, let me share a personal story. Last January, across the street from my office, I went to pick up my dry cleaning, and there was a young man dying on the sidewalk. And first person on the scene, so you get on your knees and you do everything you can to get that man's heart starting again, his heart beating. And one thing runs through your mind, and that's your kids. And I have 4 boys, and that's what ran through my mind at that point in time, that this could be one of my sons here, because this is a scourge. I don't know this man's backstory, but for 20 minutes, I helped revive this man, and I begged other people to help me. That experience doesn't leave you. This is something that we need to think about as far as how it impacts all of society. Imaginez perdre votre sœur, votre frère.
Imagine losing a sister, a brother, or even a parent. Losing a loved one, someone who will never again share a meal with you or a memory with you, a loved one who will never get to live their dreams or grow old. That is what thousands of Canadian families go through due to the scourge of fentanyl addiction. Things could be different, but this government is failing to fulfill its primary mission to protect the Canadian public.
Every major city in Canada, and I represent a riding downtown. And these Canadians that live in tent cities, they're not safe. They're not secure. This is not a future that we see for our kids. This is not a future for any Canadians. This scourge of addiction and homelessness should never have been ignored. This is about priorities. And these priorities for Canadians are very clear. Again, there seems to be comfort in ignoring the obvious. And obviously, criminals are profiting from this. How many car thieves are considered statistically normal before society pushes back? Higher insurance costs, higher policing costs, and escalating violence. These are not victimless crimes. Now, Madam Speaker, one of my proud moments as the Member of Parliament for Calgary Centre was my opposition to a second so-called safe consumption site in downtown Calgary. Now, this is at a place called the Drop-In Centre where homeless people get to go in Calgary. And it's right next to Chinatown. It's a very important part of downtown Calgary. And a new development called East Village. Now, East Village is an area that's built to bring families back downtown. So we have lots of nice towers with 3-bedroom condos in them. Well, during that time, you actually had families leaving because they did not want to raise families on streets that were trafficked by the pushers, drug pushers, and criminals that are looking to profit from people's addiction. And imagine your kids in that type of area. But think about the homeless people themselves that have to go through a gauntlet of death in order to get to a homeless shelter. This was never a solution. It was brought forward as a potential solution by the provincial UCP, United Conservative Government. The NDP provincially were all on side. The federal Liberals were all on side. I'll correct my colleague on the other side. The federal Liberals were on side. And I was the lone opposition for some time. Certain members of City Council came and joined me in that fight. And in the end, there was no safe consumption site open at the Drop-In Centre, which serves some of Calgary's most needed people that need our help the most. So this solution was never a solution. We need to kind of get back to what the real solutions are. And the real solutions are, of course, to end this at its source. And that source is the criminals that are moving this scourge upon our population. Those are the drug pushers. Those are the organized crime. Those are the people that are making money at the expense of society. So, Madam Speaker, I propose that we move this bill eventually to committee and actually make those changes that make the laws more strict upon those people that are actually causing this death and destruction on our societies, and make sure that we make them pay. Crime should not be a risk-free profit venture. So we need to end this as quickly as possible and make sure that they are accountable for their actions. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians to deal with the issues of strengthening Canada's borders and to deal with the issue of immigration in the whole area of stabilization, in particular dealing with things like asylum seekers. Bill C-12 does just that. It's a fulfillment in good part of a commitment that was made. We do look for cooperation because it is a minority government from opposition members in recognizing that this legislation is a significant move forward. I would suggest to you this, combined with the commitment of 1,000 new border control officers, 1,000 new RCMP, again provides more security for Canadians by securing our borders and making our streets a safer place. My question to the member is, would he not agree that in order to get the legislation through, we do need a high sense of cooperation? And is there any specific amendments the member would like to see with respect to this particular Bill C-12?
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the important question there. And yes, as the member across the way will understand fully that we are cooperating on this very clearly and getting this towards committee. Without the offensive parts of C2 in there, we're moving this forward. But there's a number of issues in here we think are only half measures that we need to make sure fully address the problems that are being faced by Canadians here, not just by those visited upon us by the new U.S. administration, which is pushing this government to act. We understand that. We are willing to actually get this to committee. Can we make changes on the drug pushing laws? Can we make changes on the half measures as opposed to the immigration asylum system that are a part of this bill? We'd love to see this roundly discussed and those amendments clearly made at committee. So thank you very much. We will be working towards that end.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Bloc is also worried about crime rates. We have proposed a few ideas. We have proposed getting rid of the exemption for religious speech in the criminal code. We've also proposed bills to ensure that the Jordan Principle would not end cases of intimate partner violence. My colleague from Rivière du Nord even tabled a bill that would make it easier to seize goods of people involved in organized crime. Is my colleague willing to collaborate with the Bloc to pass these bills and fight crime?
Centre.
Merci, Paul.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. It was a good question. Here it is our job to work with all parties to improve bills that cross our desks. She has proposed a bill different from the one we are debating, but it will be important to consider the bill she has mentioned. Thank you.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals want to talk all the time about the 1,000 RCMP officers that they're going to be hiring. Yet I did an order paper question to discover how many RCMP officers are we capable of training in 1 year. And currently, I think we're training 34 per year. They could ramp up to 58 per year. Given that would take 20 years to get the 1,000 RCMP officers that they claim that they're hiring up and operational. So I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any comments about these bait and switch announcements that the Liberal Party puts up all the time.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, that's a very good question. I thank my colleague for arriving with that data, actually, that is important because making an announcement is something, we talk about that, and I said that in my speech, all talk and no action. And it's the same with the Canadian Armed Forces, about improving the lot of the Canadian Armed Forces and getting back to a base. They talk about increasing the numbers, and yet the recruitment doesn't show any increase in those numbers whatsoever. The same with the police. You talk about 1,000 more police and customs borders officials, and yet that hiring practice doesn't seem to be happening at all. It seems to be, the government seems to want to stack a whole bunch of bureaucrats in Ottawa at the thought level without any of the bureaucrats, actually any of the people that have to deliver the services to Canadians at the ground level. And that's a mistake of this government. We need more action and less talk. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a privilege to rise again in the House of Commons and represent the people of Peace River Westlock. Today we are here talking about Bill C-2, or C-12. Sounds a lot like Bill C-2. Bill C-2 has been replaced by this bill, and it was less than a month ago that I stood up in this place and gave a speech about Bill C-2, and I outlined a number of deficiencies that I seen with Bill C-2. And I was hopeful that when I heard the Liberals were going to be reintroducing Bill C-2 as Bill C-12, that a number of the things that I had mentioned as for consideration as possible fixes or concerns that I had with the bill, that they would have had the opportunity to listen to my speech and to put some of those changes that I had, or address a number of those concerns that I had with the Bill C-2. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it does not look like the Liberals have listened once again. But I do want to address a number of concerns that, or a number of things that were then asked back to us. At the time, the member from Winnipeg North pointed out that the Canada Post needed to be able to open people's mail without a warrant. But he said, no, it was with a warrant. Interestingly, I would just point out that that has now been dropped. So I guess that was something that the Liberals have recognized as being a problem. I talked about banning of cash payments and donations over $10,000 and how we had concerns with that. And that piece has also been dropped. So that kudos to the government on that. I think the pressure from Conservatives has caused that as well. And then we talked a lot about just warrantless access to information and the concerns about that. Now, these are some of the most dangerous parts of Bill C-2, and they have been dropped, and I'm pleased about that. But I do want to, recognize that at the time when I gave my speech about a month ago, I was reprimanded and chastised by the member opposite that we should get out of the way and let this bill pass quickly. We saw right away that there was major concerns with Bill C-2. I remember in particular, I was challenged around being able or giving access to opening people's mail and how we needed this to fight fentanyl being mailed out. So I'm interested to know from the members opposite if they still hold those positions and why these things have been dropped off. I can tell that the minister, that my constituents across the country thought that this was a dangerous inclusion of this bill, and I'm happy to see that it's gone. We've always been working hard to fight for everyday Canadians, and one of the other areas was around the $10,000 donations. We see continually that the government continually is going after the freedoms that Canadians enjoy here in Canada, and also around their subtle and yet dogged attack on things like charitable organizations in this country. Whether it was the recommendations that came out of the Finance Committee last year about stripping religious organizations of the charitable status, whether it was the Canada Summer Jobs changes, whether it was the charitable attestation changes, and now we see a ban on cash donations. And so Conservatives will always stand up for our charitable sector and the good work that they do. I gave the bulk of my speech last month was about the Sex Offender Registry and the Registry Act and the changes that were being made there. I had I hadn't had necessarily the time to look totally in detail. As you know, Madam Chair, when you get amendments to a piece of legislation, it's often when they're in the bill in the abstract, it's kind of difficult to say how it is. But since then, I've had a challenge to put them in their place in the Act and see what kind of an effect it would have. And I was concerned at the time that the passport markings that the Conservative government had put in place and the ability to revoke passports and all of these kinds of things for folks that are registered on the sex offender registry, and how that hadn't been, there'd been zero action from this government over the last 10 years on either marking passports or revoking passports. And so I have been digging into this a little bit, and I discovered that one of the issues is that the folks, the RCMP that hold the registry, are unable to share this information with other levels of government, with other organizations, with other law enforcement. And so this says that we can share it with other law enforcement. The challenge is that Immigration Canada is not law enforcement. The folks that issue passports are not law enforcement. So it's unclear in this bill, and I don't think that this will solve the problem of passport markings, passport marking or revocation of passports based on the registered sex offender list. I know that this continues to be a problem. I reached out to stakeholders that work in this space, folks from the Ratnack International, based out of Vancouver. They're the ones that flag this for me regularly, that registered sex offenders, convicted sex offenders here in Canada, often go abroad to likely perpetrate more crimes. And countries from around the world are pleading with Canada to alert them that a registered sex offender is coming, or to just prevent them from coming in the first place by withholding their passport. I did note last time, Madam Chair, that the reality is that the issuance of a passport in the very opening page is an endorsement of the individual. It asks for it endorses the individuals and asks for the country that is viewing the passport to give the person free passage through their country. And so I'm not convinced that folks that are on the sex offender registry are necessarily entitled to a passport. And the law had been changed already that we could revoke these passports. However, the Liberal government has failed to do this over the last number of years. We have the RCMP was able to share with me how many notifications of sex offenders traveling. I see that there's an update to the notification process here. So they've been notified in 2022. They were notified 1,700 times. In 2023, they were notified 2,200 times. In 2024, they were notified 3,300 times that registered sex offenders were traveling abroad. But the RCMP did note that they were unable to track the number of sex offenders who do leave the country, given that if a sex offender doesn't register, they don't know. We often know when they come back that it seems to get flagged in the system then, because as they come in, our border security gets notified, but we don't know how many leave. We were also unable to ascertain, the RCMP was unable to ascertain how many times they knew of that a registered sex offender had failed to register when they left, because they just said that they don't track it. Now, for the most part of the last decade, countries, particularly the United States, have been begging and pleading with us to share this information with them. And so I do think that this bill will cover that. The changes that they're being made will allow our law enforcement to share with American law enforcement that a registered sex offender is traveling across the border. That is particular annoyance for the Americans, and I understand that in a time where we're trying to mend relationships with the United States, rectifying this particular annoyance is a thing to do. I would point out, however, Mr. Chair, that I have been flagging this for a number of years prior to this situation, and so and I noted that proactively the United States has been sharing this with us. In the first half of 2022, 165 Americans convicted of sexual child offenses were allowed entry into Canada, and we know this because they have a whole system in order to notify Canada that these folks are coming. Another question about it is whether we could stop them or refuse them entry and things like that. But that is entirely another question altogether. So nonetheless, I look forward to seeing if some of these questions that I have about this bill will be clarified in committee, and I'll be looking forward to see if we need an amendment to fix the passport issue.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually encouraged. The member seems to have a deep amount of respect for the RCMP. He cites statistics and so forth, and he talks very positively about the RCMP. I want to share with him something that appeared in the Winnipeg Free Press just last week, actually on October the 17th, and it references the leader of the Conservative Party called the leadership of the RCMP despicable. This is something in which his leader said about the leadership of the RCMP. Now, the member himself, and I agree, talks about how reliable the RCMP and how valuable it is in terms of providing service to Canadians. In fact, worldwide, Mr. Speaker, it is recognized as a wonderful organization from a legal and security, intelligence.
I have to give a chance for the member for Peace River Westlock to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It just seems mighty rich coming from the member opposite that he is now so concerned about the reputation of the RCMP, given that his leader, Mr. Trudeau, called the entire operations racist. That was not systemically racist. Now, to the comments that my leader made, I particularly remember the commissioner of the RCMP being pressured by Justin Trudeau to release the names of the firearms that were used in the Nova Scotia fighting. The actions of the leadership of the RCMP I think are indefensible in many instances.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's quite rich that the Liberals are adding a day of debate on C12 and not putting up any speakers. So after a speech, we can debate ideas, but you can't deny the fact that the Conservatives are dealing with the issue that's on the agenda, and I think it's regrettable that the Liberals are not taking the opportunity that they themselves created to debate this bill, which is highly debatable, by the way. I'll just go quickly, Mr. Speaker. The previous version included Part 16, which had to do with proceeds of crime and terrorist funding, terrorist financing, and it had provisions for dealing with people suspected of engaging in these activities. Now, in the previous version, C2, does my colleague think that was acceptable? The honourable member for Peace River.
His comments, precisely I thought that I gave a thoughtful speech challenging some of the things that are right in this legislation and the defense of the RCMP. One other issue that I just want to bring up in regards to the leadership of the RCMP is the case of Rhonda Blackmore. There is a lot of questions that are concern me around the situation around Rhonda Blackmore and the treatment of her in her removal from the head of, I think it was F Division. There are questions about the leadership of the RCMP, and they continue to be unanswered, and I look forward to seeing what responses come from there. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on the subject of enforcement and crime in this country,
I do want to highlight and get the members' thoughts on another act of vandalism that we saw in Edmonton against a church. This was St. Clair's Parish. Some very offensive graffiti was sprayed on the church. Stained glass windows were broken. And I know that in this own members' riding, there's been instances where there's been attacks on churches. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our police officers, I know many are very frustrated by the fact that they try to enforce the law, and yet the government has let them down by creating a framework in which criminals are repeatedly released on bail. So I wonder if the member wants to share his thoughts on these acts of vandalism against churches, and also how we can support police officers who want to enforce the law.
Remember, and give a chance for a member for Peace River Westlock to respond in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm heartbroken by the vandalism that has happened to churches across this country. Since 2021, I think there's been 130 churches that have been arsoned or attempted arson. This is another story of just how it seems to be okay to vandalize churches across the country. I want to condemn that in every possible manner and look forward to a government that will defend the rights of religious people in this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, it is always an honour to rise in this House, the People's House, on behalf of the good men and women from Miramichi Grand Lake. My constituents are honest people. They work hard, they follow the rules, and they expect their government to do the same. They believe that the purpose of government is not to manage their lives, but protect their freedoms, the freedoms that their parents and grandparents fought to defend. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they see through this government's latest deception. Bill C-12, the so-called Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act, sounds like something impressive. But like most Liberal bills, the title and the truth are strangers. This bill doesn't strengthen our borders. It strengthens the hands of a tired government that has lost control of spending and is losing control of our streets. It doesn't fix a broken system. It covers the cracks with slogans. And it doesn't make Canadians safer. It makes them easier to watch, easier to tax, and easier to silence. Mr. Speaker, I come from a part of the country where words still matter. Where a man gives his word, he keeps it. When he breaks the law, he goes to jail, not on vacation. This government has broken its word again and again, to families who can't afford a home, to victims who can't find justice, and to newcomers who did everything right and are still waiting years for an answer while legal migrants go to the front of the line. And now the same government that can't guard our borders wants to guard our bank accounts. Of course, the Liberal government wants to guard our bank account. They haven't tabled their own budget in 18 months and spent all the money of their own. The same people who can't stop fentanyl from coming in want access to Canadians' private data going out. They call that progress. It is the fox guarding the henhouse, Mr. Speaker. Now let's talk about safety, because that's what's really at stake here. In my riding, we've seen human cost of the Liberal government's failure on law and order. Families are shattered by addiction, my own included. No family is left untouched. In our communities, police are doing their best, but have fewer and fewer tools to support doing their job and to enforce our laws. Fentanyl is flowing across an open border faster than compassion can bury the dead. And yet the same government that refuses to jail fentanyl dealers wants to lecture the rest of us about fairness and kindness. Compassion without courage is cowardice, Mr. Speaker, and this government has made a policy of cowardice. Catch and release bail remains the law of the land. Drug dealers and gun traffickers get house arrest. Meanwhile, law-abiding hunters and farmers are treated like criminals for owning tools that their family have used for generations. This is not justice, it is a failure. My constituents know the Liberal logic has failed us for a decade now. But Conservatives are focused on real change, the law that will protect law-abiding Canadians. That is why we are proposing a shift in the criminal code to reflect castle law, the notion that a person's home is their castle. We thought that might be easy to sell to this Prime Minister, given he has spent a good part of the last decade living in castles in Europe. Canadians don't want fentanyl traffickers watching Netflix on their couch. They want them behind bars where they can't poison their children. And while the government lets criminals walk free, it punishes the people who play by the rules. They punish the same people who plow the roads at 5 a.m., coach the hockey team at 7, and still find time to shovel their neighbor's step before work. Those are the people this Prime Minister looks down on. Those are the people he calls fringe and is focused on telling them what kind of car they can drive. But those are the people who built this country and who continue to build it. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about immigration. Conservatives believe that Canada is made stronger by those who come here legally, who work hard, who learn our languages, who share our values, and love our flag. But immigration must be found on law, not luck, on fairness, not favoritism. Under the Liberal government, our system has become a revolving door for those who exploit it and a brick wall for those who respect it. There is no compassion in chaos. There is no justice in disorder. And there is no sovereignty without security. Bill C-12 does nothing to fix any of this. It is a window dressing for failure. One more photo op for a government that governs by headline and hasn't tabled a budget in 18 months. Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Miramichi-Grand Lake expect this Liberal government will spend as much energy dealing with the public safety crisis happening in our communities as they spend on recognizing the terror state of Palestine a half world away. The people of Miramichi-Grand Lake don't ask for much. They don't expect perfection. They expect honesty and hard work. They expect a government that protects their children before it protects their own image. They expect a Prime Minister who spends more time defending Canada's borders than defending his own reputation. Instead, they get a government that values surveillance instead of safety, mistakes kindness for weakness, and patriotism for extremism. The truth is, this bill gives more power to the bureaucrats and less protection to citizens. It doesn't stop the drug flow. It doesn't stop the repeat offenders. It doesn't stop the crime in our communities. It just tightens Ottawa's grip on loosening Canada's borders. Conservatives will not be fooled, nor will every ordinary Canadians. We will fight for real security, the kind that guards both our borders and our freedoms. We will restore mandatory prison time for violent offenders and traffickers. We will end catch and release. We will secure our borders, protect our privacy, and rebuild Canada's faith in institutions that are supposed to serve them. The only thing more dangerous than a government that refuses to defend its borders is a government that no longer believes this Canada is worth defending. But, Mr. Speaker, there is hope. There is another path, one led by a man who understands that freedom and order are not opposites, but partners. This man is the leader of the opposition, and under his leadership, Canada will again have borders that are strong, streets that are safe, and a government that minds its own business instead of yours. The people I represent are ready for that Canada, a Canada where government protects what matters and leaves the rest of the good sense of the people. They are ready to trade slogans for strength, control for courage, and liberal woke for conservative common sense. Because they know this government has forgotten the freedom is not granted by politicians, it is inherited by patriots. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12 is not a solution. It is exactly the problem. This bill is just another example of a government that has lost its way. And so on behalf of the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake, on behalf of every Canadian who believes in borders, in law, in liberty, I will vote against this bill. Because only Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, will restore Canada that is once again strong, sovereign, and free, but not free for the taking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for his intervention today. The member spoke about Conservatives not being fooled and then went on to talk about how the Leader of the Opposition is the right person to take leadership in this country and move in the right direction. But yet, the Leader of the Opposition clearly stated that he had no trust in the RCMP and basically insulted our entire protective services across this country that, do a lot of work to keep us safe and protect our borders. How can we build a foundation, Mr. Speaker, a foundation of trust to build a stronger border service if the Conservatives don't even trust the men and women who are put in charge of protecting us?
The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. It's rich coming from the other side. They had a Prime Minister that called the RCMP racist. On this side of the floor, we respect all frontline workers, especially the men and women police officers we have out there that go into danger every time they take a shift, every time they get in their car. This side of the floor, the Conservative government, or the Conservative Party, respects all police officers and frontline workers across Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sheffer.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for taking the floor, but unfortunately, I get the feeling that the Conservatives have forgotten that they were dealing with a minority government, a government that's working with as little partisanship as possible. Since there's no majority in this House, we have a duty to speak to one another and to cooperate. Last June, the Conservatives voted to limit debate on C5, which was a major bill, and so that was passed quickly under limited debate. And now there's a bill where even the government admits that the previous version, C2, was so worrisome to people, including to my constituents who called me about this. And there were envelopes, people were worried about envelopes being opened and in violating their privacy. But now the Liberals are no longer talking to this bill. They have put no speakers up. So how does he see this? How are people supposed to view this behavior coming from a minority government in this Parliament? The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, for the opportunity to speak further on this bill. There is a lot here, Mr. Speaker. The government has chosen to make this bill about a number of unrelated matters: immigration, public safety, law enforcement, and most concerning is the increased surveillance of ordinary law-abiding Canadians. At home, we have a saying: if your dog barks at you, someone is feeding it. Canadians are starting to wonder if we're just exactly this government's loyalty is. Is this government loyal to law-abiding tax-paying Canadians or fentanyl traffickers? Is this government loyal to law-abiding tax-paying Canadians or repeat violent offenders? Is this government loyal to law-abiding tax-paying Canadians or Hamas terrorists? Is this government loyal to law-abiding Canadians or legal immigrants who arrive unannounced at our borders claiming asylum? But the mistakes are starting to pile up. At every chance it gets, the Liberal government picks criminals over Canadians, and they have had enough of this Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do find this line of questioning from the government quite interesting. And in fact, I'll quote a member of this chamber who, when speaking about the RCMP, says, quote, "there is systemic racism in its ranks," unquote. That was the member for Winnipeg North in September of 2024. So are the Liberals no longer convinced that police are worthy of criticism now? I'd be curious for my colleague to address that.
Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question.
I know.
It's funny to listen to this Liberal government talk about how the leader of our party wanting an apology and how terrible it is to the RCMP when the Prime Minister of Canada come out and called the RCMP racist. On this side of the floor, we always respect frontline workers, especially the RCMP officers, especially in this day and age with the bills that this government passed the last 10 years and the trouble that they put these police officers in, the unsafe position they put them in. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, please, to the debat. The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is, of course, always an honor to rise in the House to speak. I'll be speaking on Bill C-12, which is, I understand it's called an act respecting security of Canada's borders and the integrity of our immigration system. What a laughable title from a government who has made such a mess of both our borders and our immigration system. First, Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the mess that this government has made with immigration. I want to share three short stories. The first, the case of Mr. Kant from earlier this year. He was a permanent resident, originally a citizen of India. He pled guilty, Mr. Speaker, to attempting an indecent act. Now, that's a bit of a legalistic way of saying that Mr. Kant tried to purchase sexual services from a minor. Now, unfortunately for Mr. Kant, the person from which he tried to purchase sexual services was the Peel Regional Police Human Trafficking Unit as part of Operation Juno earlier. But unfortunately, rather than a jail sentence, Mr. Kant received a conditional discharge. Now, why would that be? Well, in the words of the court, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kant is a permanent resident seeking Canadian citizenship and professional licensing. A conviction would not only delay his citizenship by 4 years, but could also prevent him from sponsoring his wife and obtaining his engineering license. Mr. Speaker, if people commit crimes in Canada and they are not Canadian citizens, they should no longer be in Canada. The case of Mr. Sanjeevan, just over 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, an Indian citizen in Canada on a student visa. He was a roommate with several others, including several female roommates at a home in Barrie. His bedroom was in the basement beside the laundry room, which was shared by all the residents, which itself was beside the bathroom, which was also shared amongst the roommates. Now, over a period of many months, Mr. Sanjeevan used a peephole in the laundry room to spy on his female roommates in various states of undress. In July of this year, Mr. Sanjeevan pled guilty to voyeurism. Now, despite some initial agreement on sentencing, and some very troubling victim impact statements from those who had been spied upon, and in fact the court went on to say, and I'll quote, "The emotional and psychological harm caused is palpable. Mr. Sanjeevan's offending has had a significant and enduring impact on his victims." The court called it, quote, "more than a curiosity, it was sustained predation." Now, despite all that, and despite the serious nature of the crime and its effect on its victims, which the court acknowledged, that court went on to accept, quote, "serious collateral immigration consequences." And the result, Mr. Speaker, was a jail sentence of only 5.5 months, 5.5 months. Now, why? That's a bit of a strange number. Why 5.5 months when, in fact, the court said the proper sentence should be somewhere between 6 and 12 months? Well, because a jail sentence of 6 months, Mr. Speaker, would have made him inadmissible to Canada. In other words, he would have had to leave Canada with a sentence of 6 months. But we didn't get that because the Liberals have so screwed up our immigration system. And last, the case of Mr. Biron, just from last week, a permanent resident from the Philippines. In 2021, over 4 years ago, he pled guilty to sexual assault against a minor and was sentenced to 20 months in prison. Now, beginning in 2022, he was advised that he could be inadmissible to Canada because of the serious nature of his crimes. But for over 4 years, he has fought his deportation, Mr. Speaker. How can it be that a non-citizen who has pled guilty to sexual assault against a minor is still in Canada after 4 years? Bill C-12, despite being called a fix to our immigration system, does nothing for this. These are not isolated incidents because we know that despite the strong border rhetoric and the fix to immigration allegedly coming from the government, that we have lost track of hundreds of serious criminals in this country. And you know what the cherry on top of this is, Mr. Speaker? The very minister who's responsible for our public safety is himself interceding on behalf of members of terrorist organizations. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the border and talk about what a mess this government has made of our borders. Fentanyl, of course, is still making its way into Canada. In fact, earlier this year in the town of Georgina, in my riding of York-Durham, the York Regional Police broke up the largest drug trafficking ring in our town's history under Project Madruga. 1,400 grams of fentanyl were discovered. 1,400 grams. Now, to put that in perspective, 2 milligrams is enough to kill a human adult. The York Regional Police said they had never seen a drug trafficking problem or ring of this size or scope in Georgina. Now, the government promised to hire 1,000 new border officers during the election, but of course we've discovered that was just another empty Liberal promise because more than 6 months later, they've hired only a few dozen and in fact don't have a plan to hire any more. Now, the CBSA itself says that they have turnover of between 600 and 700 officers a year. So even at normal speeds, this will take over 5 years to hire 1,000 new officers. And in fact, the minister himself, the Minister of Public Safety, admitted that in an interview, that it would take 5 years to hire 1,000 new officers. And that's not even talking about the backlog and vacancies that the CBSA has. The Customs and Immigration Union says there is a 3,000 officer vacancy rate and shortage on the border force. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to talk about civil liberties. Because for all these messes, whether it's a mess on the border or a mess in our immigration system, for some reason, it seems that the Liberals' response is always to attack our liberty. The monstrosity that is Bill C-2, from which Bill C-12 emerged, is just one more example of the pattern of the Liberal disregard for the freedoms and liberties of Canadians. Now, to be clear, I want to make a point that our freedoms, my freedoms, everyone's freedoms in Canada here, does not emanate from Parliament or princes. We have freedom and liberty because we are made in God's image and are human beings endowed with those by our Creator. But Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker, it remains before this House. It would allow law enforcement to snoop on Canadians without judicial authorization. It would allow Canada Post to open mail without a warrant. Now, as a lawyer, I know that a warrant is a basic protection that we, as normal, average citizens, have fought for hundreds of years to maintain, to protect us from the arbitrary power of the state. Bill C-2 is not the only attack on liberties that Canadians have endured under this government. Bill C-8, which we have discussed, unprecedented power of the government to kick Canadians off the internet. On what grounds, Mr. Speaker? Well, reasonable grounds in respect of any threat. But what is any threat? I've been here just over 6 months, and I've already been accused several times by members of the opposite side of spreading misinformation because they don't like my opinion. Am I now a threat to the government, and will I be kicked off the internet? No warrant, no trial, no due process. Another example, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-9, more unprecedented power for the police to control and to police speech on the internet. Overall, it seems like the legislation that the Liberals have introduced thus far, the majority of them trample on our liberties as Canadians, because this is their pattern. They might have a new leader and call themselves a new government, but they exhibit all the same habits as they had before. Whether it's Bill C-2, Bill C-8, Bill C-9, and now Bill C-12, it seems for every societal problem, there is another Liberal bill ready to erode your freedom and my freedom and the liberty of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, less than an hour ago, we had the Conservative member from Peace River in Westlock say, and I quote, "The actions of the leadership of the RCMP, I think, are indefensible in many instances." We've had the member from Bow River state management weakness in referring to RCMP. We have the leader of the Conservative Party being quoted in the Free Press, as Winnipeg Free Press is saying that leadership of the RCMP is, quote, unquote, despicable. I believe that Canadians need to have an apology, at the very least, from the leader of the Conservative Party. And I'm wondering if this member that just spoke echoes the same sentiments as the three individuals that I just quoted. What is his feelings about the RCMP? Should his leader not apologize to Canadians?
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the member opposite to have some reflection on the members of his own caucus, who for the last several years have called to defund our police. The member from Victoria in 2020 posted on social media that the police should be defunded. The member from London West attended a defund the police rally in her riding. So don't tell us about support for the police. In the last election, the police unions, who did they endorse and support? The Conservatives, not the Liberals, because they know we support them, we are tough on crime, and they are not.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lambatapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I share many of my colleagues' concerns in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. We've suffered, and we continue to suffer today, because of the lack of security at our borders. We're suffering from the laxism and the lack of responsibility from this little government. Roxham Road, Mr. Speaker. 150,000 people over 5 years who came into the country through irregular means by crossing fields with the help of human traffickers. Now, the Liberals are saying, well, listen, there are changes we can't make. There's too much bureaucracy. But no, listen, it's not normal to welcome people into the country, to put them in handcuffs and have them wait for, the RCMP to work with them. So I'd like to ask my colleague to explain, given everything that's going on, what does he think of the Liberal government's inaction on this file?
Indeed, York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to my honourable colleague for once again pointing out yet another example of the Liberals' mess with our immigration system. We have people coming across irregularly, illegally, and that is unacceptable. We cannot have a government that allows people to skip the line, break the rules over those who are trying to do it the right way and trying to come to Canada for the right reasons. It's totally unacceptable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you very much for your speech. The Liberals keep trying to give themselves the power to watch and interfere with and generally babysit Canadians. What are your thoughts on the reasons for that?
Before I recognize the member for York Durham, just a reminder to remember it's through the chair. We don't use the you or the your. I invite the member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, unfortunately, the Liberal government, as we have seen over the last 10 years of it being in power, simply doesn't trust Canadians. They don't have faith in Canadians that they can run their own lives, decide what they want to read or watch online or on the internet, and instead they have to say, for every societal problem they see, it's more government intervention, more government censorship, more government bureaucrats telling you how you should lead your life. Now, I know that I am part of this party because we believe in Canadians. We believe Canadians are smart enough, wise enough, capable enough to run their own lives without any instruction from the Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question for my information, because I'd like to know if the colleague could say if Roxham Road is still open.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Mr. Speaker, our border is not secure. The Liberals have promised 1,000 border agents to protect our borders from illegal immigration, fentanyl, and other criminal issues, including gun crimes. But in fact, their response is, well, maybe we'll get to it in 5 years. Maybe in 5 years we'll hire the 1,000 new border officers. So you know what? No, our border is not secure.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I heard about Bill C-12, Mr. Speaker, I was hopeful. I was hopeful because I believed that the Liberals had listened to what both Canadians and Conservatives had been saying about Bill C-2. And on the surface, it looked like there was some reason to hope. BC-12 is a repackaged and less offensive version of Bill C-2. It does remove the most egregious of the sweeping new powers that this government sought to grant itself and other government agencies. It no longer proposes to restrict Canadians' use of cash, and it no longer proposes to allow Canada Post to open Canadians' letters. Conservatives in this House gave voice to Canadians in speech after speech and forced this government to back down from a bill that would have violated Canadians' individual freedoms and privacy. And we are prepared, Mr. Speaker, to do our job once again with Bill C-12 as this country's loyal official opposition. Conservatives will examine every clause and every line of this bill to make sure that the Liberals do not erode Canadians' rights. But after listening to the Prime Minister speak on television last night, Mr. Speaker, on television, instead of in this House, in front of an audience that even the Toronto Star described as being made up mostly of Liberal staffers, where he does not have to answer our questions, where he does not have to debate, I realized something else about Bill C-12, which is this. It might be better, Mr. Speaker, but it does not do what the people of Nanaimo Ladysmith so desperately needed to do. It does not do what British Columbians needed to do, and it does not do what grandmothers across this country who are raising their grandchildren because of fentanyl needed to do, Mr. Speaker. Because it does not actually secure our borders. It does not actually treat those in our communities who are in the thrall of fentanyl. And it does not actually bring safety back to our communities. While this bill fills a loophole by banning precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl, it fails to address the sentencing of those who traffic in it. There are still no mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl dealers. There is still no serious penalty for those who profit from destroying our lives and our communities. Bill C-12 will make some incremental improvements, but they are beyond insufficient. Criminals who traffic in fentanyl and firearms will continue to use our porous border to victimize Canadians, and they will continue to walk free soon after being arrested. I will give the government credit where it is due, Mr. Speaker. C-12 is way better than C-2. But let's be honest, these measures fall far short of what Canadians deserve. The Liberals continue to permit drug consumption sites near schools and daycares. I had a call from a constituent about a proposed wet housing site that will back onto a kindergarten in my riding last week, Mr. Speaker. At the Health Committee, my Conservative colleagues called on this government to shut down fentanyl consumption sites near the places where kids learn and play. The Minister of Health refused to do so. She would not rule out approving more of these sites, even after acknowledging that they are now repositories for rampant fentanyl usage. Last night, the Prime Minister looked Canadians in the eye and spoke yet again of the need for transformational change. He spoke of a rupture, of sacrifice, of responsible choice, and of generational investments. Well, Mr. Speaker, the addictions crisis is still in full bloom in Nanaimo, and the numbers are still staggering across Canada. More than 50,000 deaths in the last decade. More victims of this addictions crisis than Canadians' deaths in the Second World War. 79% of accidental opioid deaths in 2024 involve fentanyl, up 40% since this Liberal government came into power. And the number of emergency department visits linked to fentanyl has more than doubled since 2018. Super labs in Canada are now producing massive amounts of fent. These aren't small operations pressing pills in basements. These are industrial labs producing drugs on a massive scale. In a country of 41 million people, it is simply disingenuous to argue that multiple drug busts in the $96 million dose range are meant for domestic consumption. We have to face the reality that drugs are being produced in Canada for both domestic consumption and export. Bust after bust is described as the largest, the most sophisticated illicit drug lab in the country. Police seize tons, kilograms of fentanyl, kilograms of meth, illegal, unregistered firearms, many of them loaded, silencers, explosive, and millions of dollars in cash. This is what we are up against. Productivity in Canada is down, and we have a massive wage gap with the United States, except for criminals. Organized crime has set up an innovation sandbox in Canada that boggles the mind. They know how to use AI, how to improve efficiencies and find synergies, and they are eating this government's lunch. Why? Because this Liberal government, for all the Prime Minister's rhetoric, only seems to be willing to tinker around the margins with tiny pilot projects and token funding announcements. Yesterday, we had another one of these, Mr. Speaker, with the Liberals proudly announcing $4.3 million in funding, including $442,000 and change for the city of Nanaimo to address these issues. I'll take their money, Mr. Speaker, but I will vote my conscience. For those following Nanaimo's news, $442,000 is barely enough to build a fence around City Hall. It is nowhere near enough to meet the need in a community that has been devastated by the addictions crisis. In Nanaimo, we need this government to spend less and invest more. We need hundreds of millions of dollars in investment for real solutions, Mr. Speaker, not a few $1,000s of spending for a press release. If you get diagnosed with cancer, you get a full continuum of care, a diagnosis, a prognosis, surgery, chemo, radiation, and follow-up for life. If you get diagnosed with addiction, Mr. Speaker, you get Narcan. You might get patched up if you're lucky, and then you get dropped off on the curb. That is not a system of care. It's abandonment. We need triage beds. We need detox beds. We need treatment spaces, recovery centers, sober living houses, and long-term maintenance programs. We need real treatment and recovery options so people can come home to their families clean and healthy. And we needed it a decade ago. The Prime Minister started his tenure in this House with lofty comments about Athens and Rome. But now he seems content to fiddle while Nanaimo burns. The Prime Minister is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. We need transformative change, but he is unwilling to deliver it. I challenge the Prime Minister to come down from his ivory tower and engage with us in Nanaimo. I know he comes to my riding. He has family there. But I challenge him to spend less time jogging around beautiful Westwood Lake and more time talking with the people who deal with the addictions crisis on the front line on our streets. He talks a good game about collaboration, Mr. Speaker, but he does not collaborate. He talks about transformational change, but he isn't even having the conversations that would allow him to make it. Bill C-12 is the proof of that, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives forced the Liberals to back down from the worst parts of Bill C-2, and we will continue to hold them to account on Bill C-12. Because Canadians don't want more photo ops, press releases, or the 7th announcement of the 1,000 border officers that the CBSA has never heard of and hasn't been given actual instructions to hire. They want real change. They want safe streets, healthy communities, and a government that values their lives more than it fears losing an election. Grandmothers want to stop raising their grandchildren. Addicts want hope, and communities want to stop living in fear. That's what Conservatives are fighting for, and that is what a Conservative government would deliver. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just months ago, there was a national election where the Liberal Party, in particular this Prime Minister, received more votes than have ever been casted for the Liberal Party in the history of our party. Wow. There is a very solid mandate that was delivered. Wow. Many of the comments that the member says, tiny projects, well, tiny projects, $60 billion on 5. 2 multi-billion-dollar projects in the province of BC alone, or I should say 1, carried out through the prairies, going all the way to the east, Mr. Speaker. This is a Prime Minister that not only has a vision, but she's implementing the vision, and today is a good example. Election platform, deal with border security, that's what Bill C-12 is all about. Deal with immigration stabilization, that's what Bill C-12 is all about, Mr. Speaker. It's a Prime Minister that's making commitments while we have the leader of the Conservative Party bad-mouthing the leadership of the RCMP.
I have to interrupt the member to give a chance for a member from Nanaimo Ladysmith to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite talks about the Liberal Party receiving more votes in the last election than they've ever received before. Well, the Conservatives also received more votes in the election than we have ever received before. And when it comes to transformational change, the Prime Minister will make that change for his buddies. But there is no Minister of Mental Health and Addictions in this government, Mr. Speaker, and the people in my riding are dying because of it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my friend. I know grandmothers are raising children. I have been to funerals for folks that have died where I worked before as a police officer. There are mothers who carry naloxone in their purses to make sure that they have enough to revive their child if they end up overdosing. That is not a Canada I want to live in. Now, last week, the Secretary of State for Combating Crime was on television talking about hiring 1,000 CBSA officers. And she had no clue as to how many people are retiring, leaving the job, and how many do we need to replace them with besides the 1,000 they're promising here. So my question to my honourable colleague is, who does the buck stop with, Mr. Speaker? Because we've had enough, and the Canadian public has had enough.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It's a good reminder that I have naloxone in my truck I have naloxone in my car. I have naloxone in my house. We have it in our community offices. It is something that is ubiquitous in our lives. When it comes to the CBSA officers that this government has promised more times than I can count, not only have they not hired those officers, but there is actually no money in the main estimates or the supplementary estimates A for those CBSA officers, and the departmental plans for the next 3 years show cutting both dollars and positions. So I have no idea where the buck stops, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, but something needs to change here. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech. This bill is about a number of things, border security, but also community safety. The recent reports have shown that young people are increasingly likely to carry around weapons to protect themselves from organized crime groups, and that is concerning. We know that this is a matter for prevention and education, but when there are criminal groups crossing our borders, trying to recruit our young people into gangs, the most vulnerable from among us, it is worth setting aside partisanship and having a real reflection on this issue. What does my colleague think of this growing problem in communities?
For Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
I want to thank the honourable member for his questions. I have 2 teenagers, and so when it comes to young people and their future, it's obviously something on my mind as a parent, as it is on our minds in our communities. And what I can tell you is that this generation of youth, they are working so hard, and they are facing so many obstacles. And if we want to keep them out of gangs and we want to keep them out of trouble, we have got to provide them with opportunity. And that's one of the things that drives me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in this House, as always. We're talking about C-12 today, so this is a fairly large omnibus bill that amends many different acts, and it goes into many different areas of national policy. It is a second attempt by this government to put forward a bill that would address a number of problems that are well known and well identified, problems that Conservatives have identified for years and years and years, and this government has finally acknowledged the existence of some of these problems and tried to fix them. So they came out, Bill C-2, literally the second bill tabled in this Parliament. It was a disaster, Mr. Speaker. It fell very flat. Nobody wanted this bill. It contained just some terrible, terrible measures, including its bizarre outright ban on certain cash transactions and warrantless mail opening. I mean, really, who was asking for this, Mr. Speaker? I suppose the government does deserve credit for listening to Conservatives who had encouraged them through opposition to these measures to try again. So here we are with a new bill that is a curious mix of ideas plagiarized by the Conservative Party in its previous platform, symbolic announcements that are not fulfilled through with follow-through, and also some steps in improvement for things that need to be done. But just talk about a few of them. I'm not going to have time. It's an omnibus bill. It's huge. So just very quickly on the border, yes, Conservatives support export tracking in our ports. This is something that Conservatives called for years. So we talked years ago about the crisis of auto theft in our country and the need to have the ability to scan container ships where thousands of cars stolen from Canadian streets. Some will remember that the then Minister of Justice Minister had his own ministerial car stolen, I think at least twice, maybe even 3 times. I don't remember for sure, but this is the level of problem that we have that they're trying to solve. We would support that. We support on drugs on the changing to list precursor chemicals as controlled substances. We certainly support that as well, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to point out that while they're taking credit for strengthening our border protections, something that Conservatives had called for years, the departmental plans for the CBSA and the RCMP do not support the announcement material that has come along with this bill. A cursory look at the estimates, Mr. Speaker, both the main estimates and the supplemental estimates, which the supplemental estimates are there to make adjustments when changes in law or announcements or things like that come about, so that you can plan ahead. So the government's current plan for personnel with CBSA would be a net reduction of personnel through to the year 2028, a reduction of some 600 odd personnel. So once again, Mr. Speaker, we have an A for announcement, and right now it would look like an F for follow-through, which has been the MO of this government for so long. On fentanyl, we've had some heartrending testimony from members of this House on the scourge of opioid addiction, people dying in our streets, the trafficking of fentanyl. Yes, we agree with the changes that they have made in this bill, and they are important and supportable. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is not enforcing the laws that we have already. People that traffic in drugs are not getting the full weight of Canadian law as it is. We have a jail, not bail regime that this government had deliberately brought in as a consequence of its Bill C-5 and 75 of former parliaments, and that is not fixed by this bill. So coming to the changes they've made to the Citizenship and Immigration Act, the Immigration and Refugees Protection Act, this is again a problem long in the making. We have right now 290,000 asylum claims in the queue. This would be, in comparison, at the end of the years of the Conservative government, about 10,000. So we've jumped from 10,000 to 290,000 people in the queue for adjudication of asylum. And it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, how we got there. We got there from the tweet heard around the world. The Welcome to Canada tweet that explicitly encouraged economic migrants to cross into Canada in order to then apply for asylum. So the conflation of economic migrants with those who are those seeking asylum in Canada as refugees has been completely intermeshed under this government. And it's just a disaster for everyone, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair for all of the people in the queue to have this queue. But the people in the queue, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there is an industry out there now on, and we saw this, that human trafficking was a factor, and people that made a business of helping economic migrants, desperate people indeed, Mr. Speaker, but to then come come to Canada from a safe third country, in this mostly the United States. But, Mr. Speaker, we had called upon the government repeatedly to make exactly the point that is contained in this bill, to apply the safe third country agreement to the entire land border, and they are very late coming to this. But time goes by quickly, Mr. Speaker. There's so much in this bill, it's hard to really do justice to any of it. But I want to spend, I think, most of the rest of my time on a very curious change that this bill makes. So there is an amendment to the Oceans Act that will place the Coast Guard under the Ministry of Defense for budget purposes. It's still going to report as an institution to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, as well as the Minister of Transportation, and now also the Minister of Defense. And this change is an accounting trick that they have done to try to fulfill the important obligation that Canada has to NATO to increase its spending to at least the old agreed to target to now to 5%. But, Mr. Speaker, that does not change the capability of the Coast Guard. It changes reporting mechanisms and just moves their budget from one column to another. Moving an expense budget from one column to another does not make Canada more safe and secure. The ships will continue to be unarmed, Mr. Speaker. They will continue to not meet NATO's own definition of a defense force. These ships, Mr. Speaker, the closest thing to armament on these ships are shotguns used to scare off polar bears in Arctic patrol conditions. So firing a banger that's just designed to make noise to scare away a predator, I'm not even certain that I understand what circumstance this would happen. He's going ashore, I guess, on somehow in the high Arctic. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not making Canada safer. It's not meeting our actual NATO duty to defend our territory and be deployable and to help other countries. So in this omnibus bill, we've snuck in this accounting trick to just help them pat themselves on the back for increasing defense spending when they have done nothing of the sort. All they have done is move a number from one column to another. So this bill, and it's symptomatic of, it's just a great example of the type of legislation we've become used to, where they've got a nice title, they've got a nice announcement, but no actual efficacy or improvement for national policy. So with that, I'll take questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this morning when I turned on the television, there was a bunch of Conservatives coming into the building, and everyone was moving so quickly. And I thought, was there a race that was going on, a marathon or something? But no, it was Conservatives trying to avoid the media. And the reason why is because their leader has doubled down on a statement saying that he will not, he does have confidence in the RCMP leadership. And to me, that sends a very negative message. It called them despicable. And that sends a very bad message to Canadians when it comes to border control. Mr. Speaker, the question to the member opposite, does he believe that the RCMP leadership in this country is despicable? And does he believe that the RCMP actually plays a massive role in our protection when it comes to our borders? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's typical. They don't want to debate my speech. And this is pretty rich coming from a government that had plenty of time to call the RCMP racist as an institution, and now are baiting, switching from the debate at hand. And I'm going to just take the next comment or question, Mr. Speaker. We'll leave it at that.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are seeing that the Liberals are adding a debate on C-12, but instead of speaking to the bill, they are sitting on their chairs and asking questions that have nothing to do with the bill. So we would ask the Liberals to take this a little bit more seriously. I will repeat a question I asked earlier. There are parts of C2 and C12 that are, or rather, there were parts of C2 that seemed like a good idea, but have been taken out of the bill. For example, C2 would have allowed for the collection of information on people accused of terrorist financing or money laundering. What does my colleague think of measures in C2 that could have been put into C12 but have been left out, despite the fact that they had a certain appeal to them?
He raises a very important problem, and Canada has a very serious problem with terrorist financing, money laundering, and the government needs to do something about it. The parts in both C2 especially C2, but also C12 are very large bills. I didn't get to that part of it in my speech, but C2, they made a mess of it. And C12 does not go all the way to fixing it and does not address the serious problem of terrorist financing and money laundering that my colleague mentions.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Calgary, Crowfoot, for his excellent speech. And just wanted to drill down on his comments about the Canadian Coast Guard. In C12, there is Part 4, which talks about moving Canadian Coast Guard into the responsibility of another minister, and it never actually defines that minister as being the Minister of National Defence. And he referred to it as an accounting trick and talked about how the Canadian Coast Guard does not have any armaments or weapon systems or surveillance equipment to do the job that's defined under C12, which is for surveillance and for security patrols. In the Oceans Act, which Part 4 amends, there's still a responsibility to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and to the Minister of Transportation. Does he believe that having the divided authorities will undermine the Coast Guard's ability to work as part of our security apparatus?
Honourable Member for Calgary, Crowfoot.
Well, that's a fantastic question, and I don't know the answer to that question. That's a great question that I think that the government is going to have to answer when this bill gets to committee. And the division, I mentioned in my speech the reporting to the Minister of Defence, but the member is correct. If it doesn't specify that, I guess that was my presumption. But just who will be in charge of the Coast Guard when this is all done, if C12 passes unamended. Not clear to me from what we can see so far. This is going to have to be studied at committee. But his point is so important that nothing has changed. The ships are not suddenly armed. They are not suddenly equipped with surveillance technology and equipment. They are the same ships, unarmed, that are currently purposed for civilian use. And changing and adding a new minister and moving the expense from one column to another will not make Canadians safer.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicashunag.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House, and today we're talking about C12. And for those who don't know what C12 is, this is the Liberal government's attempt at a do-over on Bill C2, the Border Security Bill. And when C2 first came out, there was outcries from the Conservative Party, civil liberties organizations across the country because of the numerous infringements of Canadians' charter rights and freedoms that were going to be violated by C2. And so the government was forced then to take out some of these offensive violations. One of them, Part 4, allowed Canada Post to open your mail without a warrant. Part 11 banned cash payments and donations over $10,000. Part 14 allowed warrantless access to your personal information on reasonable suspicion, which is a very low threshold. Part 15 could compel electronic service providers to re-engineer their platforms to help CSIS and the police access your personal information. A digital snoop, Mr. Speaker. Part 16 allowed the government to supply financial institutions with personal information if the info was useful for money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. Again, if they had reasonable suspicion, they could get all your financial information. And what could possibly go wrong when the Liberal government gets your financial information? Well, I think we learned that with the Emergency Measures Act when they froze the bank accounts of Canadians. So it's no wonder Canadians don't trust this government. So I'm happy to see that all of these violations of people's civil liberties were taken out in the do-over. That's the good news. The bad news is the government continues to come against people's charter rights and freedoms. I mean, we see a continual pattern of behavior with this government from C11, where they tried to shut down people's freedom of speech. C18 tried to mess with the freedom of the press. Constantly, the freedom of religion issue coming up, trying to remove charitable status from churches, the Canada Summer Jobs Program, on and on. Okay, so we have to get to the details of this bill to make sure that there's no funny business that's been, snuck in at the last minute, because it's clear that they continually want to take away the freedoms of Canadians. Now, there are some improvements that could be made to this bill still, and I want to talk about a few of those. The first one is in Part 1. Part 1 amends the Customs Act to allow CBSA to use facilities free of charge for enforcement and access to goods for export, as they do for imports. And the dilemma for me is that with the size of the fentanyl issue and the crime issues and the lack of security at our borders, there's no limit on how long they could seize somebody's warehouse or space to use for this kind of enforcement. And of course, that would come at the expense of whoever owns that warehouse or storage space. Now, in border towns like Sarnia, there's not always a lot of space available at the border, and so that could be even more far-reaching. Same is true for Windsor and a number of the border crossings that we have. So I think there should be some limits put on Part 1 to make sure that we do not unduly burden private businesses. Second of all, let's talk about fentanyl. Fentanyl is a huge issue in this country. 50,000 people have died of overdoses. We know that the CSIS and RCMP have indicated there are 400 fentanyl super labs. I don't know whether they're being shut down, but certainly we had Justin Trudeau saying, well, we're a very small portion of the fentanyl that goes to the States. But the reality is we really don't know, because we got shipping containers coming in from China, and they're not scanned, and they're going through the Port of Vancouver down to Seattle, and so we don't know, right? And the precursors of fentanyl are not controlled. They're not tracked. We don't know where they're going. And so people that are synthesizing fentanyl in these 400 super labs are getting those chemicals somewhere. So one thing I like about this bill is that it's got some controls to add those to the traceability of where those are coming in, where they're going to, who's buying them. And I think that will be helpful to the police. But I do think that we should start what other ports in the world do and scan all the shipping containers. This is, very important, not just on the fentanyl issue, but on the people stealing car issue. So definitely, we need to get an upgrade in terms of our scanning capability. Now, one of the difficulties I have with putting laws in place in this country is the lack of enforcement of the rule of law. I mean, it's fundamental to our democracy, but the law is not really being enforced. We have people committing crimes in the country, and they are let out because the Liberals put in place C5 and C75. And C75 says you have to give the least restrictive punishment, which is really a bail or a fine, at the earliest opportunity, which is like right away. And so, you've got people trafficking fentanyl or, creating it in these labs, and even if they get arrested, they're back out on bail. And C5 lets them have house arrest. How convenient is that for drug trafficking? You have to stay home, but people can stop by. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to see a better enforcement of the law, because we know that the Liberals are going to create more and more laws, like C9, for example, which is supposed to address the rise of hate crimes. Well, there are already laws in this country that could help in that regard. 113 Christian churches burned to the ground. There's a law against arson. It should be enforced. Illegally blocking the streets is against the law, but the police are not enforcing it. Death cries to Canadians, to various religions. It's a hate speech. It's against the law. Again, enforcement. Shooting up schools, stealing cars, home invasions, extortions. We already have laws on the books for these things, Mr. Speaker. But if you're not going to enforce them, then you're not going to cure the problem. And that's exactly the problem with introducing this border security bill. If there's no enforcement of any of the things that are in it, then it's absolutely meaningless. Now, what I would say is that there's immigration measures in the bill. And we do need to take action on immigration because it's out of control, and most Canadians would agree with that. Now, we do need immigration. I mean, we need them to build houses and the nation-building projects that we want. We've got an aging population. We certainly need more PSWs, nurses, and doctors than we can actually graduate from our educational institutions in Canada. So, we need people to come and help build the country. I love the idea from our leader of the Blue Seal program to take the 50,000 doctors and nurses that already live in Canada and actually get them accredited so that they can help out. Definitely a great idea. Now, for the last century, people have come here, they've come to work, they've come to help build the country, and we want to continue that. But what we don't need is more freeloaders showing up to claim asylum and have the Canadian taxpayer fork out $3,000 to $4,000 a month and put them up in hotels in Niagara Falls. That's more money than we give the seniors who built the country. It's more money than we give to Canadians living with a disability, Mr. Speaker. And, when we see that the majority of these claims, after 2 or 3 years of putting people up, they're not eligible, then we've spent a huge amount of the taxpayers' money. There's 300,000 of these individuals in the backlog. That's $15 billion a year, Mr. Speaker, being put out of Canadian taxpayers' pockets for people we didn't invite here. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think moving the IRCC office up to Toronto, Pearson, Montreal, and Vancouver and hearing their claim right on the spot would be good. Because then if they're not eligible, the cost of a plane ticket is a lot less than the cost of putting somebody up for 3 years. At the same time, I think that we need to reintroduce the fair and compassionate immigration system that we had when the Conservatives were in charge, that actually had security checks on people. So we weren't letting people into the country that were going to cause the kind of crime and trouble that we are sometimes seeing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the immigration measures in the bill will help out. I don't think they go far enough. My colleague from Calgary Nose Hill has done a great job in terms of defining what ought to be done in order to fix the immigration system that we have, and I encourage anyone who hasn't followed her to listen to what she has to say on that subject. Now, I want to talk a little bit about making the border more secure. So the CBSA agents that they have announced, they're going to hire 1,000 of them. Well, the announcement was made months ago, and nobody's been hired. And we hear now it might be 5 years. Well, that's not the kind of response that we need to get the security at the budget, Mr. Speaker. And so, with that, I'll take questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
It's Woburn, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the intervention by the member opposite. We're here talking about how to make Canada, our country, safer. We're talking about issues that matter to Canadians, and Canadians are watching. We have many people in this room today watching, and people are watching online. It is important that we set a tone as MPs in this House to ensure that at the end of the day, we move forward in the right direction. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has clearly said that he thinks the RCMP is despicable, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition won't even do a security background check to ensure that he can have access to certain information. Do you think the Leader of the Opposition should get the background check and should stop calling our top officers despicable?
So before I recognize the member, I don't think anything. I will let the member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bakash-Renong explain what she thinks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the member follows me on Facebook or Twitter, but if he does, he might want to review one of the excellent speeches that I gave when the Green Slush Fund was here before the House, and the Liberals were saying there needed to be separation between the government and the RCMP, and I fully agreed, and I gave a number of examples where there were infringements of the criminal code, and one of them was when Justin Trudeau contravened Section 119(1) of the criminal code, which says that a person that holds public office can't take an action that benefits themselves or their family. And in the We Charity scandal, he gave the We Charity $900 million, and it benefited his wife, his brother, and his mother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech. But I'd like to hear about something that hasn't been discussed much today, and that is foreign students who try to use the system to get into Canada. In Quebec, there are 340 cases of this kind. In 2024, there were 5,500 cases. That's an increase of over 1,000%. And what did the immigration minister do? They couldn't answer. They weren't even aware of the data. That's hardly reassuring. So a responsible government should take its responsibilities and ensure that universities are not and student visas are not abused in this way. So does my colleague agree that the minister should finally take charge of the situation and send a message to reassure universities not only about their image but also their international reputation and credibility? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. Currently, there's no control with this government and with the Minister of Immigration. And I think that there are 4 million students or people who have to leave by December of this year. The government doesn't know where these people are. That's unacceptable. We truly need foreign students because we have an older population, so we need a lot of doctors and nurses. So we actually need a lot more people than we have.
Honourable member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My compliments to the Speaker. Thank you very much. Bill Blair, I mean, we all know what the Prime Minister Trudeau has said.
Interrupt the member. The member cannot use the first name or the last name of a member of the House of Commons. I'll let the member restart.
Okay. We're all aware of a former Prime Minister saying that the RCMP are systemically racist, that he also tried to take away tools from them, and that they require cultural change. And I'm just, Bill Blair also said...
I have to interrupt the member again. That particular member is still a member of the House of Commons, and I have not been advised otherwise. You cannot use the name, first name, the last name, or the full name of a member of the House of Commons. I invite the member to finish, and I'll allow the member for Sarnia-Lambton to respond afterwards.
Apologies. A former minister said discrimination in Canada's criminal justice system is aberrant, unacceptable, and distasteful, and related police contact must be indefensible. Why does my colleague think that the Liberals are so focused on a statement that was taken out of context by our leader and ignoring everybody else?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, Bekeshadong, in 30 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, it's because they have nothing else to offer. They're looking for a distraction because they've not delivered. They're going to build at paces we've never seen. Well, I've never seen negative acceleration, but I'm seeing it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this House on behalf of the good people of Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner. Today I'm going to be discussing, obviously, Bill C-12. This is the Liberal second attempt at addressing our broken border and immigration system. Now, it was introduced in the House recently, thanks to the work of my Conservative colleagues and I, in forcing the Liberals to back down on their first border, Bill C-2, because of its serious violations of freedom and privacy of Canadians. As the official opposition, it is our job to scrutinize the government and oppose legislation when it is against the best interest of Canadians. The safety and security of Canadians is non-negotiable, and Conservatives have been clear. Canadians should not have to choose between having a secure border or having their civil rights, their civil liberties protected. Given the scope and complexity of Bill C-2, Conservatives propose that Bill C-2 be split into 2 separate pieces of legislation, one that is narrowly confined to border and immigration measures, to ensure that all aspects of this legislation receive proper scrutiny. I'm pleased that, along with our other opposition, we were able to successfully force the Liberals to table this new bill, which we'll continue to examine thoroughly to ensure the bill does not include any measures that breach the law that breach the law-abiding Canadians and their privacy rights. Bill C-12 may be a starting point, but in my opinion, I believe it requires significant amendments and vigorous study at committee. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that tougher and smarter measures on borders and immigration are desperately needed to keep Canadians safe. Now, while I'm happy that we are able to, the Liberals are willing to work with the opposition parties to address Canada's border and security immigration issues, it is important to note that much of the urgency surrounding this legislation is a direct result of 10 years of Liberal mismanagement. The Liberals have failed to take our borders seriously, resulting in increased gun smuggling, driving up violent crime, an immigration system that is completely out of control, a fentanyl crisis, as well as an increase in human trafficking, all of which are destroying the lives of Canadians. While C-12 contains positive provisions to streamline investigations and improve information sharing, it falls short in addressing some of the pressing public safety concerns facing Canadians. The Liberals' failure to secure our border and crack down on organized crime has fueled a fentanyl crisis and put countless lives at risk. The Liberals' reckless drug legalization experiment, combined with their soft-on-crime Bill C-5 that scrapped mandatory jail for fentanyl production and traffickers, for example, has fueled Canada's deadly drug crisis. Last fall, police dismantled the largest and most sophisticated drug lab in Canadian history, capable of producing multiple kilograms of fentanyl each week, along with caches of loaded firearms, explosives, and millions of dollars in cash, or $500,000 in cash. Fentanyl is not just a drug problem, Mr. Speaker. It is a public safety and national security risk and a crisis fueled by organized crime and enabled by weak borders. Part 2 of C-12, just as it was in C-2, amends the Controlled Drug and Substances Act to fill a loophole in the Act by banning precursor chemicals for fentanyl. Now, this is an important first step, but the Liberals are only addressing a small part of the issue and doing too little too late. Bill C-2 is silent on the tools police and prosecutors actually need to address this crisis. The Liberals' catch and release policies are alive and well for those who traffic in fentanyl and firearms. The principle of restraint in Bill C-75 directs the courts to release violent offenders on bail at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous restrictions. The Liberals' persistence in allowing house arrests for serious offences that include offences involving firearms, if you can believe it, continue to endanger lives. Speaker, it is not just the fentanyl crisis the Liberals are playing catch-up on. Their failure to get serious on our border has allowed for an increase in illegal gun smuggling, driving organized crime in Canada. Gun crime has risen 130% since Liberals took office. And in July, the Prime Minister himself even said, and I quote, "The vast majority of firearms, illegal firearms, firearms used in crime come across our border." End of quote. According to the Toronto Police Service, 88% of guns used in crime seized by the Toronto Police Service in 2024 were traced back to the United States, including 94% of the firearms that were seized. That doesn't sound like a very secure border to me, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately, Bill C-12 does little to address the issue. Instead of investing in border security, the Public Safety Minister has doubled down on the Liberals' failed guns confiscation program, which he himself admitted is a waste of money that will do nothing to keep Canadians safe. The $742 million the Liberals say they intend to spend on this gun confiscation could have gone to hiring 5,000 more police officers or CBSA officers or purchasing 300 port scanners. Instead of including measures in C-12 to ensure border officials have the proper resources needed to secure the border, the Liberals remain committed to targeting law-abiding hunters and firearms owners. Having a secure border also means having a strong, robust immigration system that serves the needs of Canadians and aligns with our national interests. Parts of Bill C-12 attempt to address some of the challenges our immigration system faces after 10 years of Liberal mismanagement. Unfortunately, I am not confident these measures by themselves will fix our broken system, which is clearly collapsing under the weight of this Liberal mismanagement. This week, the CBC reported that processing times for Canadian immigration applications have reached unprecedented lengths. Wait times, for example, for permanent resident applications are up to 9 years. 9 years for the caregiver pathway, up to 19 years for the agri-food stream, and 35 years for entrepreneurs under the startup visa stream. Even worse than that, if you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have lost track of hundreds and hundreds of foreigners to this country who have criminal records and who are due to be deported. And guess what? They've gone missing. This backlog of applications, lack of accountability, and inconsistent enforcement all stem from a government that has failed to plan, failed to listen, and failed to act. Now, with Bill C-12, the Liberals are scrambling to fix the very system that they themselves dismantled. But instead of thoughtful reform, they are reaching out for sweeping powers and vague regulations that permit activities rather than legislate requirements for change. Conservatives believe in responsible immigration in appropriate numbers to keep up with our healthcare, housing, and job market. We support measures that streamline processing, reduce backlogs, and help newcomers integrate successfully. But we oppose policies that put power in the hands of ministers without proper oversight. Canada's immigration system needs complete wholesale changes to ensure a secure border and prosperous nation. But those changes are nowhere to be found in Bill C-12. Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, Conservatives want safe communities, secure borders, and an immigration system that works for our country, not one that is collapsing under the weight of this Liberal government. The safety and security of Canadians is non-negotiable, and as the official opposition, Conservatives remain committed to implementing the tougher, smarter measures that are needed to keep Canadians safe. We are ready to support provisions in this bill which protect our national security and secure our borders, while proposing amendments and opposing measures that go against the best interest of Canadians. Bill C-12 introduces significant changes that require in-depth study to ensure the problems are addressed appropriately. At committee, we will scrutinize, debate, and propose amendments to C-12 and work together to ensure it achieves its stated goal of improving Canada's public safety and national security. Conservatives remain committed to securing our borders, strengthening our immigration system, and cracking down on crime and chaos in our streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to compliment, and I have a deep amount of respect for the member opposite in terms of him being a former law enforcement officer. And we've had a great deal of discussion, Mr. Speaker, about the issue of RCMP already here today. I want to indicate to the member, here's one of the statements that was made by one of his colleagues from Peace River, Westlock, and I quote, the actions of the leadership of the RCMP I think, are indefensible in many instances. We've had another one of his colleagues from Bow River refer to management weakness. We've had the leader of the Conservative Party say, and I quote from the Free Press, the leadership of the RCMP is despicable. My question is, what is the member's feelings about the RCMP? Could some of his colleagues have gone too far in assessing the management?
I got to give a chance for the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Winnipeg for the question. You know, I find it interesting. I have many good friends and former colleagues who were members of the RCMP and who are members of the RCMP. And even now, I ask people that I meet in different communities from the force about how things are going. And they tell me very, very clearly that they have a disconnect between upper management and themselves. They have operational issues that aren't being addressed by the leadership of the service. And that disappoints me. The RCMP no longer has the stellar reputation that it once had. And that concerns me as well. They are our national police service. And they have great responsibilities on national security and on defense and on those type of investigations. And I think that's important that they are given the opportunity.
I have to interrupt the member. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I need some clarification. I'm trying to understand what's happening. On the one hand, the Liberals have brought forward this bill, C-12, to answer people's concerns about C-2. And, on the other hand, the Liberals aren't speaking today. To add insult to injury, as my eminent colleague from Drummond noted earlier, they're asking questions that really don't help us to understand the changes that have been made between C-2 and C-12. We know that the part about mail isn't in there anymore because it was an attack on privacy rights, among other changes. The collecting of private data, that's not in there anymore. But could my colleague help me understand?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston-Warner.
Well, it's a great question, and I, Mr. Speaker, have similar questions. I'm puzzled that the Liberal Party has brought this forward. The government has brought this bill forward. They aren't putting up any speakers to defend or speak about how they want to improve the bill, how they want to work with opposition to improve the bill. And I know my Bloc colleague asks a question that I can't answer. The government would have to answer why they're not putting up people to speak to their own bill. I don't know, and I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, roughly a little over 2 years ago, I was involved in an operation or an investigation with members of the RCMP and the CBSA where we seized over 300 kilos of meth at the Ambassador Bridge. That meth was traced back to a gentleman in Toronto who we found had another 150 kilos of cocaine and large sums of cash and firearms. He pled guilty. There was a joint submission made by the Crown and the defense lawyer for numbers of years in prison, but he requested that he get a 6-month reprieve so that he could wait till his child was born and then he would start his prison sentence, which is outrageous, in my opinion. I would like to ask the member that also served in leadership position in policing, what does that do to the morale of police officers, CBSA officers, RCMP officers who are involved on the front lines?
As for the Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston-Warner to respond in 35 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague, for the question. I think what's happened in this country over the last 10 years is the entire justice system has been, the public trust in it has waned. And examples like this, where judges make decisions that might be considered to be inappropriate, or that the laws of this government have undermined the great work of law enforcement from across this country, certainly caused people to say, what's the use? And we need a change in government to fix it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and speak to C12. This is effectively the second attempt this government has had at trying to get serious when it comes to public safety and dealing with our borders and drugs. It's frustrating because C2 was this giant omnibus bill that this government put forward, and they effectively said, don't worry, just trust us, it's fine. And within days of it coming out, and this was the second piece of legislation that this government put forward. This was one of their showcase pieces in the last session. We had civil liberties groups come out. We had Canadians come out from coast to coast to coast talking about all of the massive overreach that the C2 had. And so this bill effectively is part of them listening. It is an improvement on what C2 was because it was very clear that C2 was an intensely flawed bill. It would have allowed Canada Post to open people's mail without any kind of a warrant, which is an overreach on Canadian civil liberties and freedom of individuals. And that is something that Canadians hold dearly, and C2 went so far above and beyond, banning things like cash payments for anything more than $10,000. And with where inflation is, this is legislation. This might not have actually been dealt with for a long time. This could have had massive impacts on the way how many Canadians choose to do a number of things. So I'm happy to see that some of those most troubling elements have in fact been removed. But one of the things that we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that crime is completely out of control in our country. My Conservative colleagues and I hear about it every single day from people in our ridings, people we run into on the streets here in Ottawa or back home. And one of the most common pieces I hear in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake is the absolute frustration with the catch and release policies and our broken bail system. I have, and we all see these stories. I don't think the Liberals are immune to this. There are every single day stories of people that are charged with heinous crimes that were out on bail. In fact, just earlier this week, there was an Amber Alert went out that was someone that ended up taking a young child. They were suspected, and they were out on bail, and unfortunately, they actually killed their ex-wife. Like, these are the kinds of realities Canadians are facing, that people that have been charged and convicted with horrible crimes, violent offenses, repeated violent offenses are getting out on bail time and time again. And it is so clear that more needs to happen to protect our communities from this ever-growing crime crisis. And this is one of the reasons why my Conservative colleague from Uxbridge actually introduced C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, to strengthen bail laws and put public safety first once again in Canada. Basically, what his legislation would have done is to reverse the Liberal principle of restraint that was brought in with C-75 and strengthen bail laws for serious repeat offenders and ensure that those with a history of violent crime would no longer automatically be released back into their community. And this is one of the big challenges, is the soft on crime Liberal for the last 10 years have made public safety an absolute destruction in our country and leaving more and more Canadians unsafe or feeling unsafe. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, feeling unsafe is a problem. Whether someone does break into your house that night or doesn't, if you are afraid that that is going to happen because it has happened to your neighbors and it has happened to people around you, that undermines the social fabric that we have enjoyed in Canada. And one of the big frustrations that we have had as well is that we cannot trust the Liberals to do what they say they've done. They said they were going to hire more RCMP officers. They've broken their promise to hire 1,000 more CBSA officers. And then after that, the Minister of Public Safety was actually asked point blank, and he denied any accountability, stating, and I quote, "I am not responsible for the hiring." Well, there's a thing called ministerial responsibility, but these Liberals don't abide by any of that at all. That has become very clear. We've had a decade of reckless soft-on-crime policies that make more Canadians feel unsafe. We see violent crime has increased by 55%, gun crime up 130%, and extortion. Extortion is up 330% across Canada. That's wild. They are more focused on a gun grab boondoggle that's going to cost Canadians, on a conservative estimate, $742 million, that the minister himself admits is a waste of money, resources, and is being pursued purely for political reasons. And one of the interesting pieces is that we did some research, and $142 million could pay for 5,000 RCMP officers. It could pay for 300 port scanners, 37,000 addiction treatment spaces, something that is near and dear to my heart. But no, instead they're doing it towards another boondoggle, going after law-abiding gun owners rather than dealing with the real issues, which is that we have a porous border. And one of the big pieces why we have a porous border is because we have a absolute mismanagement from this Liberal government of federal ports. This mismanagement of our federal ports have turned them into parking lots for stolen cars, and that then go on to disappear overseas. And what we also end up seeing is drugs coming into our country and illegal guns coming into our country. So what we've been calling for from the Conservatives is to have more scanners out at the ports, because criminals know that those ports they're a hotbed for crime. In fact, according to Peel detective Mark Haywood, the CBSA checks less than 1% of the containers leaving this country. So 1%. Criminals know this. So illegal drugs, illegal guns, they flood into our country, and stolen cars flood out, further eroding the public safety in Canada. And on top of all of this piece that is very troubling about the border, we've had this fueled worse by a decade of horrific Liberal drug policy and drug experiments, which is adding fuel to the fire. We've had dangerous and deadly drug legalization pilot project in British Columbia that removed tools from the RCMP, making our streets completely unsafe and leaving communities to suffer, and providing no support to people that are struggling with addiction in this country. Then we also had the Liberal NDP so-called safe supply experiment that gave people with addictions large quantities of government-funded drugs, of hydromorphone and other dangerous narcotics without any guardrails, pathways to recovery, which fueled the addiction crisis in our country. And because these drugs were then being resold on the streets and online, ending up in the hands of oftentimes teenagers who then started their journey into addiction. And so these are just two examples of ways that the Liberals have made it worse. We know fentanyl is 100 times more potent than heroin, and as little as 2 milligrams can kill a person. And through the last Liberal decade, Canada has become a fentanyl manufacturing hub. We see Breaking Bad-style super labs popping up right across the country, and mass fentanyl production is mass murder. But Liberal laws let these monsters who traffic deadly drugs walk free every single day. One of the good things I will point out that this legislation brought through was that they're finally taking some action to ban the precursors that allow these monsters to produce fentanyl. Chemical precursors are how they make these drugs, and so this bill finally gets serious on that, allowing those to be banned. And so this will go a very long way in helping shut those down, but there's still no mandatory prison time for fentanyl traffickers. There's still no new mandatory prison time for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes, despite Liberal campaigns against them, and against legal gun owners. So what we will do, Mr. Speaker, from this side is we will continue holding this government accountable. We look forward to seeing this bill go to committee so that we can further study this, and Conservatives will continue to stand up for Canadian individuals' freedoms and privacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had many hours of debate on this issue, and one of the things that's coming out of the issue is something that was been talked about today. And I would like to have the member listen to a quote from one of her own Conservative colleagues, and I quote, "The actions of the leadership of the RCMP, I think, are indefensible in many instances." This comes from her colleague from Peace River, Westlock. We've had other colleagues, the member from Bow River, who questions them and says that the management weaknesses, referring to the RCMP. Then we get her own leader who is saying that the leadership of the RCMP is despicable. What is despicable is how the Conservative Party is putting a black mark on the RCMP as an institution, something that's recognized worldwide as a positive thing. Can she provide her thoughts on this issue? Does she have to...
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what is totally despicable is that after 10 years of Liberals, we continue to see crime increase in this country. After 10 years of Liberals, we continue to see Breaking Bad-style super labs opening up from coast to coast to coast. What we continue to see is these Liberals calling to defund the police, whether it is the Member of Parliament from Victoria calling for them to be defunded. We continue to see this. But, Mr. Speaker, good news is on the horizon. Conservatives are going to hold the Liberals accountable for their mismanagement, and we will continue standing up for Canadians' freedoms and privacy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Unlike the Liberals, I have been listening to the speeches going on today. I think the Conservatives are providing interesting perspectives. At the very least, they are driving the debate that the Liberals decided to extend. We don't always agree with the Conservatives, but we enjoy debating with them. The member from Sarnia-Lambton noted that some elements of C2 have been removed, which is what led us to C12. These included measures to go through the mail or access Canadians' private information. But does my colleague not think that some of the measures in C2 could have been studied in committee? They may have been too extreme, but we could have made something out of them. What does my colleague think?
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He brought up a very important point. We're not seeing the Liberals speak to this debate. So I'm sure it would be a great question to ask the Liberals. They don't seem to want to speak about their own bill. I really think the issues my colleague mentioned are worth examining in committee. We should hear from witnesses and carry out a thorough analysis to ensure that the rights and freedoms of Canadians are respected. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been rather enjoyable sitting in the chamber today because if you don't hear one of the Liberal members' questions, you can be assured they'll ask it again in 5 minutes, maybe changing a word here and there. But I do enjoy how the member for Winnipeg North in particular continues to talk about the RCMP. And I just wanted to ask my colleague from Northern Alberta if she agrees with the president of the RCMP union, Brian Sauvé, in saying that the Liberal government's gun grab will be, quote, ineffective at reducing gun violence, and if she would agree with the RCMP, who have been very vocal in criticizing this government's approach to firearms regulations.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my wonderful colleague from St. Thomas, Middlesex, London, for his question, and he raises a very important point. We are blessed to have amazing RCMP members that serve us from coast to coast to coast. They serve me in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, and they are the police of jurisdiction in my home community. But they have, rightfully so, the police union has rightfully so called out the fact that the Liberal gun grab will not actually impact this, and that is concerning. It is, again, it's a boondoggle. It's $742 million at a very conservative estimate that's not going to improve public safety. That is not okay.
Resuming debate, the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take pleasure always in rising in this House to talk about government legislation or any matter for that matter. And I would like to take some time today in the context of this bill that we're debating, C-12, to talk about some of the stuff that I've heard in this House. I've been involved in the debate a couple times this week, and I must say some of the stuff that I've been hearing coming from Conservatives in particular is quite alarming. And they're laughing as I say it now, so maybe I will put that into context by providing some of what I heard. You know, yes, it is true. And to the member who just asked the question from Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, yes, we have been talking about the RCMP and asking questions about the RCMP, and I apologize if that makes the member uncomfortable. But the reality is there are questions to be answered on this topic. There are questions to be answered when it comes to the manner in which we are seeing the Leader of the Opposition, and quite frankly, through this debate, which I'd like to get to, other members of the Conservative Party talking about the RCMP.
That's right.
The reality is that they're saying things that I think are quite problematic and are emblematic of what we're seeing happen in the States. Now, I know that some members in this House probably take pride in that, and probably some of the members who I will reference in a couple moments about what I've heard them say here. But I just want to start with what I heard moments ago from the member from Vernon Lake County, where he said, and that was actually in a question that he posed, so he instigated the question on it. He asked a question, he said that the Leader of the Opposition's comments in this podcast that he was on were out of context. So let me set the context by telling everybody exactly what the Leader of the Opposition said. He said, quote, "Many of the scandals of the Trudeau era should have involved jail time. If the RCMP had been doing its job and not covering them up for him..."
Interrupt the Chief Government Whip. I have a point of order from the member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is government legislation, Bill C-12, that's supposed to be debated. Now, the Chief Government Whip may be mistaking the chamber for his Twitter account, but I'm not sure what...
that is a matter of debate. There's wide latitude for members to share their thoughts, so I invite the Chief Government Whip to resume.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is difficult for the member from Elgin to listen to, and I know he's new here, but I am actually talking about what was actually said in this House during this debate. So it cannot be declared. If he is somehow suggesting that I shouldn't be able to respond to some of the things that I've heard in this debate, well, that would be an infringement upon my privilege, quite frankly. But listen, Mr. Speaker, this is what, and I'll start for his benefit from the beginning again, what the Leader of the Opposition said. He said, quote, many of the scandals of the Trudeau era should have involved jail time. If the RCMP had been doing its job and not covering up for him, he would have been criminally charged. These would have normally led to criminal charges, but the RCMP covered it all up, and the leadership of the RCMP is...
I have to interrupt the Chief Government Whip one more time. I have a point of order from member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the honourable colleague wants to talk about this, but the debate today is about C-12, and I wish you would bring it back to relevance. I note that it's been the Liberals that have introduced...
I'm going to interrupt the member. Members have wide latitude to debate on any piece of legislation, and I'm sure the Chief Government Whip knows the rules of what is germane to debate. I'll let the Chief Government Whip resume.
Great. So on the subject of the member from Peace River Westlock, I'll tell you what he said in this debate, Mr. Speaker. What that member who just stood on a point of order said is he said, and I quote, the actions of the leadership of the RCMP are indefensible in many instances.
Wow.
That member said that. He said it in this debate on this issue of Bill C-12.
Yes.
So for him to then stand...
Have another point of order from them for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite some time ago, the member said in conclusion, and I wouldn't want him to unintentionally mislead the House.
I will let... That's not a point of order either. I will let the Chief Government Whip resume.
What we're seeing right now, Mr. Speaker, is we're seeing an intentional direction, most likely from the Whip's desk in the lobby for the Conservatives, to interrupt on points of order, to try to silence the fact that I'm bringing this up, because they are so uncomfortable with this issue. I mean, if you want to talk about how uncomfortable about it they are, Mr. Speaker, is they won't even talk to reporters about it. You should have seen the way they were fleeing down the hallways, running past reporters. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who never misses an opportunity to say something, wouldn't even stop to talk to the media about this. Other members, like the member from Barrie Innisfil, said, "Go Blue Jays, go," when he was asked a specific question about the RCMP. That's how worried they are about this issue. And it could be all resolved easily, Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition would actually stand up and apologize for the comments that he made. But he won't do that. And I'll tell you why he won't do that, Mr. Speaker, because he has a history of this. He attacked Elections Canada when he was in government. He attacks the media. He attacked the Bank of Canada. He has a reputation of doing this, and he just effectively gives a license to all of his members to do the exact same thing. That's why we hear, and I must admit, I was really surprised to hear a former law enforcement officer from the Conservatives moments ago, Medicine Hat Carson Warner, say, quote, "There's a disconnect between the leadership and the rank and file within the RCMP." And that's based on something that was told to him by a buddy of his who presumably is in the RCMP. Wow, what a wildly outlandish statement to make. You make a statement like that which is completely indefensible when you can't, unless you can actually defend it by talking about who made those comments. That's right. And this is the license that the Leader of the Opposition has given to his MPs, is to act like this.
Shameful.
I actually feel sorry, Mr. Speaker. I feel sorry for the 4 or 5 and probably many more Conservatives who have been rumored about getting ready to leave the party I feel sorry for them because they have to be subject to this. They have to be subject to the comments from the member from Bow River. They have to be subject to the comments from the member from Peace River Westlock, or the member when we heard earlier we heard comments from other members who talked about the lack of ability of the RCMP. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you one thing. On this side of the House, we will always stand up for the independence of the agencies of this country, including the RCMP. We will not allow our members to engage in this kind of blatant attack on the independence of those. And that is exactly what we're seeing from that side of the House, and it is absolutely despicable. And the former member from Carleton, I don't know where he's from now, somewhere in Alberta, the leader of the opposition should get up in this House and officially apologize to the RCMP for his behavior.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bequidge went on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this debate is actually supposed to be about C-12, and my question then is about C-12. It's supposed to enhance border security because there was a concern expressed that's led to a tariff war, basically, with our neighbours to the south. And instead of reacting like the Mexicans did, who immediately put 10,000 resources in place at the border, this government has announced 1,000 extra guards, and now they have done nothing except put it off for 5 years. Can the member explain why?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I reject the premise of the question where she says that what I talked about had nothing to do with this debate, Mr. Speaker. Right. As a matter of fact, I quoted several members in her political party that made comments. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman is laughing about it now, but I wonder, does he agree with the comments from the member from Peace River Westlock who said the actions of the leadership of the RCMP are indefensible in many instances? He's a member who spent years on the Defense Committee. Well, does he say the same thing about the members of our military if he's so blatantly willing to laugh about the fact that his members are getting up and talking about the RCMP in this manner?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at it in terms of the RCMP is recognized around the world as an organization, as an institution that is first class. When we get the leader of the Conservative Party saying, and I would like to quote an article that's in the Winnipeg Free Press, Mr. Speaker. This is what the leader of the Conservative Party says. The leadership of the RCMP is despicable. Wow. He is making a reflection on one of Canada's institutions that is held in the highest amount of respect. I believe the leader of the Conservative Party owes all Canadians an apology for those remarks. My question to my colleague, would he not agree what is despicable is the actions of the leader of the Conservative Party?
The Chief Government Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and at first, I only thought it was the member of the leader of the opposition. But now he can add another 4 or 5 names to that, including the member from Peace River Westlock, the member from Bow River, the member from Verlin Lake County, the member from Medicine Hat Carson Warner, who's all made accusations about the RCMP during this debate on C-12.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a show we are witnessing today. The member for Kingston and the Islands has just woken up, so have his colleagues. Why am I saying this? Because they had no names on the speaking list for C-12. Look, the House has been sitting for 10 o'clock. Where were the Liberals this whole time, earlier in the day? The government added a debate on Bill C-12 to the agenda, but then they didn't provide any speakers for the speaking list. I guess now they want to cover up their incompetence by talking about other people. Could my colleague from Kingston and the Islands explain sincerely why it is that his party has not spoken on this bill so far today? Is the government preventing its members from speaking to their own bill?
30 seconds.
There's been a lot of debate on this issue, Mr. Speaker, including the previous version of this Bill C2. We have provided hours upon hours of debate on this. This member is not new here. He knows the way this works. He knows that if one side stops speaking, all the speeches will continue to go to the other side until somebody from this side wants to get up. That's how a debate works. I'm sitting in this House. I'm listening to the Conservatives attack the RCMP all day long, and I felt the need to get up to defend them. I wish the Bloc would start defending a national organization like that.
Unfortunately, we must stop here. There will be about 30 seconds or 45 seconds left in questions and comments. We now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Burnaby Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Antonio Beck, an inspiring leader, community leader from Burnaby, on the occasion of retirement as CEO of Burnaby Neighborhood House. Nearly 30 years ago, Antonia helped establish what began as a small volunteer program with 5 people, $25, and a shared Canadian dream. Today, B&H has nearly 150 staff members and hundreds of amazing volunteers. Through her extraordinary leadership, the dream has grown into a vibrant network, serving families, newcomers, youth, and seniors. Because of her work, children have a safe place to learn, newcomers have built lasting connections, and seniors enjoy a renewed sense of purpose. Antonia has shown what is possible when we lead with heart. Because of her vision, Burnaby stands stronger, more compassionate, and more connected than ever. On behalf of Burnaby Central and this House, I thank Antonia for proving that when we invest in each other, we strengthen the very fabric of Canada. Merci.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, during Constituency Week, I had the privilege of joining a ride-along with the South Division Police in Cambridge. I've always respected the work our frontline officers do, but seeing their focus and professionalism firsthand was a powerful reminder of the challenges they face every single day. That night, officers were on alert for Kevin Kaler, a violent repeat offender released after serving only 10 years from choking his elderly roommate to death. Despite a clear warning from police that he posed a significant risk to public safety, he was back in our community. And within just one day, he breached his release conditions and was picked up the same night during my ride along. This isn't just frustrating, it's dangerous. The Liberal government's soft on crime and revolving door justice forces officers to repeat hard work while communities remain at risk. Thank you to the South Division for allowing me to join your patrol. And to all officers across the country, thank you for your service. I will always stand with you. You deserve more than gratitude. You deserve a justice system.
The honourable member for Kanata.
Today, an amazing company called Solink, an AI-first Canadian scale-up and global leader in AI-powered video and data intelligence, celebrated the opening of its newly expanded headquarters, joined by the Minister of Artificial Intelligence to help celebrate this milestone. I first met Solink back in 2015 when they had a team of just 20. Today, Solink has grown into a leading technology company with over 400 employees supporting more than 35,000 locations across 60 countries. Their cutting-edge platform helps businesses harness video and sensor data while connecting artificial intelligence to the physical world and maintaining the highest standards of privacy. Solink is a true Canada and Canadian success story, staying proudly connected to its roots. Congratulations, Solink.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Day, I am mindful of the sacrifices of those who served our nation. We remember their courage. We honor their duty. We thank them for our liberty. I'm ashamed that our government intends to restrict public expressions of faith in our military. In plain terms, to ban prayer. It is cowardice to ask our sons and daughters to put themselves in harm's way, but refuse them the right to express their faith in God. To deny those who provide our freedom the right to openly pray is an insult to those who never came home. Monsignor Hickey of the North Shore New Brunswick Regiment would tell you that a dying man on a foreign shore only asks for 2 things, his mother or his God. I urge Canadians to wear a poppy, visit a cenotaph, attend a ceremony, and say a prayer.
Teach your children to pray and take time to explain to a new Canadian the importance of this sacred day. Please pray for those who served, for those who continue to, and for our nation itself. Lest we forget.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Hochelaga Rosemont East. Mr. Speaker, it's Women's History Month in Canada, and I'd like to give a shout out to Marie-Reine Larivière. You may not know the name, but her career is worthy of mention. Who here can celebrate 58 years of service? 58 years. I met Marie-Reine during a recent visit to the Barilla pasta plant in Hochelaga. Through the impressive machinery which makes all kinds of pasta, I spotted a tiny woman with a twinkle in her eye and a mischievous smile. I walked up to her to say hi. She winked at me, proudly held out her hand and whispered in my ear, "You know, I started here in 1967. The true corporate memory of the Barilla plant, formerly Catelli, is not the computer servers, but she, Marie-Reine Larivière, who categorically refuses to think about retirement. Marie-Reine, you embody that quiet perseverance, the kind that doesn't make a sound but commands respect. Your commitment to passing on your expertise to younger generations is so noble. Mr. Speaker, in this Women's History Month in Canada and through your journey, Marie-Reine, I honour all women who are committed to their communities, creative and generous."
Signed by the Airdrie Food Bank's Executive Director, Laurie McRitchie, as she takes her well-earned retirement after more than 2 decades of tireless work in making sure that no one in our community ever goes hungry. From the small beginnings of a school breakfast program that eventually merged with the food bank and turned into a dedicated, purpose-built facility designed to help families in need, Laurie has been there through every iteration of the food bank, constantly adapting to the ever-changing needs of a growing city. She's demonstrated visionary leadership, unwavering compassion, and has had a profound impact on the fabric of our community. She leaves the organization in good hands with a strong foundation and a very clear vision for the future, a community where no one is hungry. As we go into the holiday season, I'd like to remind everyone that food banks need your help all year long. And so in the spirit of Laurie's legacy, please remember to give what you can so that no one ever goes hungry. I wish you, Laurie, a long and joyful retirement with more time spent with your wonderful family. You've more than earned it.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, Koweït No Energy, headquartered in Calgary, achieved a significant energy industry milestone with a new Canadian longest well record, 9,500 meters. That's almost 10 kilometers. You heard that right. And Mr. Speaker, 10 kilometers is the distance from the University of Calgary to the Glenmore Reservoir, from Parliament Hill to the Ottawa Airport, the average cruising altitude of a commercial plane, longer than Everest is tall. The skilled team drilled more than 4 kilometers vertically and 5 kilometers laterally, which means they can access more subsurface oil and gas with less land disturbance. Importantly, they also did it safely, working for more than 25 days to finish. This is a Canadian energy industry leadership milestone that deserves recognition and innovation that will grow our economy, create jobs, and generate public revenues in a responsible way.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, lumber jobs remain under threat by the unjustified U.S. tariffs, but workers aren't hearing from the Liberals that they're making this a priority in negotiations. The Canadian Lumber Trade Alliance said, quote, they're deeply disappointed by the Prime Minister not even mentioning lumber jobs in D.C. Silence won't help the mill workers I met in Grand Forks last week. They told me they don't know how they're going to make their mortgage payments. The uncertain future of the mill isn't just impacting forestry workers. It's impacting teachers, mechanics, the whole community. Residents I spoke with aren't just worried about the loss of their jobs, they're worried about the loss of their neighbors. Grand Forks needs the same kind of softwood agreement Conservatives secured in government and the Liberals have failed to negotiate the last decade. If the Liberals won't act for our forestry workers, the Conservatives will.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight a victory that thrilled all Quebec. In St. Boniface, Les Irréductibles redoubled their efforts to give us a historic moment. On April 5th, with everyone holding their breath, St. Boniface was crowned winner of the 2025 Craft Hockeyville contest. This achievement was recognized on October 7th. Hockeyville means $250,000 for arena renovations, equipment for young hockey players, food assistance, and the privilege of hosting an NHL preseason game in the fall of 2026. St. Boniface inspires us with its team spirit and incredible ability to bring people together around their passion for hockey, a place to meet, belong, and share memories. Congratulations, St. Boniface. You're a wonderful example of the values of commitment and collective effort.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada we celebrate Small Business Week. I rise to recognize the entrepreneurs who form the backbone of my riding, South Surrey White Rock. Before entering public life, I spent over 30 years as a small business owner. First, Image Makers Photography, then Ashbury and Logan, the Art of Flowers. I understand small business, long hours, financial risks, pressures of payroll, and personal sacrifices families make. I also know the pride that comes from serving your community and building something lasting. I've had the privilege of visiting many local businesses, listening to their stories, and learning about their successes and the challenges they face. Small businesses are the pillars in our communities. They deserve our recognition throughout the year. To the business owners in our communities, thank you for your dedication and for everything you do to make Canada stronger, more vibrant, and more connected. Please support your local businesses. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report exposes yet another example of Liberal incompetence, this time with the Canadian Revenue Agency. Since 2015, the CRA's operating expenses have grown from $4.1 billion to $6.9 billion. That's a 70% increase. But Canadians aren't getting better service. They're waiting longer than ever. Last year alone, the CRA received more than 32 million calls. Yet 1 in 4 of those calls was abandoned before an agent even got around to answer it. Under Liberal mismanagement and incompetence, if finally someone did get through, they were given the wrong information 83% of the time. After 9 years of Liberal waste and bureaucracy, even calling the tax agent is an ordeal. Conservatives will restore competence, accountability, and respect for the Canadians who keep this country running. But with Liberals, why is it that Canadians always pay more but get less?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's some big news coming from Scarborough. Our government is investing billions, Mr. Speaker, yes, billions into Scarborough Transit. The Scarborough subway station will extend Line 2 from Kennedy Station to Shepherd, stopping at McCowan and the Scarborough Town Centre. This will cut travel times and connect residents to jobs, schools, and services. Speaker, this is one of the largest transit investments in the history of my city, and it will be up to $2 billion being invested into the Scarborough extension. This means more jobs, more economic growth, while reducing congestion and emissions with cleaner, more efficient transit systems. This is about investing in our community, investing in our city, and investing in our future. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister told a room full of students that they're going to have to make sacrifices. This is the kind of silver spoon attitude that young people are sick of. The only reason this country is in this mess is because this Liberal government shut down our industries and spent more than they could afford. They robbed us. They spent all their money, then borrowed billions of dollars expecting my generation to pay for it. The Liberals' overspending has driven inflation to the point that we can't afford the same quality of life our parents had. We can't afford a home, we can't afford education, and we can't even afford groceries, which are up 4%. There was a CBC article in Newfoundland this morning where a MUN student said that he used to pay $400 for groceries and now have to pay $700 for groceries per month. Young people are saying they have to sacrifice having children because of this Liberal government's overspending. Why does my generation have to make sacrifices that these Liberal governments continue to release deficit budgets with massive overspending, leaving my generation with a bill?
L'honorable député de Moncton, Dieppe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in honor
Awareness Day happening this October 24th, I'd like to pay a special tribute to an incredible family who is near and dear to my heart. The Boyle family was forever changed when Andrew Boyle lost his life 10 years ago battling brain cancer back in 2022. Undeterred by such a devastating loss, his amazing wife Danielle, a friend and a former colleague of mine, and their two beautiful children, Austin and Naomi, have channeled their grief into hope and action by becoming remarkable ambassadors for the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada. Their team, Boyle's Brainiacs, have knocked countless doors in their communities, sharing their journey with everyone and raising an amazing $6,000 for the cause in the process. Naomi and Austin have each raised $1,000 each and have not only kept the memory of their late father alive, but they also serve as shining examples for youth that deserve recognition in this House. Well done, Naomi and Austin. Your dad would be proud.
The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Last night, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they're going to have to make sacrifices. But they've already had to sacrifice their dream of home ownership. Over 70% of young Canadians are worried that they'll never be able to afford a down payment. They've paid the price as food costs have exploded nearly 4% year over year in September, Mr. Speaker, and they spent the whole summer without jobs. Youth unemployment is nearly 15%, the highest it has been since 2010 outside of the pandemic years. 2/3 of Canadians now feel that the next generation is going to have a lower standard of living than Canadians have today. Mr. Speaker, our youth shouldn't have to sacrifice any more for Liberal failures. They have sacrificed far too much over 10 long years. The situation is dire, but thankfully there is a solution. Conservatives will cut taxes on food, work, and home building. We will lower inflation and reduce red tape to get more homes built, Mr. Speaker, and restore the promise of Canada.
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my nearly 4 decades of policing, I was always inspired by the fact that one of Canada's most enduring national symbols was a police officer on a horse, a Mountie, a member of the RCMP. Their motto is Maintain le droit, maintain the right, uphold the law. They are perhaps the most trusted public institution in our country, and they are a source of national pride. And the basis of that trust, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that Canada is a rule of law country, a country where the police are independent from all political interference in their operations, investigations, and prosecutions. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, the police are not subject to the dictates of some feckless politician who would seek to compel the police to lock up his opponents without evidence or legal basis. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, Canadians were so shocked to hear the Leader of the Opposition so casually call the RCMP despicable for maintaining the right and upholding the law. I now know he denies saying what we all heard him say, but I would ask every member of this House to reflect on the impact that such scurrilous remarks can have.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister gave a speech, a depressing speech. He said that in his youth there was a lot of opportunity, but that the future for our young people would not be as good as his past had been. He said that young people need to make sacrifices. Sacrifices? That's what young people have been making for the last 10 years under the Liberals. The Liberals have doubled the cost of housing, they've taken away jobs, and they've created intergenerational debt. Young people have to sacrifice more. What do they have left to sacrifice? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what young Canadians have sacrificed in the last election? They sacrificed a pessimistic, negative, critical vision of Canada from the Leader of the official opposition. They chose a serious leader, an ambitious government, Mr. Speaker, that is uniting the Canadian economy to create opportunity. We're talking about $215 billion for Canada's GDP. We're talking about major projects from one end of the country to the other. They're going to create great jobs for the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the minister didn't listen to the Prime Minister's speech last night when he said that young people are going to have to make sacrifices. They're going to have to sacrifice even more. That's after 10 years of the Liberals. And they forced 3 major sacrifices on our youth. They've made the cost of housing unaffordable. They've killed jobs with the worst jobs numbers in 30 years. And they've created intergenerational debt. Why not propose an affordable budget so that our young people can have an affordable life? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every day, here in this House, at every question period, the gulf between this career politician, the Leader of the Opposition, and an economist who has private sector experience like the Prime Minister gets wider and wider and more obvious for Canadians. What the Prime Minister said yesterday is that we're going to spend less to invest more, that we're going to have a transformational budget with the biggest capital investments in years to create jobs for young people from one end of the country to the other.
Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister made a very depressing speech to Canada's youth. He said they would have to make more sacrifices. More sacrifices. After 10 Liberal years that doubled the cost of housing and drove out the possibility that youth could own their own home. After the sacrifice of their jobs, with the worst employment numbers since the 1990s. After the sacrifice of a lifelong of shouldering high debt. Young people need hope, jobs, and homes. Why won't the Prime Minister reverse his disastrous decade of policies so that we can restore that hope?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of presenting red seals to 3 new apprentices of the IBEW in Local 230, Victoria, BC. Mr. Speaker, they're proud of what they accomplished. They're optimistic about the future because, Mr. Speaker, we are going to put them to work. Mr. Speaker, we're going to build homes. We're building major infrastructure projects in the national interest. Thousands of jobs, thousands of opportunities for apprenticeship. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives come to this House and talk Canada down every day, we're going to be supporting workers who are building Canada up.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
3 apprentices, Mr. Speaker. That does not account for the countless job losses, the highest jobless rate in 30 years outside of COVID caused by this government. Nor does it account for the doubling of housing costs that 80% of young people believe they will never be able to afford a home. But yet the Prime Minister tells our youth that they have to sacrifice even more. All he offers is more costs, more debt, and more despair when Canadians actually need is more homes, more jobs, and more hope. Why won't he introduce an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Every day, the Conservatives come to this House and talk down the Canadian economy. We are supporting our workers, Mr. Speaker. We are going to build, Mr. Speaker. Build bold. Build now with Canadian lumber, with Canadian steel, and Canadian unionized worker, Mr. Speaker. We are defending our workers, Mr. Speaker. We'll be there for Canada. I hope the Conservatives join us.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, apparently nobody over there watched the depressing, miserable, hopeless speech the Prime Minister gave to Canadian youth yesterday. He said that Canadian youth need to sacrifice more, Mr. Speaker, when in fact quite the opposite is true. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country have sacrificed enough. They can't afford homes, they can't get jobs, and now they have a generational lifetime of debt to shoulder. What Canadian youth need is homes, jobs, and hope. Yesterday, I provided the Prime Minister with a plan to do it. Will he put that hopeful plan in his budget?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The only person who's miserable when the Prime Minister speaks, Mr. Speaker, is the Leader of the Opposition. What the Prime Minister is talking about is spending less and investing more. Investing in what? In careers for young people, in building major national projects, in being a technology leader in the world today with Premier Ford leading the world in small modular nuclear reactors. Mr. Speaker, the young people of this country are proud to be Canadians. They're proud to see a future from coast to coast to coast in this country. The young people of this country have a bright future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is too bad that that minister didn't write the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, because it wouldn't have bored and depressed to tears all of those poor students stuck in that room. There he spoke about how they would have to sacrifice more and that it would take time to reverse all of the misery that is built up over the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, young people want to have homes. They want to have jobs. They want to have hope. They want a budget that is affordable so they can have a life that is affordable. Will the Prime Minister introduce that budget so that Canadians can restore the promise of their country?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you can be sure we are going to introduce a budget. The question is whether the Leader of the Opposition is going to support that budget, because here's what that budget's going to do. It's going to give young people all over this country the ability to stand up and say, that's where my future lies, in Canada, in skilled trades, in technology, in the professions, in careers that are going to give me and my family hope, a home, a community, a job, a future, the best country in the world. Let's build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with the budget coming up soon, the government has accused the opposition parties of playing political games, but they're going to have to explain how demanding funding for healthcare is playing political games. How is supporting seniors in the face of the cost of living crisis a political game? How is dealing with the housing crisis, access to home ownership, and infrastructure a political game? Our demands are directly connected to the needs of Quebecers. They're public, and they have not changed. If the government ignores those demands, well then, at the end of the day, who is playing political games? The Honourable Minister of Culture and Canadian Identity. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois seems to be changing ideas like he changed his shirts after the elections. He said, we're ready to work with the government. We want to give them some time so that we can help Canadians and Quebecers. But now what are they saying? Before even having read the budget, Mr. Speaker, they're saying, well, listen, we've got our answer for the budget. And it's clear what they're doing. I think everyone would like to know what the Bloc Québécois' position is. Are they going to read the budget before they decide to vote for or against? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what looks like political games. It's when the Prime Minister doesn't want to work with others. It's when the Prime Minister meets with party leaders to discuss their expectations for the budget, but he already has a speech written for that evening where he ignores everything that the opposition leaders have suggested. Not a word about healthcare or seniors. No commitments to transfer funds unconditionally to Quebec for infrastructure or for social and community housing. Silence, nothing on the $840 million stolen from Quebecers to give election gifts to the rest of Canadians. Why is the Prime Minister playing political games? He's playing them instead of meeting the needs of Quebecers. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the House Leader met with the Bloc Leader to talk about the budget. The Minister of Finance met with the Bloc Leader to talk about the budget. The Prime Minister met with the Bloc Leader to talk about the budget. I met with the leader of the Bloc Québécois to talk about the budget. But before the budget's even been made public, the Bloc Québécois said, oh, listen, we're not interested. We're not going to vote in favor. They're not going to vote in favor of measures that are going to help millions of Canadians save on their taxes, Mr. Speaker. They're not going to vote for a budget that's going to build hundreds of thousands of new homes. I think the Bloc's position is unacceptable. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the government leader says that if the budget doesn't pass, it's going to be the opposition's fault. The Minister of Finance has accused us of playing political games. But our demands have been public for a long time now, and it was the Prime Minister who's chosen to ignore them, and he didn't have any of them in his pre-budget speech last night. Mr. Speaker, this is a minority government. It should act like a minority government and make agreements if it wants the budget to pass. Why is it so complicated to just meet the needs of Quebecers? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers' needs are very, very, very well represented on this side of the House with 44 members on this side of the House from Quebec. These are people who are active in their communities, who represent their constituents, who talk about their forests, who talk about their seniors, who talk about their young people, who want to build a prosperous future for all young Quebecers. And we are a Canada that is strong and united, Mr. Speaker. We have no lessons to take from the Bloc Québécois when it comes to the future of Quebec.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Prime Minister told young Canadians that there would be more sacrifices in their future. Young people are already facing a bleak future because of Liberal policies, exploding housing and food prices, historic highs in unemployment. Mr. Speaker, past generations sacrificed to make life better for their children. But now young people are being told to sacrifice their future because of elite Liberal policies. Mr. Speaker, will Liberals stop breaking their promises and restore hope for the future of this country?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, you know what youth of this country want? They want a leader that doesn't spin conspiracy theories, attack democratic institutions, and suggest other leaders be jailed. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, we're going to table a generational budget. We're going to invest in Canada. We're going to build Canada. I suggest the leader opposite sacrifices ego. Put the rhetoric aside and help us build Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, that nonsense answer obviously had nothing to do with the question. And when we're talking about youth unemployment, I think it's time for the Liberals to sacrifice their tired talking points and actually get serious about addressing this problem. Now, last week we introduced the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan to unleash the economy, fix immigration, fix training, and build homes where the jobs are. So instead of preaching sacrifice, why don't the Liberals actually propose a youth jobs plan? Better yet, why don't they simply adopt ours?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives are in damage control mode, we're in build mode. On November 4th, we're going to table a generational budget. We're going to invest in Canada. We're going to build at a scale not seen since the Second World War. We're going to invest in infrastructure, national projects. Mr. Speaker, we believe in Canada. We will build Canada's economy and the strongest economy in the G7. I ask the party opposite to come out of the shadows, support our budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Yesterday, this Liberal Prime Minister told a room full of students that they're going to have to make some sacrifices. Well, young people have already sacrificed enough over the last 10 years. They've sacrificed by paying skyrocketing food costs. They've sacrificed with an entire summer without jobs because Liberal job-killing policies have driven youth unemployment to recessionary levels. They've sacrificed the dream of home ownership because the Liberals created the worst housing crisis ever. And last month, rents were up another 4.8% nationally. Canadians shouldn't have to sacrifice for Liberal failures. When will the Liberals stop doubling down on the same failed policies, get spending under control so young Canadians can finally afford to buy homes?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Boy, Mr. Speaker, that speech really freaked out the Conservatives, didn't it? Because it was all about ambition. It was about investing in ourselves. It was about building major projects. It was about the project that Prime Minister Carney announced with Premier Ford, that the Prime Minister...
I don't think I even need to say it. I think everyone knows. But the member may go ahead. Not from the top.
Mr. Speaker, that speech yesterday from the Prime Minister really freaked these Conservatives out because they saw the ambition in that speech. And not only did they see it in that speech, today, as the Prime Minister stood with the Premier investing in new nuclear to ensure the jobs of today and the future, they know that the youth...
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they're going to have to make sacrifices, but after 10 long years of failed Liberal policies they already have, they've sacrificed their dream of owning a home, sacrificed their dream of starting a family because they cannot afford it. They have watched food prices skyrocket, and housing starts in Toronto at a 30-year low. Canada has everything it needs to thrive, but it's failing because of their policies. Will the Liberals stop breaking their promises and get their spending out of control so young Canadians can finally afford to dream?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the youth in my riding are dreaming, and not only that, they're working, and they're entering the workforce in extraordinary ways. Let me talk about the young welder that I met at Thunder Bay Hydraulics just a few weeks ago, who approached me the other day and said that because of the programs that the province and the federal government work together on to ensure she had work-integrated learning, she was now a welder with that company. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in jobs, we're investing in youth. Every time we look across the aisle, these guys are voting against the interests of youth. It's very rich for them to talk about youth.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they have to make sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, students and young people in this country have already sacrificed enough to these Liberals. They've sacrificed the dream of home ownership. They've paid the price at the pump and for the cost of food. They've spent summers without jobs. Now the Liberals get up and their big achievement is 3 new apprenticeship Red Seals? You gotta be kidding me. Canadians have sacrificed enough over the last 10 years. They shouldn't have to sacrifice more for these Liberal failures. Will the Liberals get their spending under control in the November 4th budget and restore the promise of hope for young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Canadians vividly remember, young Canadians vividly remember when the Leader of the Opposition, the Conservative leader, stood up and voted against removing interest off Canada's student loans, saving young Canadians thousands of dollars every year, Mr. Speaker. This new government will always stand up for young Canadians. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that we will double non-U.S. exports by $300 billion. That means thousands of new opportunities for young Canadians producing the goods that the world wants to buy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister announced in front of a room full of students that they were going to have to make sacrifices. But they've been sacrificing for 10 years now, Mr. Speaker. They've sacrificed the dream of having a home. They're sacrificing too much of their own budget to pay for groceries, and last summer, many weren't even able to find a job. A simple question: will the Liberals finally stop breaking their promises? Will they rein in spending? And will they allow Canadians to buy groceries at a fair price and dream of being able to one day buy a house? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Leader of the Opposition is on YouTube and spreading conspiracy theories, attacking the RCMP and saying that his adversary should be in prison, I choose without hesitation a Prime Minister who is explaining to Canadians how we're building the strongest economy in the G7 by building projects from coast to coast to coast, by making life more affordable, for example, by cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians, by making housing more affordable. That's what we're doing on this side of the House. That's the difference between an opposition party that has a small vision for the country and an ambitious, serious government on this side. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. We don't have a small vision for the country, Mr. Speaker. We have a fair vision for young people who can't afford homes, who are being hit hard by inflation, who are seeing grocery prices going up. This is having a real impact on their physical and mental health and their hope of one day having a bright future. Yesterday, again, the Prime Minister, in a depressing speech, asked young people to make sacrifices. When is this Liberal government going to stop crushing our young people under the weight of their poor management and allow them to have a better future? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the ambition on this side of the House is ambition that is serious. We'll build the strongest economy in the G7. We'll free the power of the Canadian economy. We'll make the economy stronger by lowering taxes for 22 million Canadians, by cutting GST on new homes, by making housing more affordable across the country, by investing in building an unprecedented number of new homes in this country. That's the ambition that we have on this side of the House. That's what we're going to deliver for young Canadians. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa's just announced $2 billion to build a nuclear power plant in Ontario. For years now, Quebec has been offering to sell true clean electricity to Ontario, but Ontario and Doug Ford have turned that down. And today, the federal government announced that it's going to make Quebecers pay for a nuclear power plant in Ontario that's going to allow it to compete with Quebec's truly clean energy. Quebecers are losers 3 times over here. We're losing when it comes to the environment, when it comes to trade, and now we're losing our tax dollars. Is the government going to back down? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that we are building a country for the future, and that's with clean energy. And as a member from Ontario, I can say that nuclear energy has helped us get away from coal-fired power plants. That means we have cleaner air for our kids. It's very important that we continue to work to have clean electricity across the country. We already have the cleanest electricity, and we are going to continue to do the hard work to improve that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the federal government isn't happy with just making us pay to allow Ontario to compete with Hydro-Quebec. It goes even further than that, because if Ontario develops nuclear power, that means there's going to be an increase in radioactive waste. And what do you think they're going to do with it? Well, they're probably going to be storing it at Chalk River, as they're doing right now. That's on the banks of the Ottawa River, which is the main source of drinking water for millions of Quebecers. The federal government is making us pay hundreds of millions of dollars to put our drinking water at risk. Does the government really think that we're going to accept that? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we should be very proud in this country that we have clean electricity from coast to coast to coast. It's 84% clean energy, and we're continuing to work with the provinces across the country, and we are going to continue to do the work that needs to be done with hydroelectricity in Quebec, and we'll continue to work with Newfoundland on hydroelectricity as well. But nuclear is part of that. Wind power is part of that. We're going to continue to do that work. It's important for our future.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just told a room full of young Canadians that they're going to have to make sacrifices. Well, after 10 years of the Liberal government, they've already had to sacrifice the dream of owning a home. They've already had to sacrifice their modest expectations of living in a safe community. They've already had to sacrifice an economy where the cost of living is manageable and good-paying jobs are easy to find. So my question for the Prime Minister is, when he made these comments, what additional sacrifices for young Canadians did he have in mind?
Secretary of State for Sport.
The leader of the Conservatives doesn't seem to get is that Canadians use hope and hard work and sacrifice every single day to build up our country and our communities. But when the failed former MP from Carleton lost his seat, Mr. Speaker, he didn't have to make any sacrifices or be accountable. He didn't even learn a lesson clearly. But when his constituents fired him, he should have maybe paused and reflected a little bit. But since he didn't lose his home in taxpayer-funded non-market housing, I guess that's why he continued to deny it to millions of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that failed and flailing Conservative leader should join some students in a class, because it seems like 20 years in this House, after 20 years in this House, he can learn a thing or two about hard work.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
I guess, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we also have to sacrifice are answers in question period. After 10 years of Liberal government, we've had a cost of living crisis. We've had an addictions crisis that's left 50,000 Canadians, mainly young Canadians, dead from drug overdoses. And now we have a growing youth jobs crisis, with youth unemployment surging to 14.7%, the highest level in 15 years. If young Canadians could barely afford to put a roof over their head and food on their table when they are working, how are they going to be able to afford it when they're out of a job?
Good job. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
We find it a little bit rich that the Conservative Party is going to stand up and talk about youth when they consistently vote against the measures that this government has introduced that actually matter to young Canadians in this country. They voted against budget measures that actually support young skilled trade workers. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit. They vote against national school food programs. They vote against programs that are ensuring dental programs, Canada Housing Benefit. We have a plan to build up this country. We have a plan to build major national projects. There is a bright and hopeful future for youth in this country, notwithstanding the fact that Conservatives don't want to join us in those measures to make it happen, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York, Durham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, despite all these programs,
programs, the Prime Minister still went to students yesterday and gave them a message: you must sacrifice more. Well, the next generation has sacrificed enough. They've sacrificed the dream of home ownership. They've sacrificed the dream of starting a family. He might as well have said, let them eat cake. Well, then, the next generation has sacrificed enough after 10 years. Will the Prime Minister reverse course, get his spending under control so that the next generation of young Canadians can afford to feed themselves and own a home?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our new government is supporting young Canadians with the skills and opportunities they need to build their futures. That's why when the Prime Minister announced on campus just yesterday that we'll double Canada's non-U.S. exports over the next decade, it mattered. We're talking about 2/3 of our economy driven by international trade. It means millions of jobs and more careers in communities across Canada producing the goods that the world wants to buy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York Durham.
The only thing this government is doubling is the debt that the next generation will have to pay. So-called generational investment, that is just generational debt and generational inequality. In fact, Habitat for Humanity now says 70% of Canadians say owning a home is impossible. And for those that rent, they saw a 5% increase year over year, Mr. Speaker. That is the result of Liberal policies. Will the Prime Minister sacrifice his policies rather than the future of the next generation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, when we talk about making generational investments in our upcoming budget, it's because we believe on this side of the House that youth and young people are the drivers of our future economic growth, and we have a responsible plan to ensure that they have the skills and opportunities to succeed. It builds on the work that we're doing to support apprenticeships and Red Seal trades, co-ops, and access to post-secondary education and training. But most importantly, we're creating thousands of new career-starting jobs, investing in major projects, and making it more affordable for young people to buy a home. Housing starts, construction, investment, and wages are up. This is part of our plan. We've got more to do.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister's job is to keep Canadians safe. Yet just today we learned that 32,000 foreign nationals have warrants pending their deportation. That means they are lost. They are wanted. 32,000 people, and the minister doesn't know where they are. We have him on secret recording saying his gun confiscation won't work. We have crime absolutely skyrocketing, and now he's lost 32,000 foreign nationals. So the question is this, Mr. Speaker: when will the Prime Minister fire this public safety minister for failing to keep Canadians safe?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians is the first and most primary responsibility of this government. That's what we've taken very important measures in order to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, including having the highest levels of removals in a decade. Over 20,000 people will be removed from Canada for being here improperly, Mr. Speaker. That's what we introduced, bail reform and sentencing reform just this afternoon. That's what we have, Bill C-12, that's going through the House. I encourage the party opposition to support these measures in order to keep Canadians even more safer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Speaker, this government was elected with a decisive mandate to keep violent repeat offenders off our streets. While the Leader of the Opposition was attacking the brave men and women of the RCMP, calling them despicable, the Minister of Justice was working with provinces, territories, and law enforcement to develop solutions-focused bail and sentencing reforms. Today, the Minister has tabled Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. Can the Minister explain how this bill will ensure the safety of our communities and keep dangerous offenders behind bars?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, there is not a less credible voice when it comes to criminal justice reform than the Leader of the Opposition. In the past few weeks, he has called the RCMP despicable. He has attacked Crown prosecutors, and he has suggested his political opponents should be jailed. The legislation we tabled today will make it harder to get bail for violent repeat offenders and will strengthen sentence for serious criminals. Mr. Speaker, criminal justice reform demands a conversation that would engage adults in the rooms. The Conservatives have a leadership review coming up. I invite them to choose one.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
some NL residents finding it hard to survive as grocery prices continue to rise. That's the headline from CBC today. They go on to say that the price of food in Newfoundland and Labrador is up 4% since last September. Beef leads the way, up 20%. This Liberal Prime Minister said he would be judged by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store. So will he get his inflationary deficits under control so that Canadians can afford to put food on the table? That's a good question.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind my opposition colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador that Newfoundland and Labrador was the first province in Canada to sign on to the Food School program. The Conservative Party was the first party in Canada to not vote for that program. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians value this program. Moms, parents, school educators know what this program means. This is affordability, just as the suite of other programs are affordability, and this member voted against every one of them.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Mr. Speaker, could you have a more heartless response than from the regional minister from Newfoundland and Labrador, no less, where people are known to have a good heart? That minister knows full well that the school lunch program that they created is garbage. It hasn't fed one child in Canada. Mr. Speaker, she also knows that her hidden taxes from the
Can the member continue, please?
Mr. Speaker, could you have a more heartless response than from the regional minister from Newfoundland and Labrador, no less, where folks are known to have a good heart? That minister knows full well that that school lunch program that they created hasn't fed one Canadian child. And Mr. Speaker...
Time's up. Time's up. Time's up. I'm sorry. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, while the colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador in the opposition wants to talk down programs, humiliate Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and all Canadians, I will reassure Canadians the school food program is feeding children. It's saving families up to $800 a year. This is policies that work. I will always stand for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Parents are struggling to secure healthy food for their families because of this Liberal government's out-of-control spending, skyrocketing food inflation up again 4%. Liberal food taxes and regulations don't show up on their receipts, but Canadians feel them every time they shop for groceries. The Prime Minister said he would be judged by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store. If he's truly the astute economist he claims he is, why isn't he getting his inflationary deficits and hidden grocery taxes under control so Canadians can afford to feed their families?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here we go again with the imaginary taxes. They don't show up on receipts because they're not actually there. So Canadians know that. They know how to read a receipt, Mr. Speaker. But just picking up on the previous question, I just want to remind people about how much good this school nutrition program is doing all across Canada, including, as my colleague mentioned, providing dignity to families all across this country so that their kids can get good nutrition in school, feeding healthy brains, and it's saving families about $800 a year. Mr. Speaker, as a former lunchroom monitor, there's nothing more painful than watching a child who doesn't have a lunch, whether they...
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, the retooling of the Kami plant in Ingersoll was supposed to be a great success. Taxpayers kicked in hundreds of millions of dollars. The finance minister said this was, quote, proof that Canada's auto sector is here for the long term. Now 1,200 of the plant's hardworking employees, many of them in St. Thomas, Elgin, and London, are out of work. This is all despite the Prime Minister pledging a deal with Trump by July to protect Canadian auto jobs. Today, he says there won't be a deal at all. Auto workers' lives and livelihoods were on the line. Why did the Prime Minister dupe them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Monsieur le Président, nous comprenons.
Mr. Speaker, we all understand that the Canadian and Ontarian auto sector is crucial. We want it to stay afloat. We are doing all we can to help auto industry workers. What is more, the president of Unifor said recently, I believe yesterday, that the industry minister is doing an exceptional job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
If this is what the Liberals see as an exceptional job, I'd hate to see what they view as poor work. 3,000 workers in Brampton, 1,200 in Ingersoll, 700 in Oshawa, 300 in Sainte-Thérèse, Quebec. That is the Liberal record in just a few weeks, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister promised he'd protect auto jobs. I wish he had been more honest that he meant in the United States. The Liberals have handed out billions of dollars in subsidies with no job guarantees for Canadian workers. Last night, the Prime Minister told Canadians we'd have to make sacrifices. We already are, and it's not clear for what. When will he do his job and stop selling out Canadian workers?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that the U.S. has changed their trading relationship with the world, and that's having an impact on the auto sector. The Minister of Industry is out fighting for workers. She has summoned Stellantis and GM here to hold them accountable. Mr. Speaker, we're going to do whatever it takes to protect workers, defend our auto sector, bring production back to Canada. Mr. Speaker, because Canadian auto workers are the best in the world, and we're going to fight for them every single day. Every single day.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to negotiate a win to manage Donald Trump and to get a deal signed with the U.S. before July 21st, but he did the opposite. He failed auto industry workers in Canada and Quebec. PACCAR in Sainte-Thérèse has just laid off 300 employees. That brings it to a total of 725 employees since the beginning of the year when the PM started negotiating with Washington. Now the Prime Minister is telling young Canadians that they will need to make sacrifices. Should young Quebecers really have to make sacrifices to please Washington? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has just mentioned the example of PACCAR. I would like to note that PACCAR's decision is incomprehensible. We do not understand why the U.S. administration is tariffing trucks, including PACCAR trucks. This just shows how unpredictable the U.S. administration is. We should keep a cool head here in Canada. We will negotiate a good deal. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I remember back in the campaign when Liberal candidates were saying, elbows up to Donald Trump, we'll fix it. Don't worry. I manage the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, I'll manage this. But what are we witnessing? Job losses in the auto sector. 3,000 from Stellantis, 725 Quebec auto workers. Now there's over 10,000 auto workers in Quebec, but they're all at risk because elbows up didn't fix the problem. When will the problem be fixed? The Honourable Minister for Canada-US Trade. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that my colleague remembers the last electoral campaign because during it, Canadians chose a government that was not only ready to defend Canadian industry, but also to negotiate with the U.S. government to score a deal that would benefit Canadian workers and businesses. Canadians chose in the election. They knew well that the Conservative Party would be entirely unable to stand up to the U.S. government and defend the interests of Canadian workers and businesses. We are ready for the challenge.
Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, last election, during the debate, the Prime Minister was asked to name the biggest threat to the security of Canada. He answered in one word: China. And now the Foreign Affairs Minister is talking about a strategic partnership with Beijing, including security. These two things seem contradictory. Can the Minister reconcile these two things, or is this another example of the Prime Minister saying one thing during the election and doing another after?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question of my honourable colleague. Let me reiterate that the public safety and security of Canadians, regardless of the time and place, is always top of mind for our government, including in our diplomatic relationships. At the same time, Canada will continue to become the strongest economy in the G7, and the way we do that, Mr. Speaker, is to diversify our supply chains while making sure we protect our citizens at home. Thank you.
Honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, another question about what the Prime Minister called the biggest threat to the security of Canada: foreign interference. Last election, some candidates were vetoed for interference and others were targeted, and millions of Canadians continue to live in fear because of threats from foreign interference. The Foreign Interference Transparency Registry was passed into law last year. The government said it would take 12 months to implement. 16 months have passed and still no registry. So when will it be up and running, and when will the commissioner be appointed?
Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to answer this very important question, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to bringing forth the name to the leaders of the opposition so that we can have consensus on the Commissioner, and I assure the member opposite that we'll have the Commission up and running by the end of the year.
Good.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, promise made, promise kept. The Minister of Justice has just tabled Bill C-14, which will strengthen bail and sentencing provisions. This will make it so that no sex offender will be able to serve out their sentence at home. Developed in collaboration with provinces, territories, and law enforcement, Bill C-14 will center victims within the justice system. Could the Justice Minister explain how this bill will protect the public while holding violent reoffenders fully responsible? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his very important question. Our government is working to ensure the safety of Canadians. This bill will create stronger sentences for violent reoffenders and will end sentences served at home by sex offenders. We will also make jail time the default for violent reoffenders. I worked with provinces, territories, and law enforcement. I look forward now to working with all the members to get this bill passed.
Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, never before has a government spent so much and delivered so little. The latest example, the CRA. Under these Liberals, the CRA's budget increased by a staggering 70%, yet according to the Auditor General, the CRA has failed to meet its service standard a shocking 95% of the time. So how is it possible that every time the Liberals spend more, Canadians get less?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. We accept the Auditor General's report, and we will learn from that. But let me be very clear. There was 167 calls made by the Auditor General. The CRA has made 100,000 calls, and we have upwards of 90% calls answered accurately. We will improve. We will continue to learn. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to provide a CRA that is responsive to Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, not only did the CRA fail to meet its service standard 95% of the time, last year 8.6 million calls to the CRA went unanswered, and if you were lucky enough to get through, the CRA gave wrong information 83% of the time. And what is the Liberal solution? Increase the CRA's budget even more. You can't make this stuff up. Have these Liberals learned absolutely nothing after 10 years of failure?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm right here. Canadians deserve timely and accurate service from the CRA. There's no question about that. But, Mr. Speaker, we have good news. We have good news. We've instituted a 100-day plan. Service levels and access are up. We're upwards of 83% of calls answered within 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, we are laser focused on the CRA delivering good service for Canadians, and that is what we are going to do. Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, auditors report that over 130 valuable Indigenous artworks have vanished from a federal collection overseen by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Security was so weak, the theft went undetected, and the department has no plan to recover the missing art, yet they continue to buy new pieces. The entire collection is worth over $14 million and includes cultural treasures. How can the minister explain this blatant mismanagement, and why is the Liberal plan just to spend more money and ignore the crime?
The Honourable Minister of...
Thank you. Speaker, we are working with our partners to address the issue, and I'd be happy to work with my colleagues on the other side as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fishing is the economic engine of my community in South Shore, St. Margaret's, but many of the people in my riding are concerned about the conservation of lobster and the risks of the industry posed by illegal fishing. The fisheries officers on the front lines are doing everything they can, but it appears that illegal fishing persists. Can the minister please tell me what she's been doing to combat illegal fishing, and has her plan been working?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, illegal fishing is unlawful. It threatens conservation, impacts the livelihood of people in coastal communities. And that's why we've strengthened enforcement, added more patrols on the water and at wharfs, and we're working with enforcement partners. This summer in southwest Nova Scotia, fisheries officers seized vessels and traps. They returned thousands of lobsters to the ocean, stopped black market sales, including 200 crates of lobster seized last week. Our plan is delivering results, and I will do everything I can to keep fisheries safe and regulated.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, inflation was 3.3% in Quebec in September. Why? Hidden taxes like the industrial carbon tax, the food packaging tax, and the clean fuel regulations. These taxes will fritter away $9 billion of real GDP by 2030, Mr. Speaker. Will the former governor of the Bank of Canada now preside over the bankruptcy of Canada? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, every time that member gets up, it's at least an 8 out of 10 question. Despite what my honourable colleague is shouting about, I can assure the House that Canada's finances are the best in the G7. We have the fiscal room to invest in the future of our country and our young people. My colleague should join us to vote in favour of the budget that will be tabled November 4th.
Mr. Speaker, not only is the Prime Minister planning to cut women and gender equality by as much as 81%, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives just revealed that 59% of planned jobs cuts to the public service will impact women. Mr. Speaker, If the Prime Minister wants to regain the trust of women after forcing flight attendants back to unpaid work at Air Canada, why doesn't he stop these devastating job cuts?
Secrétaire parlementaire des femmes et...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Women and Gender Equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are so focused on the economy. We don't talk enough about this, but we have a feminist vision. When the economy is going well, the status of women improves. This is important for building our society. Our government has invested more than any other in protecting women and LGBTQ+ communities. We will continue along this path. We will continue to keep our promises.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is the 80th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations. Canada has an enviable reputation, but it's from long ago, when we were leaders in fighting for human rights, leaders in peacekeeping. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs, if Canada is rethinking our current position, will we continue to ignore the work of the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, or will we again make efforts to be a country known for peacekeeping and ending the threat of nuclear war?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada believes in a world free of nuclear weapons, and the current arsenals around the world remain far too large. Deterrence is fundamental, and we share the concerns of the honourable member about the unacceptable slow pace of disarmament. We all share a responsibility to protect against these threats, including through the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. At the United Nations recently, I spoke about the importance of multilateralism. It is collective action that will get us through these times, including through the challenge.
Et c'est la fin de la période des questions.
This concludes question period.
Période des questions, je crois.
We will just take a moment so that our colleagues can leave quietly and quickly.
Non, ok, parfait.
Tu peux répondre. Alors, je crois que le whip en chef.
I believe the Chief Opposition Whip has a question for the government House Leader, who is surrounded by other colleagues.
That the chief, opposition whip, chief opposition whip, has a question for the government House Leader, who is here. So go ahead.
Over the last number of weeks, we've witnessed countless job losses announced across the country and regions across this country. Thousands in the energy sector, thousands in the forestry sector, and thousands in the automotive sector. I wonder if the member opposite would be able to tell us what the legislative agenda is for the coming week, and specifically if he will agree to the Conservative request for take-note debates on both the emergency in the softwood lumber industry as well as is the auto sector. There's been devastating news over the last number of weeks. We hope that the Liberals will agree that this is an important issue that we must be seized with here in this House of Commons, and therefore I wonder if the honourable member, the House Leader of the Liberals, will agree that the Liberal Party of Canada will take these matters seriously and allow for a take-note debate on the subjects of the job losses in the forestry sector as well as in the automotive sector.
Government House Leader.
Speaker, I can assure my honourable friend, of course, that ministers, in fact, and the Prime Minister are in Ontario meeting with Premier Ford, meeting with members of the business community and the private sector. We take these matters very, very seriously. The Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Industry and others continue to work with communities, with unions, with employers, and indeed to challenge the big auto companies in terms of the decisions that they've announced, which we obviously regret very much and are determined to make good for the people of Ontario and the people of Canada. This afternoon, we'll continue with the fourth day of debate at second reading of Bill C-12 concerning the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system. Tomorrow and Monday, we'll debate Bill C-3, which amends the Citizenship Act at report stage. Our hope is to deal with third reading of this bill on Wednesday of next week. And next Tuesday, we'll call Bill C-13, an act to implement the protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was introduced by the Minister of International Trade earlier this week. Jeudi prochain, nous entamerons le débat.
On Thursday, we will begin debate at second reading of Bill C-14 on bail, which was introduced this morning very proudly by the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform the House that the earpiece volume will now be reset.
Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bills commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-12. Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. We had 45 seconds left. No. We will move forward with a member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join the debate on Bill C-12. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister spoke to young people, and this might have been an opportunity for him to apologize for 10 years of Liberal failures that have led to historically high unemployment for young people. We are now at a point where the employment rate for young people is the worst that it has been in over 25 years. Youth unemployment is approaching 500,000 young people. It's approaching a rate, Mr. Speaker, of 15%. And what is the response of this government to this catastrophe created by their own policy decisions? It's to tell young people that they need to give up more, that they need to sacrifice more, Mr. Speaker. This is the framing we see from this Prime Minister. It's not to take responsibility for the failures of the Liberals over the last 10 years, but rather it's to blame the victims of bad Liberal policies. And this is constantly the Liberal approach, to frame the problems we face as a country as if they are somebody else's fault and somebody else needs to take action other than the people who actually made the policies that got us there in the first place. Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a Conservative youth jobs plan to reverse the harm done by the Liberals, and we've invited them to adopt that plan. But not only have they failed to adopt our jobs plan, they haven't even put forward a plan of their own, Mr. Speaker. And their policies, attacking energy, attacking job creation, pushing essentials of life out of reach, these are making young people increasingly worried about their future. I was at Concordia University in Montreal yesterday speaking to young people about the situation, asking them the question, are you better or worse off than the previous generation? And many young people are worried about their future. They have already suffered so much, and yet this Prime Minister, rather than taking responsibility for 10 years of Liberal failures, is telling them that they will have to sacrifice even more. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the government to stop blaming others and take responsibility for their own failures. And the same is true as we talk today about C-12. The same is true when it comes to public safety and criminal justice. The government is constantly trying to externalize the source of these problems. And yet we know that rates of violent crime were dropping prior to this government coming into office. And they began increasing as soon as this government came into office because this Liberal government made policy choices around more generous bail for repeat violent criminals. They made policy choices that got us here. So we will certainly study the provisions in Bill C-12 in detail. We look forward to the study that will take place at committee. But there has been a complete failure by this Liberal government over the last 10 years to take public safety and crime seriously. They have not recognized how it is Liberal bail, it is Liberal policy choices, it is bills proposed and passed by this government that got us into this situation in the first place. So rather than calling on other people to make sacrifices, this government should have the humility to recognize their own policy failures, how the choices they have made on the economy, on crime, on immigration, and in many other areas, the choices that they have made have led to a situation where young people are more pessimistic about the future than they used to be. And we are here in this House to talk about restoring opportunity for young people, about restoring hope. Mr. Speaker, I believe our country can have a bright future, but it is in the hands of the members of this House to make that future happen. It is not by sticking your head in the sand like an ostrich that we make a future better for young people. It is by confronting the real data and the real challenges when it comes to public safety and youth unemployment and making things better. So, Mr. Speaker, we call on the Liberals to adopt conservative jail not bail legislation, to adopt the conservative youth jobs plan. Those are the solutions we need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member spent a lot of time talking about youth and jobs. And I'm sure he can recall because he was around when Stephen Harper cut the summer youth program jobs. And if you were to contrast the overall jobs, in the last 10 years, there's more than double the number of jobs that were created when he was a part of a conservative regime known as the Harper regime for 10 years. More than double the jobs. Yeah. November 4 is coming up. And I believe that there's going to be substantive measures that's going to build hope in the minds and the hearts of Canadians. I think it would be a drastic change for us to start adopting failed conservative parties that have been demonstrated from the past, or even as early as today when they had a colleague say that the school national program is nothing but garbage.
Chance the member for Sherwood for Saskatchewan to respond.
Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. I will encourage the member to consult the Labour Force Survey, which comes out every month from Statistics Canada and reveals the state of the job numbers. Now, he might not like spending changes or decisions that were made by the previous government, but objectively, young people were better off. Our streets were safer, crime rates were lower, housing prices and rent were way lower, job numbers were higher. Objectively, we have the worst employment rate for young people in more than 25 years. The Liberals want to measure success by intentions and government spending. We measure success by results that are available from Statistics Canada, and the government should hold itself accountable to results, not rhetoric.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry-Soulage, Huntington. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very specific question for my colleague. C-12 would make it such that rail companies and port authorities have to pay for their own facilities so that border services can conduct investigations in appropriate, adequate facilities. Does my colleague agree that the companies themselves should have to pay for those facilities rather than the government paying? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my colleague will study specific provisions in the bill in committee. We will hear from witnesses and experts. I know that we will hear and receive that expertise and then make proposals.
Long-range mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't been in this House a very long time, but often when we're up speaking and proposing solutions, we'll get some comment from the member opposite about something that happened decades ago, and I'm curious what sort of hope that offers the next generation as outlined by my colleague's speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, Carol.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are focused on the past, a past where objectively housing prices were much lower, crime was lower, rent was lower, unemployment was lower. We think that noting the actual numbers from the past is important, but also looking to the future, casting a vision that gives young people hope once again. The reality is that many young people are concerned about what their future will be like because of policies of the Liberal government. So it's not enough to just manifest hope. We need concrete proposals, and that's why we have put forward the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, which will reverse bad Liberal policies and help young people get back to work.
Time for a short question. Questions et commentaires.
Time for a short question. Questions and comments, the honourable member from Mont-Saint-Bruno-Lacadie. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech. I know that he's also a father and head of household. Now, we have an opportunity here. Economists say that we need to take action over the next few months. Will he tell his children the truth as father and head of household? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I don't quite follow the question. I will continue to tell the truth, as I always have in this House, which is to articulate the specific numbers around youth unemployment, around crime, and to call on the government to make changes that recognize the challenges their policies have created and to make things better.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cambridge. I have a point of order for the Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, that A, when the House adjourns on Thursday, January 29, 2026, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, February the 2nd, 2026, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, January 30th, 2026. B, when the House adjourns on Thursday, March the 26th, 2026, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, April 13th, 2026, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, March 27th, 2026, and C, any standing joint special and special joint committees, as well as their subcommittees, shall not be empowered to sit on both Fridays.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Cambridge and North Dumfries in this place, especially to discuss an issue as important as our Canadian borders and keeping people safe. Everyone watching at home might remember that this isn't my first time in the House talking about border security. A few weeks ago, I spoke about Bill C-2, which was introduced by the government with similar goals as this bill. I expressed my deep concerns with many portions of Bill C-2, including parts that would allow Canada Post to open any mail without a warrant, ban certain cash payments and transactions, allow warrantless access to personal information, let the government snoop on people's online activities, and see deeply personal financial information from Canadian banks. While this new piece of legislation, Bill C-12, is intended to address many of the thoughts that myself and many of my Conservative colleagues, and indeed people from all across Canada, had about that old bill. I am grateful that the government has listened to our Conservative ideas and the voices of thousands of Canadians, including people in my community, to remove these problematic elements. This proves that the work Conservatives are doing in Ottawa is producing results for the people we serve. Legislation about border security should be about keeping our borders safe, not about completely separate topics like online surveillance, private business transactions, and reading people's mail. This bill is a small step in the right direction, but it's not without problems. I'm really glad that sections encroaching on Canadians' personal freedoms and privacy rights are no longer in this bill. But let's talk about what else isn't in this bill. Still no actions to end liberal catch-and-release policies, meaning people who smuggle drugs and guns across our borders can still be arrested, get released, and go right back to breaking the law all in the same day. They're still allowing people who get arrested for the most serious crimes to serve what should be multi-year sentences in the comfort of their own homes. And there are still no mandatory minimum prison times for fentanyl traffickers, gangsters who commit gun crimes, and other heinous offenders. This soft on crime agenda just isn't an abstract idea. It's hitting home in my community every single day. Last week, there was a shooting on Dalegrove Circle and Baintree Way. A couple of months ago, bullets struck a home on Park Avenue and Grant Street. Back in June, another house on Roseview Avenue was targeted with 6 gunshots in broad daylight. These aren't supposed to be dangerous places. They're quiet neighborhoods where families should feel safe. My neighbors in Cambridge didn't ask for their streets to become crime scenes. 10 years ago, this would have been unimaginable in a country like Canada, in a community like ours. And these aren't just headlines. They're real families, real neighbors, real lives disrupted by violence. Every time I hear about another incident, I think of the children growing up in fear and the parents wondering if their street is still safe. People reach out to me constantly in emails, phone calls, texts, and responses to my community surveys. They tell me, I don't feel safe when I lock the door at night or when I let my kids play out in the yard. They ask me to bring their concerns to this government, and I've stood up time and time again in debate and in question period to let the government know just how badly they're failing law-abiding citizens. But what does this Liberal government say in response? For years they said, hold on, be patient. The legislation's coming soon. That's if they didn't call you racist, a conspiracy theorist, or a supporter of so-called American-style policies. For this government, it has always been about doing something tomorrow instead of doing it today, about blaming someone else instead of taking ownership. They had an opportunity to fix the justice system in this very piece of legislation. They didn't. The bail reform could already be reported out of committee by now. It's not. It's just getting started. They had an opportunity to vote for Conservative legislation to put the bad guys in jail and end Liberal bail. They didn't. They've ignored this problem for years, ignored the police officers, the mayors, the frontline workers, and people in communities like mine are paying the price. Every day this government delays is another day where criminals are allowed to break the law with absolute impunity. No deterrence, no consequences, no accountability, and that needs to stop now. And let's not forget who else is paying the price for this soft-on-crime, hug-a-thug approach. Our emergency services, our frontline workers, our first responders, and our hospitals. Police are being stretched thin, responding to repeat offenders who should never have been released in the first place. Paramedics are racing from one overdose call to the next, often with no time to recover between emergencies. Nurses and doctors are overwhelmed, treating the fallout of drug poisonings, violent assaults, and mental health crisis, many of which could have been prevented if the justice system actually worked. Our first responders are doing their jobs with courage and compassion, but they're being asked to do more with less. They're expected to manage the consequences of failed policies while the government continues to delay action and deflect responsibility. When the system fails to hold criminals accountable, it doesn't just hurt victims, it hurts everyone who's trying to keep our communities safe and healthy. It puts pressure on our hospitals, our shelters, our outreach workers, and our emergency services. It creates burnout, frustration, and fear. These are the people we rely on in our most vulnerable moments. They deserve more than lip service. They deserve a system that works. And they deserve a government that stands with them, not one that leaves them to clean up the mess. And while crime continues to rise, it's not the only crisis gripping our communities. The opioid epidemic is another tragedy unfolding in plain sight, and it's one the government continues to mishandle. You'll see people living in tents in what used to be public parks and green spaces. You'll see people in doorways, on the sidewalk, or on the street corner who lost everything they had because of one mistake. You'll hear the sirens of ambulances going to help someone who has yet another overdose. Many people don't make it out alive. These aren't statistics, these are people. But instead, they get a government in Ottawa that doesn't offer a helping hand or invest in recovery and treatment. They get a government that willfully pushes hard drugs onto our streets through so-called safe supply sites. There is nothing safe about a government-funded institution that hands out drugs that can literally kill you, all for free. These so-called safe supply sites don't just keep vulnerable people hooked on the poison that's killing them. They're also feeding the opioid crisis even more because many of the drugs they give away end up on the streets. The health minister testified in front of a parliamentary committee just days ago. And not only would she not commit to ending this radical experiment, she wouldn't even commit to ensuring these sites aren't placed next to places like schools in our community. That means a safe supply site in a city like mine could be put right around the corner from kids who are literally 4 or 5 years old. But it seems like now everywhere has become a drug consumption site. I hear stories from parents who find needles and drug materials in parks, on playgrounds, places we never would have dreamed of finding these things just a few years ago. And so, I find it a bit ironic that this bill is supposed to address the fentanyl flowing across our borders, all while the government continues to hand it out here at home and defend a regime that we all know has failed and is failing so many. If we truly want to stop the opioid crisis, then let's stop all the opioids, including the ones the government gives out for free in communities across Canada. Concerns like these are ones my colleagues and I hope to address at upcoming committee hearings through amendments offered in good faith. We want to make this legislation stronger and better, because stronger legislation means better outcomes for the people we serve. To the people of my community, please know that I have one goal in this debate: to keep our community safe and to finally put a stop to the scourge of crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder that's sweeping across.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cape Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech, Mr. Speaker, but I do have one question for her. She did say that first responders deserve a government that stands behind them. Has she called on her leader to apologize to the RCMP as he called into question their integrity, their reputation, said they didn't do their job, or does she stand behind him?
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite really needs to look at his own backyard and his own government, because today in the Committee on Public Safety and National Security, the Public Safety Minister only doubled down on calling the RCMP racist. If that member wants to be serious about supporting police officers, then maybe they should back up that tough talk by voting for our Conservative legislation that police unions from coast to coast to coast have been asking for years, instead of voting against it at every opportunity.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on something. C-12 would put the Coast Guard under the Canadian Armed Forces, under the military, but Coast Guards would not be armed. So is that truly integrating them into the military?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. There's a lot that's happening right now that is nothing more than a smokescreen for our current government. Things like what she mentioned is nothing more different than hiring 1,000 CBSA officers that barely can deal with the losses through attrition. And when we open the Gordie Howe Bridge next year, the shifting of personnel will leave a massive hole in the system. Plus, there is no training capacity for the 1,000 proposed officers. Just more talk and no action from this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that the Conservatives are the only ones delivering speeches on C-12 and that the only rebuttal Liberals have is an irrelevancy that has nothing to do with C-12. I wonder if my colleague can, what does she think this is? Is it that now that all the provisions that allow the government to control Canadians have been removed, that they simply don't care about C-12?
Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I think the Liberals are running out of policies to steal from the Conservatives. And it is deeply disheartening to see the Liberals not put up any speakers to defend their own bill, despite the fact that they are supposedly so proud of it. Even with these changes, we forced the government to make this bill still has deep flaws, as I outlined in my speech. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the bloc and across the way to work through the legislation, further fix this government bill to ensure Canadians' rights are being protected.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe the member makes reference to the RCMP, but does not concede the fact that the leader of the official opposition, her leader of the Conservative Party, and this is a quote coming from the Winnipeg Free Press, the leader called the leadership of the RCMP despicable. That is disgraceful when you get the leader of the official opposition making that sort of a statement. He owes Canadians an apology, and she has the tenacity to try to throw it back at the government on another issue. Does she not agree? Does she not agree that the leader of the Conservative Party owes Canadians an apology, or does she support her leader's comments?
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, what's despicable is how the member across the way is focusing on something when I just discussed Canadian lives are being lost due to the opioid crisis. They're losing lives every single day. And the issues are, what we need is accountability and prevention, stronger border controls to stop deadly drugs from entering the country, better access to real treatment and recovery, and government that supports families, not failed experiments.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking today to Bill C-12, a broad omnibus bill that in its current form seeks to make changes on a number of issues related to border, immigration, and crime prevention. My many constituents and those throughout Canada who also added their voices of disapproval to its predecessor, C-2, I say thank you for raising your voices against the infringements it sought to place on individual freedoms and privacy. That bill, C-2, wanted to allow Canada Post to open any mail, including letters, without a warrant, ban cash payments that Canadians use, and also donations over $10,000 that our charitable organizations need. They wanted to allow warrantless access to personal information. They could compel electronic service providers to re-engineer their platforms to help CSIS and the police access information. And it would have allowed the government to supply financial institutions with personal information if the info is used for money laundering and terrorist financing purposes. Interesting to me why people are so against this. It's their lack of trust in this government to ever consider allowing them to do these things. We certainly saw that when this government chose to invoke an illegal use of the Emergencies Act. They instructed banks to freeze everyday Canadians' bank accounts because they didn't like that they were supporting people who needed gas for their vehicles, food, and hopefully to find a hotel if there was one left downtown that the government hadn't bought out so that they couldn't sleep in a warm place. And they also called Canadians all kinds of names that I would like to see them apologize for, calling us misogynist, racist, extremist. These are the reasons that Canadians made the choices that they made to stand up against this bill. They don't trust the Liberals. And because of the pressure that they and so many stakeholders have applied, we were able to force the Liberals to back down, split the bill, and introduce C-12. The Privacy Commissioner confirmed that the Liberals didn't even consult him when they were trying to grant themselves sweeping new powers to access Canadians' personal information from service providers like banks and telecoms without a warrant, although they kept saying there was a warrant. I am the Member of Parliament for the wonderful people who call the beautiful riding of Yorkton Melville home, and as of October 15th of this month, I have been here for a decade and have rose in this place to speak and intervene on their behalf. Over this tumultuous decade, people of Canada, especially our younger generations, have become wary of the intentions of this Liberal government. It has tried, time after time, to usurp the rights and freedoms of Canadians, bully and divide, water down, and destroy the very fabric of Canadian identity and quality of life. This government continues to show its true colours as they hold fast to their efforts to make Canada the first post-national state. They hold fast to the ravaging of our economy with roadblocks and walls that continue to deter private investment in everything from mining to manufacturing and agriculture. This Liberal government is responsible for what Canadians see today: poor border security, Liberals; continued unsustainable immigration, this leader; an unprecedented financial burden of generational proportions that they have orchestrated, all of this impacting next generations. This was all orchestrated by Justin Trudeau and the current Prime Minister, who was the instigator as Trudeau's economic advisor and as the guy ready to finish his art of the deal with values that have wealth in his hands and nothing for Canada. The exhaustion, attrition, depression, hopelessness felt within our police services, our Canadian Armed Forces, our first responders, our medical professionals are all off the charts. Why? The simple reason, the indisputable answer: total violent crimes have increased by 50% since 2015 through to 2023. I feel like I should have a moment of silence after mentioning each of these violent crimes that are taking place in larger and larger numbers across our nation: homicide, gang-related killings, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, extortion, auto theft, horrific violence against children, forced confinement, kidnapping, indecent, harassing communications, human trafficking, and we don't have the numbers yet for 2024-25. This is not the Canada that Canadians have grown up in, and it's not the Canada that our immigrants that took the proper paths have expected to be part of when they came here. This is in response to the government's failed bail reforms, the removal of minimum mandatory sentences, C-75, C-5, legalizing possession of drugs, and open season for drug trafficking and fentanyl production in Canada. Unfortunately, this bill is weak. Weak because it makes no commitments to enforcement, no action on catch and release for those who traffic in fentanyl and firearms, no new mandatory prison times for fentanyl traffickers, no new mandatory prison times for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes, who use our porous border to victimize Canadians, and instead of focusing on them, Of course, these Liberals are trying to confiscate legal gun owners' firearms and having a bit of trouble to accomplish that, from what I understand. House arrest is still permissible for some of the most serious offenses. Safe consumption sites still don't provide addicts with the encouragement and support to move to treatment and continue to put children in danger with no move to shut down fentanyl consumption sites that are near schools and daycares. And Speaker, I have to say, this last part, I feel like I am living in that environment. I moved here to Ottawa so that I could do my work, and the place that I chose was in a good location. And then they introduced the legalization of drugs and put 2 safe consumption sites in that area that is close to a school. And every morning now, as I walk to work, what I see on the streets has multiplied extensively. So this is not due to something that was in place before this happened. There are people on the street that cannot stand up. They are bent over from the use of these drugs. They sleep on the grates to stay warm. They're sleeping in the little crannies between small businesses. And now there is a regular group that come and pick up the garbage every morning. And at 4 a.m., I'm hearing the machines that come down the streets and the sidewalks to wash them, because one of the businesses that was there had to finally move, one of the first in the city of Ottawa, because every morning as I walk to work, they'd be out with big pails of disinfectant and cleaning the area in front of their business. I hear more sirens from police and fire trucks every night. And there are nights when the loudness is so unbelievable because it travels up through the buildings that people can't sleep. And I am not blaming the people that are struggling. I am blaming this government for creating the environment that we have today that is added to the violence that is taking place with firearms and attacking people, to this form of violence, which has basically caused multiple Canadians across this country to die from the use of fentanyl and to cause their families to be in deep distress because of the condition of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, the fentanyl scourge is taking place in North America. It's very serious to downtowns throughout North America. And I think that it is important that we recognize that as a governing body, we should be doing whatever we can. And, you know, we're securing borders, which will help. We attempted through Bill C-2 to be able to deal with fentanyl being distributed through the mail, in which the Conservatives oppose. But the question I have for the member opposite is that if there was assurances that a court order was necessary in order to look into an envelope to check it for fentanyl, would that member support it?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
First of all, the issues around fentanyl are Canadian-made. We have allowed, this government has allowed the precursors to this drug to come into this country for years without any oversight, knowing full well that that was going to mean we would have gangs and drug producers in this country making this situation far worse. So this government has to take responsibility for its behavior. And as far as that one question about the mail, Canadians are still very concerned about those other issues, and they are watching, because I've assured them that not to feel comfortable, that there's a good possibility this government is still going to try to take away their rights and freedoms.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée de
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there are new measures in this bill. That means that a person can no longer ask for asylum after a year in Canada. Does my colleague think that the government should not have a some humanitarian leeway for some vulnerable people who are subject to prosecution?
Melville.
I hear the member and appreciate her question. I think these are things that at committee we will have the opportunity to discuss and consider for amendments. My personal feeling is a year is an extensive amount of time. And I think what Canada needs to do is get back in control of our environment with immigration, and that may very well be part of the challenge. We have to do things in a timely manner. This government doesn't know how to do that. We will.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? I think it's a great time to remind members. Members have to be in their seats in order to be recognized, as well as properly attired. So I will recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, one of the discussions that we've had a great deal about inside the chamber is in regards to our RCMP. The leaders of the official opposition making a profound statement derogatory towards the RCMP by saying that the management is despicable. And I'm wondering if the member opposite supports her leader's comments, or does she believe, as a vast majority of Canadians, that the RCMP is an institution that has worldwide respect, and the leader of the official opposition was wrong, and he owes Canadians an apology. Does she believe in the integrity of the RCMP or her leader?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I believe in both. And I just want to thank the federal government for bringing attention to this issue and raising the viewership of Northern Perspective. I encourage more people to go to that interview to see the full interview and the full statement that was made, and also Northern Perspective did a great job of rebuttal on this issue. I'm very proud of our RCMP, and I am very proud of the individuals that work so hard in my riding, and we will do all we can to improve their service. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have a time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
I would like to thank my colleague for her remarks. And what we hear from the Liberal government is that they take fentanyl just so seriously that they're willing to go as far as looking into your mail and violating your privacy. But yet, in this bill, there's no mandatory prison times for fentanyl traffickers. I would love my colleague to please comment on that.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. You know, the question of giving a sentence that is worthy of the crime is something that this government just does not understand. And the reason that we have the growth in extreme violent crime is because criminals look at the opportunities and are quite happy to go in and then out immediately of our jails. So I would say this government, again, is not meeting the...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, it is always an honor to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Calgary McKnight. And I want to make it clear, today I am rising to speak on this bill because of my constituents. I have received countless emails in my inbox about the concern that my constituents have for Bill C-12 and Bill C-2. Many of my constituents shared their concerns about provisions in these bills that needlessly violated individual freedoms and Canadian rights of privacy, and I want to address that. Bill C-2 seeks to give the Liberal government broad surveillance powers. It would have permitted warrantless access to the Canadians' mail and personal data from the service providers. Alarmingly, these overarching measures were proposed by the Liberals without prior consultation with the Privacy Commissioner. In some ways, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 reminds me of Bill C-11 from a couple of years back, which gave powers to government bureaucrats to censor what Canadians can say or see on the Internet. It also reminds me of the Online News Act from 2023, which banned news from social media platforms and put local news groups at a disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, what we see once again with Bill C-2 is a government that believes it knows better than Canadians, a government that continues to seek control of the information that Canadians can access online and diminishes their personal freedoms. Over 300 civil society groups expressed their concerns about Bill C-2, and Conservatives are proud to stand with them and fight against this legislation. And now, after backing down from C2, the Liberals have introduced Bill C12. Conservatives are examining this bill thoroughly to ensure that the Liberals do not try to sneak in measures that breach law-abiding Canadians' privacy rights like they tried to do in Bill C2. But before I dive deeper into Bill C12, I want to highlight two important topics of concern to the people of Calgary-McKnight: the rising wave of crime in our country and the drug epidemic, which has claimed over 50,000 lives since 2016. Since 2015, my hometown of Calgary has seen crime go up by 58%. It has seen firearm offenses go up by 371%, and extortion has gone up by 353%. As I mentioned previously, the countrywide opioid epidemic has claimed tens of thousands of lives and represents a 200% annual increase since the government began its radical liberalization of hard drugs. I heard one of my colleagues previously mention that the number of lives lost to drug overdose in the last 10 years is higher than the amount of Canadians who tragically lost their lives in the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been calling on this government for years to get serious about crime and secure our borders. We have urged them to strengthen bail laws, crack down on the flow of dangerous drugs, and stop illegal firearms from pouring into our communities. It is deeply disappointing that the Liberals only acted on border security after being told to do so by another country's president. It should not take pressure from a foreign leader for the Liberals to finally do what Canadians have been pleading for all along. Even in the second attempt, Bill C12 still fails to address several critical issues. It does not include meaningful bail reform, allowing the catch and release of individuals trafficking fentanyl and firearms. It does not introduce mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl traffickers who are fueling the deadly opioid crisis. It does not implement new mandatory prison terms for gang members who use illegal firearms to commit violent crimes. Despite the Liberals' tough rhetoric, it still seems that their priority is going after the guns of law-abiding hunters and intercepting the mail of ordinary Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a justice system that protects victims and communities, not repeat violent offenders. But after a decade of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime approach, we now live in a country where violent criminals are released within hours of arrest, thanks to Liberals' Bill C5 and C75. The Liberals repealed mandatory prison sentences for some of the most serious offenses like extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, and importing illegal guns. These are not small mistakes. These are deliberate policy choices that have emboldened criminals and eroded my constituents' confidence in the justice system. Conservatives believe in real consequences for repeat violent criminals and sentencing, and prioritizes the safety of Canadians over the comfort of offenders. But the product of government's soft-on-crime legislation extends far beyond the courtroom. The fentanyl crisis reaches our streets, homes, hospitals, and even children's playgrounds. The Liberal government's reckless policies have fueled a nationwide drug crisis that has overwhelmed communities and left our brave first responders and health workers to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the Liberal health minister refuses to rule out approving more drug consumption sites next to schools and daycares, despite admitting that they are hotspots for fentanyl usage. Mr. Speaker, some of the provisions in Bill C12 appear to be well-intentioned. On paper, this legislation seeks to strengthen border security, crack down on gun smuggling, and target organized crime networks and drug trafficking across our country. These are causes that all Canadians can support, and the Conservatives have long been calling for. The measures to inspect more cross-border cargo, to tighten tracking of money laundering, and to intercept the flow of fentanyl and hard drugs are steps in the right direction. If implemented correctly, these measures could help protect our communities from the violence and drug addiction that have taken root under the Liberal government's watch. I look forward to this bill being thoroughly scrutinized to ensure that it can deliver positive results without trampling on Canadian rights. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister and this government was elected just a number of months ago, and during that election campaign, there was a commitment made by the Prime Minister saying that we are going to secure Canada's borders and we're going to look at stabilizing our immigration. When you take a look at Bill C-12 today, it does just that, Mr. Speaker. It is a significant step. There's also other measures, such as increasing the number of our CMP and border control officers. Collectively, it's going to make a huge difference, and I'm glad to hear that the Conservatives are open to allowing it to go to committee so that we can at least make it go through a process, because I believe that Canadians expect the politicians here in Ottawa to work cooperatively to make things of this nature happen, and I'm ready to provide his comments on the sense of working cooperatively.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, under the previous Conservative government, the CBSA budget was increased by 45% and staffing levels rose by 26%, strengthening Canada's front line of defence. We invested in the tools, personnel and technology needed to keep Canadians safe and stop illegal smuggling. We will never apologize for our strong Conservative record on securing Canada's borders. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives stand shoulder to shoulder with the men and women in law enforcement who protect our borders and our communities every day. We will always support those in uniform who risk their safety to keep Canadians safe. I call on the Liberals to finally deliver on their promise to hire 1,000 new RCMP and CBSA officers instead of leaving our front lines understaffed and overworked. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am the public safety critic for the Bloc Québécois. We've looked closely at C-12. We've heard from many witnesses. And I am an MP who can weigh the pros and cons. There are good measures in C-12. For example, granting powers to the Minister of Health to identify chemical precursors in order to fight the opioid crisis. Does my colleague think that this is a good idea, so that the minister can identify these precursors?
Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, in June, the Liberals rushed out Bill C-2 without even consulting the private commissioner or considering its impact on Canadians' rights. Frankly, this is unacceptable. People's lives are at stake, and Liberals are introducing bills through trial and error. I hope that we can work together to form a productive outcome for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to my colleague for his wonderful speech and pointing out the frailties and shortcomings in this bill that still needs to be looked for and talked on. My question is quite simple. The Liberals still seem to be pushing for safe consumption sites, including schools, daycares, and play zones, as you said in your main remarks. So my question is, how do you feel about that disconnect when—
Interrupt the member. You have to speak through the chair to the member. You can't use the you, so I invite the member to continue, but to refer to that member or colleague or any other terminology, but not the you. The member can continue and finish his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question to my colleague is that how does he feel about this disconnect When at the one hand, Liberals say that they want to work hard on the fentanyl and its consumption, but yet at the same time they are not willing to stop safe consumption close to schools and daycares.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question from my colleague. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal approach of expanding safe injection sites and safe supply programs has only fueled addiction, crime, and overdoses, leaving first responders and healthcare workers to clean up the mess. We believe in investing in treatment, recovery, and enforcement so Canadians can rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about Bill C-12, and I'm going to focus a lot of my speech, as many of you guys, many of my colleagues in the House know. I do a lot of work with our first responders, our veterans. I do a lot of work with mental health throughout our country, so I'll be spending a majority of my time talking about fentanyl and how it has had an incredible, just a devastating impact on our country. But I'd be remiss if I didn't do this first, Mr. Speaker. We have first responders all across our country that put their uniforms on every day to run into burning buildings, to run towards danger, that whether it's a nurse, a paramedic, a firefighter, a police officer, they are there to serve you, Mr. Speaker, your family and my family. They're there just to make our community safe. And one of my very good friends and somebody who I deeply respect, Mr. Paul Hills, is in Ottawa today and has been in for the last week. And I've worked tirelessly shoulder to shoulder with him to stand up for our first responders who face threats of violence and violent acts each and every day, Mr. Speaker, and just honored to call him a friend. And I know that we're not allowed to acknowledge people in the gallery, so I won't look up into the gallery. But if my colleagues could do me a favor and just provide a round of applause for a friend or acknowledge. He has worked tirelessly to pass, to get our Bill 321 passed, which was act of to change the criminal code, recognizing that a victim of violence at the time of sentencing, that the victim of violence was if they were a healthcare worker, a nurse, a paramedic, that it is an aggravating factor in sentencing. And he's been here working tirelessly with our Senate, with all of our colleagues across all sides. And so I just say thank you to him, a heartfelt thank you to him. Furthermore, I can't speak to C-12 about strengthening our borders if I don't recognize and talk about Brianna McDonald, who I've talked about in this House before. 13 years of age, lost her life in a homeless encampment to overdose. She turned 13 on my son's birthday last year, July 15th, and she was found deceased on my daughter's birthday a month later, August 23rd, in Abbotsford in a homeless encampment overdose. Her parents did everything to try and get her off the drug and get her off the streets. She was 13, Mr. Speaker. We can't talk about this bill or any bills when we're talking about strengthening our borders or making our communities safe without mentioning Brianna or Tyler Dunlap or our colleague that mentioned her nephew who passed away from overdose. I lost my brother-in-law to overdose. I lost my uncle to drugs. I have a brother that's on the streets now gripped with this crisis. I can't lay that at the feet of this government because he's been on the streets for a long period of time. But I ask those who are watching and those who are in this House today to take a look around our communities. Is it the same? Do they look the same as they did 10 years ago? The answer is no. the increase in crime, fentanyl flows across our border. It's so porous. We are absolutely, we're powerless to stop this drug from flowing across our border. And that's why we are standing and acting and compelling and pleading with our colleagues across the way that are in government to protect our youth, strengthen our borders, and ensure that law enforcement has the tools it needs to stop the illicit drugs from reaching our communities. Because right now, whatever we're doing, it's not working. Over 50,000 Canadians have lost their lives since 2016. 50,000 Canadians. Those are just the numbers that we know. In my province of British Columbia, overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18. I say it every speech because it bears repeating time and time and time again. Overdose, leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in the province of British Columbia. Do you want to know what the second leading cause of death is? Suicide. Our country is gripped in a mental health crisis. And all we look at is Band-Aid solutions. That's not blaming this government, that's not blaming previous governments, it's blaming us collectively as leaders. Whether it's provincial, federal, municipal, we are failing Canadians. C-12 does nothing to affect that. Nothing. You know, I've been elected 10 years this week, 10 years on Sunday. And one of the first debates that we undertook in this House was the suicide epidemic in Attawapiskat First Nation. And I remember listening to the debate and hearing some of our colleagues that have been in the House a lot longer than I had at that point, and they said their first debate years earlier was on the suicide crisis that we have in Canada. And we've done nothing. Band-Aid solutions. Now, collectively as Parliament, we passed my motion 988 to bring a three-digit national suicide hotline to Canada, 988. We did that in the last session. But there's so much more we need to do. So when we see C-12, or we see bills like C-2, an omnibus bill that has much ado about nothing, we question why. For those that are new in this House, and those, I remember being in the same seats as some of those in the back rows of both sides, and I came here with great intentions, and I had great hopes for all, but we're failing. And I can't remember who said it, but one of our colleagues said, the time for talk is done. We need action. You know, over 7.5 million Canadians are without a doctor. So our borders are broken. We're going to bring more immigrants into Canada, but they're not going to be able to get a doctor. They're not going to be able to afford food. They're not going to be able to afford a house or a roof over their heads. Where is the compassion in that? You know, our police officers, our first responders, they are taxed. So how far we have fallen when it's okay to firebomb an ambulance, when it's okay to stab a paramedic or knock a nurse out, when they're just trying to help you, heal your broken bones, hold your hand as you take your last breath. You know, I challenge all of our colleagues that are here, and we get heated during question period, but when we're talking about things that matter, like the mental health of Canadians, the health and wellness of Canadians, I think we can all agree There's no health without mental health. That our addictions crisis is real. C12 does nothing to stop the scourge of fentanyl or drugs or guns coming into our borders, Mr. Speaker. We can do better. This government needs to do better. Provinces are calling for it. Attorney generals are calling for it. Municipalities are calling for it. Police agencies are calling for it. And Mr. Speaker, I challenge all of us, but I challenge this government because that's their legacy after 10 years. They say they're new, but it's the same old, same old. I know they have good people on that side. So I challenge those people to speak up, those members, those colleagues to speak up, and challenge the guy in the front desk to do better and be better. Thank you.
Before I proceed to question and comments, order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, Justice. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark, Housing. And the Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac for Public Safety. Questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. And we've had a great pleasure of working together for the last 10 years on multiple files, one of which he mentioned in his speech. And he referenced somebody who may or may not be on the Hill in the chamber today. And while it's not about C12, I did want to flag to him, and I think he will be happy, that in the legislation tabled this morning, C14, on page 19, section 39.1, the addition of injury to first responders was added. And that was a bill that he brought forward, a private member's bill last Parliament. But with that, I just wanted to let him know, but I also wanted to ask him, he's very passionate about this, would he be willing to work with our government to make sure that when we get C12, hopefully to committee, that we have some amendments?
I have to give a chance to the member to respond. The member for Caribou Prince George.
Yeah, well, I just read that. I just read the notice, Mr. Speaker, that the government has taken excerpts of our bill C321. I haven't had a chance to look at whether it goes far enough. We know that the Senate just passed S233 last night. It is back in this House as we speak. My understanding is that S233 is complementary to the new bail reform bill. And if we know C321 passed at all levels in the last Parliament, but only due to the election, the election, that it failed to go through. And time again, we need to send a message to our first responders and those who wear our uniforms that we care for them and that we'll protect them through thick and thin, Mr. Speaker. And so I look forward to working with our colleague across the way.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. The colleague talked a great deal about fentanyl, and of course I offer my deepest condolences to all those who have lost loved ones from the fentanyl crisis. My colleague, as a Conservative, how does he feel about the federal government's cooperation, as in, should the federal government cooperate with provincial governments and with the United States so that we can truly cut down on contraband of fentanyl and fentanyl trafficking?
Well, that's the only way to get anything done, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to have a multi-tiered a plan to work on this. And yes, because we have a nation that is filled with different jurisdictions, provincial jurisdictions, and regional jurisdictions, what have you, we have to work with those groups and each province to make sure that we're doing something. But moreover, we just need leadership at the top. We have to, somebody has to take the reins and say, this is how we're going to do it. And convene meetings and get this going, because what we're doing right now and what we've done to this point isn't working.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marple.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that my colleague bring up the issue of youth death, major causes, and he named number one is overdose, and second is about suicide. And actually, I want to ask the question that in many cases, the youth suicide is also caused by addiction issues, addiction problems. So do you mean that the cause of death related to drugs is bigger than the overdose numbers?
The Honourable Member for Canterbury Prince George.
In Canada, we have a black hole when it comes to statistics. So we know that those numbers are likely very much higher, because the numbers that are the numbers that we go off of are only the ones that are reported. Due to the stigma surrounding addiction and suicide, many of those cases get unreported, and so I do believe that those numbers are actually higher.
Nous avons le temps pour une courte question.
We have time for a quick question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned a very important point, which matters to me as a father. He said that we should speak clearly, honestly, and be good leaders. Yesterday, I spoke to university students about where our country is headed. Would he commit to being totally honest and candid with our government and with everyone and supporting us in our approach?
Mr. Speaker, our honourable colleague is new here, so I'll forgive him if he's not aware of my record. I am who I am. My stripes have never changed, and if you can ask any of your long-standing Liberal colleagues, my record stands for itself.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we study legislation, there's an important question to ask ourselves. Who will this benefit? Who will this help? We need to ask ourselves, will this legislation make our programs more effective? Will it make our services more helpful? Will it make our country fairer? We're currently studying C-12, an act to strengthen Canada's borders and immigration system. The answer to those questions is a clear yes. This bill strikes the right balance between compassion and thoroughness. It also strikes the right balance between openness, being welcome, and security. This bill seeks to improve how the government serves Canadians, newcomers, and those seeking protection in Canada. C-12 strengthens our security, supports our prosperity, and consolidates cooperation among all levels of government, namely federal and provincial and territorial. This reform is necessary, humane, compassionate, and responsible. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about measures to help asylum seekers. The measures in the bill thoroughly modernize our immigration and asylum systems. The measures will help us better meet our country's needs, all while protecting the most vulnerable, those who often risk their lives to find a safe haven in Canada. This legislation is a clear commitment, a commitment to a sustainable immigration system, one that is based on compassion, but that also matches our country's intake abilities and our ability to welcome people, house them, and help them integrate. Canadians want our asylum system to remain a symbol of hope. Canadians want a fair system to protect those who are fleeing war, persecution, or extreme poverty. But Canadians also want a system that can detect and take strong action against those who seek to take advantage of it. C-12 creates a unique, streamlined, faster, and more transparent online process. There will be better coordination between departments, meaning that files will be ready to be decided on as soon as they are sent to the Immigration and Status of Refugees Commission. What this will mean is fewer delays, less confusion, and most importantly, more fairness. The bill also changes how we handle late claims or irregular claims, including those which are filed a year over a year after someone arrived in Canada. Claimants will have 14 days to file their claims and will not be automatically sent back to the United States. The removal process will be fair and there will be a pre-removal risk assessment. This will lighten the burden on our system, all while guaranteeing justice and dignity for all. We are simplifying our procedures. We're streamlining them, so we're making the system more people-friendly, more humane, and more effective. Because behind each asylum claim, there is a person with a story, with hope. We need an effective system based on collaboration. C12 fosters closer partnership between the federal government and provinces and territories. C12 modernizes our communication processes to allow quick and safe information sharing when it comes to immigration services, citizenship, and passports. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Bourassa, each and every day I see the wealth that newcomers bring to our neighborhoods. They contribute to our economy, to our culture, even to our sports. They help our communities thrive. There will be better information sharing in Ottawa between Ottawa, provinces, and local organizations, which will allow for even more success. This enhanced partnership among key players will make our system more effective, fairer, and more compassionate. The safety of Canadians is, of course, our top priority. There have been smugglers and criminal groups taking advantage of irregular migration routes to skirt our system and processes. C12 sends a clear message. Canada remains a welcoming country, but we are not a naive one. Those who come into Canada irregularly, well, their file will be decided on and there will be a fair removal process. This measure will protect the integrity of the system and enhance public trust in our system. These reforms will ensure that our system remains both fair and safe. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, C12 is a major step forward. What's most important to retain about this bill is that our government, which is a responsible one, is looking to find the right balance. We need to strike that right balance between protection and openness. It really is a step in the right direction. It's a huge development. This makes our system stronger. It strengthens our public safety while maintaining Canada's humanitarian tradition, of which we are so proud. This bill is our vision. We want an open but orderly Canada, which is welcoming but on guard, compassionate but also responsible. That's what I mean by striking the right balance, Mr. Speaker. I'm certain that this legislation will make our immigration system stronger and even more worthy of Canadians' trust and confidence in it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all colleagues for listening, and I encourage you to support this important legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the member opposite, that would he agree with me that the Liberal government is failing to, there is a clear duality in the intent of the government, and it's failing to walk the talk by leaving out minimum mandatory jail time for fentanyl traffickers and for gangsters? Would you agree with that?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. There is no ambiguity. We are trying to find a balance between openness and vigilance. It is untrue to say that we are not doing anything. We can discuss things in committee, of course, but we do want colleagues to vote for this. This is not ambiguous, it is balanced.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member for Edmonton East, Southeast.
Mr. Speaker, would the member agree with me that there is no minimum mandatory jail time for drug traffickers, for fentanyl traffickers, for gangsters, and the bill does not mention anything to stop the safe consumption sites close to schools and daycares. So how would the young families, young members who are getting impacted on daily basis acknowledge the intent of this government, that they are true to the intent of making sure that the legislation is actually going to protect who are affected by this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much. I thank my colleague across the way. His question is relevant, but not quite relevant to the bill. I'll answer the question, though. This bill strengthens background checks and identity checks. This legislation will help all stakeholders to be more proactive in fighting fentanyl trafficking. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Now, on the topic of border security, we, the Bloc Québécois, along with unions, have been for a long time asking to authorize patrols between border crossings because we want to be more active and more present on the ground, to be more effective. So will the government commit to amending the legislation to allow for such patrols? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his question. This legislation will allow for more cooperation and coordination between the federal government, provinces, and municipalities and regions. There will be coordination. There's no specific action that we need to take because it really depends on each region and their unique situation and needs. What people want most is coordination, and that's what this bill would accomplish.
The member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the government says that they're going to hire 1,000 more officers for CBSA. But hiring 1,000 CBSA officers barely deals with the losses that are currently happening through attrition. And when we open the Gordie Howe Bridge next year, the shifting personnel will leave a massive hole in the system. Plus, there is no training capacity for these 1,000 proposed officers. Can the member please explain to me how we're going to be able to meet the 1,000 new patrol officers that they're proposing?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Safety has already answered this question, I believe. The Minister has already clearly explained that we do commit to that. We commit to ensuring that the personnel and resources are there to protect our borders. We heard about this at the Public Safety Committee. It was very, in fact, reassuring knowing that we will have more resources that we're working on that. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready to hear the question? Est-ce que la Chambre est prête à entendre la question? La question est comme suit. The question
is as follows.
Anand Sangri, seconded by Mr. Hodgson, moved that Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related security measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, and if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Listen. On division? Agreed on division? I declare the motion carried on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé au...
This bill will be sent to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Oh, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House at this time, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
We agreed? Agreed. So agreed. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-223, Keeping Children Safe Act, standing in the name of Ms. Hepner.
Mrs. Hepner, seconded by Mrs. Gould, moves that Bill C-223, an act to amend the Divorce Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I feel enormously honoured to stand here today with significant amendments to the Divorce Act in a bill entitled the Keeping Children Safe Act. This bill will give children a voice in divorce proceedings and stop the increasing and egregious practice of disregarding children's views and preferences under the pretense they have been manipulated or alienated by a parent. It prevents judges from restricting a child's time with one parent to improve the relationship with the other parent, and it prevents courts from forcing children to attend so-called reunification therapy. This bill will require legal advisors to remedy the effects of domestic violence and coercive control rather than discount them or even punish disclosures. It changes the existing premise in family courts that children are property that must be split equally between parties in a divorce. I want to thank the National Association of Women in the Law, and particularly Suzanne Zakour, for first raising with me the extreme and widespread issues in family court about a year ago. Noel introduced me to survivors, parents accused of alienation, children forced into bizarre programs. It seemed like the conversion therapy this House banned 4 years ago. I was horrified. I brought them all to testify at the Status of Women Committee last year during our coercive control study, and I'm sure all members who were there during their testimony will remember it vividly. Noel worked with me throughout the summer and early fall on crafting this legislation. I note that the government is calling for some amendments that do seem reasonable to me to maintain the integrity of the system while staying true to the main concepts of this law as I have just outlined. While I was working on this bill, I got so many calls from victims and survivors who wanted to share their story with me that I couldn't find time to hear them all. There was one woman, though, in Hamilton who was about to lose her child due to accusations of parental alienation. So I went to her house, and I met with her, and I met with her 9-year-old daughter. They clearly had a loving relationship. They were both terrified that the police were showing up to force her into the custody of her father, who she didn't know well, had never lived with, and about whom she had disclosed a disturbing story that suggested sexual abuse. The transfer didn't happen that night, but the next day when the mother and daughter were at the hospital dealing with anxiety, that's when it happened. And the mother wrote to me afterwards. She said, 12 cops made me force my daughter down 7 floors, kicking and screaming, and told me I would be arrested in front of her if I didn't take her to her father's truck. I can't make her last memory of me be physically forcing her into danger, and I also can't fight for her if I get arrested. This mother has not had any contact with her daughter now for months upon months. She says, this bill will break the chains of our silenced children and set them free from abuse and slavery. Children's opinions can't be left out of a divorce. They are part of the divorce. They should have a say. Canada ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1991. Article 12 guarantees children the right to express their opinions on matters affecting them and emphasizes the need for them to have an opportunity to be heard in any judicial proceeding that affects them. Canada ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in 1981. That's monitored by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, also known as CEDAW. Last year, CEDAW called on Canada to prevent the use of parental alienation allegations. They said in a news release, shelters, researchers, service providers, legal professionals, experts all agree parental alienation accusations are being weaponized against victims of domestic violence. And many survivors point to the 2023 report on violence against women and girls, its causes and consequences by UN Special Rapporteur Reem Al-Salam. She argued that all countries adopt legislation to prohibit the use of parental alienation allegations in custody disputes. She said parental alienation has been dismissed by medical, psychiatric, and psychological associations, and in 2020 was removed from the classification of diseases by the World Health Organization. Nevertheless, it has gained considerable traction and has been widely used to negate allegations of domestic and sexual abuse within the family court system on a global scale. She said the discredited and unscientific pseudo-concept of parental alienation is used in family law by abusers as a tool to continue their abuse and coercion and to undermine and discredit allegations of domestic violence made by mothers who are just trying to keep their children safe. Let's look at what other countries are doing. In Brazil, parental alienation is actually a civil offense with potential criminal implications. And the University of Manchester did a study that found that in Brazil, irrespective of abuse reported by mothers and children, fathers maintained direct contact with children. Multiple mothers lost custody, even all contact with their children. 5 of 8 criminal investigations into child sex abuse, child rape, and domestic violence by fathers were closed once there were parental alienation allegations. There has been so much controversy over the harms to women and children that this year, Brazil has a new bill to remove the concept of parental alienation from the country's laws. Spain is the opposite, with legislation that specifically prohibits accusations of parental alienation. Ireland this year vowed to follow Spain's example. In the UK, family law prioritizes best interests of the child. Allegations of domestic abuse take precedence over allegations of parental alienation. In the US, responsibility falls to individual states. Arizona, California, Colorado, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Utah have all implemented President Biden's 2022 Keeping Children Safe from Family Violence Act, which prohibits remedies associated with parental alienation. And several U.S. cases have made the news, including a story last year in the Denver Gazette where a man facing criminal charges for raping his 3 daughters repeatedly got court-ordered reunification therapy while his wife went to jail for objecting. Parental alienation was a concept developed in the late 1980s by a psychiatrist called Richard Gardner. He said at the time, "It often involves malicious and false sexual abuse allegations made by the mother against the father to gain sole custody and remove the father from their children's lives." So it was all about fathers' rights, regardless of circumstances, regardless of abuse. The American Psychological Association says there have been no well-controlled empirical studies that confirm the phenomenon of parental alienation, nor have any standardized assessment process and specific diagnostic criteria been established for it. And the APA is concerned about this concept's influence in legal settings. The remedies for parental alienation the courts have been ordering have been found to be seriously damaging to children. Reunification therapy, also called reintegration therapy, multifaceted family therapy, multimodal reconciliation therapy for the intractable resist reviews, dynamically, it's a proliferation of names used interchangeably, adding to the ambiguity and controversy of these practices. And possibly most concerning is the lucrative nature of these therapies, causing an explosion of so-called experts. Last year, in the Family Law Quarterly, Chadwick and Sloan wrote, "Undeterred by a lack of sound scientific evidence, a cottage industry of reunification camps has capitalized on the popularity of the concept of parental alienation, charging thousands of dollars to allegedly deprogrammed children who have been alienated from a non-custodial parent. Orders can include transport agents that will remove a child from a home, courthouse, wherever they happen to be, and send them to the camp. And to avoid human trafficking implications, guardianship of the child is transferred at each point in the operation. The children don't often consent to this treatment. This violates the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Canadian Healthcare Consent Act." Other remedies to parental alienation are equally harmful: forced contact with a parent estranged for good reasons, immediate custody reversals, prohibition of contact between mother and child, police enforcement, cost orders against mothers deemed to be alienators, and that is why this bill does more than just ban allegations of parental alienation in family court. Witness after witness who appeared at Status of Women Committee last year disclosed how rampant this parental alienation allegations are in family court, in Canadian courts. Abusers don't stop trying to control and dominate just because their partner has left, and in many cases, the abuse gets worse after they leave. Carrie Leonetti, professor at Auckland Law School, told committee that violent fathers are more than twice as likely to seek custody of their children after separation than non-abusive fathers. They are awarded custody approximately 70% of the time. She said, in the past 2 decades in family courts, the pendulum has swung from believing children and protecting them to disbelieving, silencing, and punishing their disclosures. Re-entrenching fathers' rights at the expense of women and children's safety, the ideology of parental alienation has been the driving force behind this retrograde shift. She said, parental alienation is gender bias, masquerading as junk science. More than 90% of those accused are women. Most of those are victims of intimate partner violence. She said judges and psychologists are obsessed with the idea that when children disclose abuse by fathers, resist being in their care, and ask for protection, it's the mothers who are the real problem. So people now in Canada are being told by professionals not to claim abuse or seek protection because it puts their child at further risk. We heard this at committee. Ottawa Victim Service, the Elizabeth Fry Society of New Brunswick, told us many victims feel the price for leaving the violent environment is even higher than the price for staying at home. Witnesses said reunification therapy was akin to forced reprogramming of children, often resulting in psychological trauma, not a healed family relationship. Children are silenced. Mothers are found to be alienating for normal reactions to abuse or normal behavior, such as not having pictures of their ex-partner in their house, one researcher told us. And she warned that several U.S. providers of reunification therapy are moving into Canada because the states are adopting child safety laws like the one I'm presenting today. One mother who was labeled an alienator told us, not one mode of contact is permitted. Imagine not even being able to mail your child a birthday card or a Christmas present. For years, children are not permitted to say last goodbyes or attend funerals. Child survivors of the therapy told us, for example, I quote, when we described emotionally abusive episodes with our father, our dad would tell the therapist they didn't happen. The therapist told us we needed to think of things from our dad's perspective, that we weren't remembering things correctly. They were blamed for the abuse. A professor from the University of Calgary told us sometimes the people who are testifying as experts in parental alienation cases are the same people who run the reunification camps. They stand to profit directly from those camps. Another professor from Stockton University told us a cottage industry of lawyers and mental health professionals who profit from parental alienation accusations and custody disputes resist any limitations on the use of those claims. It's done by people without any particular training of qualifications. It's not a regulated industry. It's just very profitable. Speaker, I mentioned how much outreach I started receiving when I was working on this bill, and since it has passed first reading, I can tell you hundreds of organizations have indicated their enthusiastic support, like Women's Shelters Canada, the Alliance of Canadian Research Centres, YWCA Canada, dozens upon dozens of women's shelters across the country. Some of the quotes sent to me on social media. This is so necessary. I couldn't stop weeping reading this bill. Our children must be heard. The court system must be transformed from being yet another tool for abusers to abuse, control, demean, and devalue their victims. Another person said, this change can't come soon enough. Anyone who's surviving the family court system learns quickly that children's rights don't exist. They value parental equity above all. The term parental alienation is thrown out by an abuser like a vengeful Hail Mary. You don't know me, but thank you so much. I'm a sexual assault survivor, and this bill is going to change lives and protect so many kids from abuse. And from the woman from Hamilton that I mentioned earlier, she said, my daughter was silenced and placed under the control of someone she explicitly said she feared. Bill C-223 gives children their voices back. Speaker, these changes are desperately needed, and I implore all members to please support this bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's never a wasted opportunity to stand up in this House and talk about something so important, so vital to all of our lives, and that's the strength and stability of family. It's a simple word, but it means so much to all of us. We all know as members of Parliament that our families are bedrocks, our biggest support systems, our cheerleaders at the best times, and let's be honest, our therapists at the worst times. Often they're the reasons we get into politics in the first place. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't... Oh.
Or is this questions and comments? Is this a... Oh, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This indeed is a question. To the member opposite, thank you for fighting for the well-being of children, and I certainly appreciate your passion and your obvious dedication to your private member bill through the many terrible cases that you described. And regardless of the bias that you explained, there are certainly accusations of parental alienation from both mothers and fathers. What provisions are there in this private member's bills to ensure the many cases where there is no examples of sexual, mental or physical abuse to ensure that equal rights of both parents are protected regardless of their gender? Thank you.
And of course, we'll address questions through the chair, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think it should be about equal rights for parents. I think it should be about the best interests of the child. That is the whole point of this bill. I think judges should be able to look at all the evidence. I think children should be appointed a lawyer. We heard in committee that they weren't allowed lawyers when they were attending court. They weren't allowed their voice. We were told that the letters they wrote to courts weren't listened to. The divorce court shouldn't be trying to repair the relationship with a parent that the child is estranged from without, at the very least, looking at why the child is estranged from that parent. Thank you.
Question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Hamilton for her speech and her bill. I have heard some of the testimony she heard at the Status of Women Committee. But there was a study on the criminalization of coercive control. I remember what we heard at committee was that this is a topic that should have deserved a separate study so we could look at this issue more deeper. Would it have been something nice to have this study? It should not have been a part of this to look at parental alienation before she made this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I think after this bill gets through the House, it will go to committee and we will study it. More rigorously. And I think that's really important. I know that the member opposite was there during the study and that she also had a great deal of feeling for the witnesses we heard. It's important. I'm not saying this bill is perfect as it is. I'm not an expert. But I think at committee we can respect the values that are in this legislation.
Comments, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for bringing forward this important private member's bill. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more about what this will mean for children and for their agency and for their well-being. I know you've heard from so many survivors of this reunification therapy, and I'm wondering if you could just expand a little bit about that, because I think what you're doing is going to protect so many children from future abuse, and it's going to have a really meaningful impact on their lives. Thank you.
And again, through the chair, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her work and for her support on this and all of the work she's done for children in Canada over the years. This is all about protecting children. We heard from several children who went through these so-called reunification therapies. Some of them were sent across the border to the United States and were, given therapy inside a woman's apartment, told that the things that they witnessed, they didn't really witness, that they were remembering wrong. They had to give their father a chance. They were told they're forced to kiss their fathers, to look them in the eyes and tell them they love them. So many things that violate the rules that we have in Canada around rights for people, the agency that children have. We can't force them into these therapies. I think reunification therapy is fine as long as all parties are in agreement and fully cognizant about what they're agreeing to.
Resuming debate. Please, de débat, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's never a wasted opportunity to stand up in this House and talk about something so important, so vital to all of our lives, and that's the strength and stability of family. It's a simple word, but it means so much to all of us. We all know as members of Parliament that our families are our bedrocks, our biggest support systems, our cheerleaders at the best times, and let's be honest, our therapists at the worst times. Often they're the reasons we get into politics in the first place. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the encouragement of my granddaughter. It's family that inspires me to tirelessly fight for a better Canada, not just for mine, but for all families. I will always be a wife, a mother, and a grandmother first, above all else. Everybody in Canada deserves to have a loving family at their side and to experience a relationship based upon love, trust, and mutual support. But unfortunately, many people have a different experience with family. Divorces have always been and will continue to be a difficult and trying time in our lives. It touches all of us in some way. We may have been impacted when we were kids or as adults in marriages of our own. Even if you're lucky enough to not have to face it yourself, we witness it happen to our close friends or other important people in our lives. But the facts are the facts. It does happen. When a divorce unfortunately does take place, the legislation here in Ottawa should be designed to protect people, and especially protect children. I don't know my colleague from Hamilton Mountain very well, but I know she also cares deeply about families. So I hope to work with her on this issue, on other issues as well. But rather than just talk about divorce after it's already happened, I think it's also important to address the root causes and systemic issues that lead to divorce in the first place. Like what causes divorce? It's well documented that stressful lives certainly don't help. And we all hear that life is certainly getting more stressful for people in this country and in my community. The evidence is all around us. It's harder to afford the necessities of life that we need, like food, housing, and home heating. A full 25% of Canadians are now considered food insecure. They're not asking for luxuries, they're asking for the basics. But the price of everything, including fruit, vegetables, meat, and coffee, is going through the roof. The grocery aisle has become the luxury aisle. We just got new statistics about food inflation here in Canada. It's 2 times higher than the acceptable level that the Government of Canada has set as its own targets. The government has to give themselves a failing grade yet again. It's a fact Canadian families are expected to spend $800 more on groceries this year than they did last year. This comes at a time when half of people are only $500 away from solvency. $500 away from solvency, but $800 more for groceries. You can do the math on that one, Mr. Speaker. What comes from that? Well, it either means cutting back or going into debt just to get the everyday essentials. And that's happening more and more. What can also happen? Divorce. Stress of finances and empty stomachs can overwhelm relationships, stealing the joy of marriage and family. The average Canadian has credit card debt of nearly $5,000, and Equifax found that 1.4 million people in this country missed a payment last quarter. And the hole just gets deeper and deeper. For every dollar that Canadians earn, they owe $1.74 in debt. We all know that this simply isn't sustainable. What can the government do to help eliminate financial distress, a large factor of many divorces? Well, bringing inflation under control is a big thing. We know what causes inflation. It's out-of-control government spending that drives up the cost of everything for Canadians. Instead of reining in the spending, the government is spending more money than even Justin Trudeau did. We've seen this story before, and we know how it ends. More people using food banks, more stress, more skipped meals, and more burdens on families. What else can we do to bring more financial stability to families and reduce the stress that places an extra burden on Canadians from coast to coast? How about providing stable, good-paying jobs that makes people feel financially confident to get married, support a family, buy a home, and get settled in a safe neighborhood? But people in my community are on edge more than ever. Each day, we see headlines about job losses and companies packing up and moving south. The news came out of Windsor. It came out of Oshawa. It came out of Ingersoll. Everyone's worried that it's going to come out of Cambridge next, and the loss of thousands of jobs from our auto sector that form the cornerstone of our city. As unemployment goes up, divorce rates go up too. It's a proven statistical fact. We're talking about divorce, but in order to get divorced, you have to be married in the first place. There was a time not that long ago, the only major expenses to worry about was the wedding ring, the dress, and maybe the honeymoon. The weddings many dream of are now just fears of debt to be incurred. With housing costs at record levels, doubled in just 10 years, student loans that don't lead to good paying jobs as promised, don't even think about the cost that comes with raising kids of your own. The essential Canadian dream of growing up, getting married, buying a home, and starting a family is becoming just that, a dream. An idea to be fantasized about, but never actually achieved. I knocked on thousands of doors in Cambridge and North Dumfries during the last election campaign, and this was the #1 issue by far that young people talked to me about. They're working harder than ever. They want to succeed. They're doing everything they were told to do, like getting a degree and cutting back on expenses. But still, the dream never becomes a reality. How can it become a reality when you're forced to live in your parents' basement as a 30-year-old adult? For the lucky few who can get married, have kids, and settle down, life is no less stressful. The days are busy with work, home, and trying to match the energy of youth without feeling exhausted. Then add on the stress of paying for groceries, paying the mortgage. Just getting by is already heavy enough. Then throw on more Liberal failures, and the tension reaches a breaking point, ruining the marriage of many Canadians. There are times when both parents need to work, but they can't because childcare is unattainable and still unaffordable. Parliament's independent watchdog just released a scathing new report about childcare in this country, saying it has led to endless waits, a shortage of spaces, and a rationing of childcare. The report found that less than half the required number of spaces have been created in the last 3 years, and we're nearly 70,000 spaces short of our target. Those aren't just statistics on a sheet of paper. Those are 70,000 families who can't access the services they need and were promised by this government, yet are still forced to pay higher taxes for something most don't receive. Financial stress keeps building and building, putting further tension on relationships. Marriage begins with vows that say, "Till death do us part." Government failures that increase family struggles turns it to, "Till debt do us part." These government failures drives up inflation and drives up the cost of living. It drives down the rate of marriages and drives down the growth of families. This all becomes a breaking point that drives up the rate of divorce, made even worse when divorce proceedings bring in the CRA. If I wanted to talk about things from Ottawa that cause people stress, I could keep going on and on and on, but I would be here all day. The fact remains the same. The government policies are making life harder for people from all walks of life and harder on Canadian marriages. This has devastating consequences for our communities, for families of all types, and of course for children who have often to bear the brunt of it all. Our highest priority should be protecting children and standing up for them. As I said, I look forward to studying this proposed legislation in greater detail and hearing testimony from witnesses at committee. But let's also make sure we try to tackle the causes of divorce before they happen: stress, uncertainty, and strife, to give people the best shot at having long, happy, successful marriages. But with all this talk of divorce, I want to say something on a lighter note. Marriage can come with a lot of obstacles that can lead to divorce, but can also be something to be proud of. To my husband, Bill, thank you for your endless support and all you do. I can't think of anybody else I'd rather have by my side. To my family, to my children, and my grandchildren, thank you for understanding and your continued love and support. I know we all feel the same way about our own families, and I know we want every single Canadian to have an opportunity at the same kind of happiness, love, and support that marriage can bring. It's up to us here in Ottawa to bring in the policies that can make that happen. Let's bring back hope and the Canadian dream for everyone.
Resuming debate. Il reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to speak to Bill C-223, an act to amend the Divorce Act. This is a delicate topic that requires sensitivity. We know that there are many human stories behind this act, and difficult stories in some cases. This follows up on a study that I brought to the Status of Women Committee on criminalizing coercive control. So just to give some context, the goal of the bill, well, I know that this bill was very important for a Liberal member for Hamilton Mountain. That was my colleague on the Status of Women Committee, and aims to modify the Divorce Act to help women and children in situations of family violence. So some things here are for lawyers to consider the possibility of violence before representing a spouse, preventing the courts from considering family alienation unless in cases, and in case, I will speak more of what is going on in Quebec regarding this bill, and then I will end with some statistics. So first of all, the intention here is laudable, but I think that the legislative vehicle here is problematic. The Bloc Québécois believes that we should indeed protect children and prevent domestic violence, of course, but this bill goes too far in certain regards, especially when it comes to removing the reference to family alienation. This may make it harder for courts to protect children in cases of parental manipulation, because this is a recognized concept, despite what was said by some at the Status of Women Committee. Parental alienation is not an ideological invention, but an observed, documented psychological phenomenon. According to the definitions recognized by the Parental Alienation Study Group, the parent will, or the child rather, will decide to ally with one parent and will reject the other for no specific reason, and this clinical reality is recognized. Experts have recognized it, and this is not a gendered behavior. Women or men can behave this way. And so if we get rid of this notion, we would be denying the lived experience of many parents and children in Quebec. And currently, the courts are already asking for solid evidence and professional evaluation before recognizing cases of parental alienation. So there is no systematic abuse of all this. And my colleague will be speaking about this later. Now, let me speak to the risks of this bill. By removing any reference to parental alienation, this bill will prevent the tribunals from looking at a well-documented psychological reality, will reduce the balance between parental rights, may further cause the courts to get involved in family conflicts, and might mean that some children don't have protection against manipulation. And a 2021 piece of legislation already offered a good legal framework for family violence, and so this bill may be unbalanced and redundant. Family law, additionally, is under Quebec jurisdiction, except for divorce, which is under federal jurisdiction since 1867. This distinction is anachronistic and needlessly complex. Quebec already has a solid civil law tradition and a very modern and humanist approach to family law. It also has a family law tribunal. With Simon Jolin Barrette, the Minister of Justice, this tribunal was brought in, and since this month, any cases having to do with civil unions are now heard from this Unified Family Court. And this shows that the government of Quebec is taking this very seriously. And these courts can already judge all aspects of a separation: childcare, alimony, parental authority, except for divorce. So the Bloc Québécois is asking for both marriage and divorce to be repatriated to Quebec so that we have a consistent system that is tailored to our reality. We recognize that there are problems here. And what we would have wanted in the Bloc Québécois, what we wanted was for the question of parental alienation to be studied separately. Even my colleague earlier recognized that experts could have carried out a study of this. That is why we will be voting in favor of referral to committee. We do not want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. We want to enable all sorts of experts to speak about the situation, and we would invite them to propose amendments which would really protect children during acrimonious divorces. But we firmly reject the idea that parental alienation is a concept that has been invented by violent men. It's much more complicated than that. And we also reject the idea that the court system is not able to figure out what's what in situations like that. We have confidence in family professionals and Quebec courts. And we believe that the system will defend people's equality before the law regardless of people's gender. And we do not want to politicize psychological law. We want to study this seriously at committee with experts. Looking at some statistics that may be useful here. For children who are exposed to the separation or divorce of their parents, according to Statistics Canada, in 2019, 18% of children between 1 and 17, which is about 1.2 million children, have experienced the separation or divorce of their parents. The rate in Quebec was 23%, so this is a significant phenomenon and shows that we need a solid legislative framework to support children. Now, when it comes to family violence, we know that in 2019, police data from the Government of Canada shows that 22,000 plus children were victims of family violence, with girls representing 60% of this. And in 2015, 16% of victims of violent crime were children and teens, with 30% of these crimes being committed by a family member, according to StatsCan. And we also saw that in court cases, family violence was mentioned in 8% of cases of divorce, according to the Department of Justice. So this means that family violence does come up frequently in the context of divorce and separation, and that we should consider this violence in court cases. Now, if we look at statistics on parental alienation and alienating behaviors, a Quebec study in 30 shelters has indicated that 45% of accusations or threats of parental alienation over the studied year represented almost the total of all accusations over the 5 previous years. And 86.7% of stakeholders said that this was having an impact on their practice. An online estimate indicates that 11 to 15% of divorces in Canada involve significant parental alienation. There has also been a study on the long-term effects of parental alienation, which can lead to anxiety, depression, PTSD, personality problems, disorders rather, and this shows that parental alienation does exist and has serious effects, and that we cannot remove it entirely from our legislative debate. Now, regarding child care after separation, according to court data, in 62.2% of cases, the child resided principally with the mother, in 9.4% of cases with the father, 21.3% in shared custody, that is to say 40% or more of the time, which shows that the courts definitely need reliable tools. Reliable tools, including to detect parental alienation, in order to really determine what is in the interest of the child. So in conclusion, there are some interesting ideas in this bill to make families safer, but we do not want to ignore legitimate psychological realities during our fight against family violence. So the Bloc Québécois will take action with prudence in order to protect children, but also avoid mistakes. And I would just conclude by saying that in Quebec, family law should belong to Québécois. Thank you.
Please to débat, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to begin my remarks this evening by really thanking the Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain. She has taken on this important private member's bill, taken on this important issue to protect children and to protect families and to protect parents. And I can't express my gratitude enough to her. But I think what's telling, Mr. Speaker, is that there are 300 women's organizations across this country that lend their support to this private member's bill. And that is an indication of just how important this piece of legislation is to protect children in our country. And I want to share those thanks a bit broader because, as my Bloc colleague raised earlier, this began with a study at FIWO, at the Status of Women Committee, and it was the courage of our members from all parties who began this study on coercive control and learned about the issue of parental alienation. And I want to take that a step back even, because this builds on important measures that this House has passed over the last years, notably the changes to the Divorce Act in C-78, and then more recently, Kira's Law. And for those of you who don't know about Kira's Law, it was the first time that judges would be required to study and understand intimate partner violence and coercive control. And Kira's Law came about because of a little girl in my community who died tragically while on a hike with her estranged father. And Jennifer Kagan, her mother, believes strongly that if the judge had learned and understood about intimate partner violence, had learned and understood about coercive control, Kira, who was 4 years old at the time, would still be alive today. And I want to thank someone else who's no longer here in this House, but who served as a former colleague, and Pam DeMoff, who really spearheaded this work and made sure that Kira's Law became reality and that Kira's legacy would live on. And the member of Hamilton Mountain is taking another step. I first became aware of this when a constituent of mine approached me to ask if we could have a meeting to talk about her situation. And she shared with me that her children had recently been taken from her while she was going through divorce proceedings with a former abuser. And when the spectrum of intimate partner violence was raised, the judge interrupted and said, "This is parental alienation." And what ended up happening was she lost entirely the custody of her children. Now, I think what's really important here is recognizing that this is a phenomenon that is growing in Canada. And when I spoke to my constituent about this, I was shocked because I thought the courts were there to protect from these kinds of things. That if you are a survivor of domestic violence and you have the courage to leave, to speak up, to try to protect yourself and your children, that the system is supposed to be there to support you. And she thought the same thing. And that's why she shared her story. And that's why she was trying to leave and to protect her children. But instead, she was punished for that. And when we spoke about this, she said, "I'm not alone." She said, "I can get a call together of women across the country for whom this is happening." And so a couple of weeks later, I sat on a Zoom call with over 50 women across the country who shared their story with me. And they talked about how their children had been taken from them by police, how their children were scared, how they weren't able to have the kind of protection and support that they thought they were entitled to and that they thought that they would receive, and that they were in utter disbelief that this was happening. And they told me stories like the one that the member from Hamilton Mountain shared of children being taken across the border to receive reunification therapy, that they had no idea where their children were because they weren't allowed to have contact with them, and how desperate and alone and abandoned they felt by the system that is supposed to be there to protect them. And so this bill provides important measures that would ensure that the rights of the child, the agency of the child, the well-being of the child is placed at the center of divorce proceedings. And that is something that I think all of us as parents hope would be the case. You know, I listened to my Conservative colleague's speech, and this this bill is nothing against the institution of marriage. This bill is trying to center the rights of children in what is often a really awful situation for them, and to give them voice and to give them agency and to protect their well-being. And what this bill does is exactly that. It clarifies that there is no presumption of shared parenting with each decision based on the best interests of the child. It prevents the courts from blaming women who are victims of domestic violence for not actively working to improve their children's relationship with their abuser. And it stops the practice of disregarding children's views and preferences under the pretense that they have been manipulated or alienated by a parent. It prevents judges from issuing orders that restrict parenting time with the parent to whom the child is bonded in order to improve the child's relationship with the other parent. And it prohibits courts from forcing a child to attend reunification therapy. As my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain, said, it's not opposed to rebuilding relationships with parents. That's not what this bill is about. It's about ensuring that a child has an active decision in what is going to happen to them and to their future. And that is what we should be focused on in this bill. Now, I understand that the government has a number of amendments that they want to make. I think that everything that we should be focused on in this House, and I implore and I encourage members from all parties, is that when we are studying this bill, and I hope this bill makes it to committee, is to always think about what the objective is here. And the objective is the rights and the well-being of the child who finds themselves in a place that was not their decision, in a situation that was not of their making, but that has a huge ramification and impact on their now and on their future. And when you speak to children who have gone through and have been survivors of reunification therapy, and as you know, my colleague said, some of it is fine, but some of it is really worrying. You know, if you think about a child being sent across a border to be in some stranger's apartment and to receive some unprofessional therapy about what they think has happened and what the therapist is telling them actually happened, imagine what that does to them. Imagine the fear and the uncertainty and the loneliness that they feel. And so what I'm asking this House to do is to support this legislation, to ensure, because I think all of us, what we want, and I think, you know, what we care about is the well-being of the child, is that that's what we put front and center here. You know, my colleague spoke about the fact that there's a cottage industry that is building up here. A cottage industry that is preying on vulnerable children. And the fact that there are judges who have decided that when they hear a child mention potential abuse, that their first instinct is to reverse custody. Their first instinct is to take a child away from a parent towards another one, is actually quite mind-boggling. And so while what we want is to have confidence in the courts, this bill enables that. This bill gives us that confidence to know that the decisions that are being made about the now and the future of our children in situations that are beyond their control are being made in their best interest, and that they have a voice and a vote in their future. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for bringing forward this important piece of legislation. Wow, thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-233, brought forward by the member from Hamilton Mountain. I think everyone recognizes that the safety of children and our grandchildren is paramount. My wife and I have 4 beautiful granddaughters, and I can attest that their parents would do anything within their means to protect them from danger. And I know my wife and I would stand there with them. I think it is instinctive and natural to protect our young. You see it in the animal kingdom. There's bears that come regularly in my backyard and neighborhood, but you don't want to face a mother bear with their cubs. And you don't want to, even with birds, they'll protect their nests. And so I think that it is natural for a society to want to protect our young people. And it's really important. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, that one thing Canadians agree with from coast to coast is that they feel less safe and less protected over the past 10 years. They feel less safe. Why? Because they actually are less safe. But don't take my word for it. You can go to Statistics Canada. Since the Liberals have come into power, violent crime is up 54%. Extortion has skyrocketed 330% across our nation. Actually, it's 582% in British Columbia. Sexual assaults have gone up 75%. And on the topic of children, sexual violations against children up 249% in 10 years. You can go to Statistics Canada. And in British Columbia, where I'm a member of Parliament, it's gone up 400%. Like, this is crazy. It's out of control. It's terrible. And there's no doubt that public safety under this government is a glaring failure. The streets that Canadians walk on are less and less safe. And these statistics that I just mentioned, and there are numbers, anybody can look it up, they represent hundreds of thousands, millions of Canadians. Not just numbers, but families, victims, children. Auto thefts, break-ins, assaults are becoming an increasingly regular occurrence. A few years ago, insurance company was talking with the agent, and they said, my neighborhood's really quite safe. I thought, oh, great, impacts the insurance rates. But in the past little while, year or two, I'm just surprised at how many neighbors have come to me and wanted to see what my security cameras have shown because of situations, activities that have happened. Recently, and I wasn't able to get the car license, but car parked out, guys with masks covering their faces, went and did a break-in. And this is the experience that we're facing across our nation. That's not good. And why has this been happening? Well, because this government has systematically weakened our justice system. They have prioritized ideological policies over the safety of law-abiding citizens. They've eliminated mandatory jail time for serious offenses and have effectively made it easier for repeat offenders to roam free, terrorizing communities, and I will say terrorizing. In Vancouver, the same 40 individuals were apprehended 5,000 times. 5,000 times in 1 year. And that's just for the crimes that they were caught for. I've talked to police officers who tell me how frustrated it is for them to arrest someone and then to see them out later the day or the next day out roaming the streets again. They've said, what's the use? And it's not their fault at all. They're doing their job. But the legislation has made it so that they have to release under the least onerous conditions. Their reckless Liberal approach has left families feeling vulnerable in their own neighborhoods, unsure if their homes or their children are safe. The Liberals' approach to justice is not just misguided, it's dangerous. It puts the rights of criminals ahead of the victims and communities, eroding trust in the very institutions. Their bail, not jail policies have been like a bullhorn blasting out to offenders that consequences are optional. Go ahead and roam our streets. You want to steal, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to be involved in crime. Well, you know what? It's a free-for-all. This is not the Canada that I knew growing up, and it's not the Canada it should be right now.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if the member wants to talk about the bail issue, there's Bill C-14. This is a private member's bill, and the members put in a great deal of effort and time. There's only 2 hours of debate. I would ask them to be...
Order. The Parliamentary Secretary knows there is broad latitude on consideration of legislation, and I know that the member will bring it back to the legislation at hand. I will call on the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge to resume his
yes,
comments.
Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to Bill 233, which is on criminal justice. But I think we need to talk about criminal justice, what's happening in our streets. And this is important. You know what? And I'm not surprised, and I expect there'll be more points of orders right here. Why? Because it's very uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. And it's not a personal thing. I know different members there, and I have a respect for them as individuals. But I'm talking about policies. I'm talking about direction that the Liberal government has brought our nation under, and it's not good. You know, when I was going door to door, talking to thousands of people, you know, I'd ask, hey, has criminal activity, how has crime, you know, how has crime been in the past 10 years? Where are things at? Better? And nobody has said that it's gotten better. It's gotten worse. And their policy is making it worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say, you know, I want to declare unequivocally my respect and admiration for our police forces. In my constituencies, in Maple Ridge, Pitt Meadows and Mission, it's the RCMP. They work hard, and they do the very best they can to protect our communities under the legal framework that they have. And all Canadians owe them a debt of gratitude. Mr. Speaker, in stark contrast to the Liberal record, the Conservative Party puts forward concrete and practical solutions that reflect the real needs of Canadians. We recently brought forward the jail not bail legislation that the Liberals voted against, even though police forces across the nation supported it. Last year, I brought forward Bill C-411, the Anti-Arson Act, bringing in strong consequences for torching our forests and bringing in mandatory minimums for those burning down places of worship, because it seems like it's a free-for-all now to burn down churches or other places of worship under the Liberals. Well over 100 churches, and actually when I did a OPQ, a question the government released, it was actually over 400 instances of places of worship that had experienced arson attacks. Deaths have occurred because of this. So the Liberals do a lot of talking about criminal justice, a lot of talking. But things are only gotten worse and only going to get worse the way they're going. This week, on Monday, the Conservative member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola introduced Bill C-255. This legislation represents a meaningful step towards protecting victims of intimate partner violence. And, you know, it's practical, it's solutions, it will make changes. But the Liberal government, with its habitual obstruction, has stalled and blocked these common sense reforms, like the jail not bail initiative, showing that they prefer photo ops and hollow promises to real changes. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve more than symbolic gestures. They deserve a government that will fight aggressively for their interests, whether it's securing jobs in the auto sector or in forestry or anywhere else. And they deserve a government that will make our communities safe again, not one that allows repeat violent offenders to walk free because of political ideology. Conservatives will fight for Canada whose families can afford to live with hope and dignity, where they can feel safe in their communities, and where they can put the trust in their government to be on their side, not working against them. Thank you.
It being 5:37, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci, conformément
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight in response to a question that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. I originally asked the question on October 3rd. On that date, I stated the following, and I quote, "Liberal bail law C-75 unleashed crime and chaos onto our streets, releasing violent criminals at the earliest opportunity. While out on bail in Kelowna, a man convicted on domestic violence charges just hours before allegedly killed Bailey McCourt with a hammer. This Prime Minister promised promised the Liberals would flip-flop on bail, but Liberal bail laws are still in place 6 months after he took power. The question was, will the Minister scrap Liberal bail or get out of the way and let Conservatives get it done? Mr. Speaker, in response to my question, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety stated in part, we are going to reform the bail system. It is coming. It is just around the corner. Conservatives are dwelling on this issue. There is no need. The legislation is coming." Well, Mr. Speaker, families and victims across the country have been paying the price for the Liberals' Bill C-75 since the Liberal passed it into law in 2019. Families and victims are tired of waiting. Some aren't here to wait anymore because of what this Liberal government unleashed with C-75. It is completely unacceptable that the Liberal government to tell families like that of Bailey McCourt, families of victims of repeat offenders that we've heard about across Canada, that there is no need to dwell on the issue. Mr. Speaker, not only is that not acceptable to me, it should also not be acceptable to members of this House, unacceptable to members of those families who have been so devastatingly impacted by Liberal bail policy and the Liberal government's failure to address the problems it has created. For months now, we as legislators have been witness to the multiple tragic cases of repeat offenders being released within hours only to recommit similar crimes or, in worst case scenarios, commit even more heinous crimes shortly after they've been released. While Canadians have waited painfully and in agony for the Liberal government to finally fix its reckless bail policies, I hope those same Canadians will see that there are people on their side, on this side of the House, fighting for them and putting their families first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the tragic death of Bailey McCourt has shocked our communities and highlighted the urgent need to strengthen our justice system's response to intimate partner violence. Her life was taken in an act of unprecedented brutality, and I offer my deepest condolences to her loved ones. We must honor her memory not only with words, but also with concrete actions. And that's what this government intends to do. Intimate partner violence is a serious and unacceptable crime that causes deep and lasting harm for victims, families, and communities. Between 2011 and 2021, police reported 1,125 gender-based homicides of women and girls in Canada. Of these homicides, 2/3 or 66% were committed by an intimate partner, according to Stats Canada. And these figures are not just data. They represent lost lives, broken families, and human tragedies that demand a strong and coordinated response. And it's precisely for this reason that the government has taken action. In 2019, through Bill C-75, the government strengthened bail provisions in cases of intimate partner violence. And this legislation introduced a reversal of the burden of proof at the bail stage for anyone charged with a violent offense against an intimate partner who has previously been convicted of such an offense. It also requires courts to consider previous convictions for intimate partner violence when determining whether the accused can be released or under what conditions. Finally, it broadened the definition of intimate partner to include not only finally, it broadened, as I was saying, the definition of intimate partner to include not only married or common law spouses, but also romantic partners. And it is a shame that the Conservatives want to repeal this law. But the government's work does not stop there. Today, the federal government introduced Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. And this bill proposes ambitious reforms to make bail laws stricter and penalties more severe for violent and repeat offenders. It also aims to support law enforcement and invest in long-term prevention. These reforms are the result of extensive consultations with provinces, territories, and key stakeholders, including police services, the various bar associations, and victims associations. Bill C-14 focuses on offenders who pose a real risk to public safety. It creates several reverse burdens of proof at the bail stage, including for certain offenses where the accused has been strangled, suffocated, or attempted to suffocate the victim. When considering release, police officers would be required to refuse release if it is contrary to the public interest or if detention is necessary to protect victims or witnesses. Courts would also have to consider specific factors, such as whether the violence was random or unprovoked, and whether there are pending charges. Mr. Speaker, the death of Bailey McCourt is a cruel reminder that behind every court case is a family and a community forever marked by a loss.
Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still really no answer. At least the member is recognizing that there is a problem and that there has been a real risk to public safety. But that real risk to public safety has been this Liberal government. Victims have waded through multiple parliaments, multiple years, to get something restored in the way of keeping violent and repeat offenders behind bars. There's no reason that they should have had to wait this long. Violent crime is up 50%. Extortion skyrocketed 330%. We're seeing almost daily or weekly drive-by shootings in our cities. Why have victims had to wait through multiple parliaments for this? They're releasing releasing criminals at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Victims and their families deserve an answer.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government has already taken decisive action to protect victims of intimate partner violence. Bill C-75 made it more difficult for repeat offenders to obtain bail. And with Bill C-48, it requires anyone who has been convicted of an intimate partner violence to demonstrate why they should be released, even if they have been granted an absolute discharge. And our government's not stopping there. Today, our government introduced new reforms targeting violent and repeat offenders, developed following consultations with the provinces and territories. These measures demonstrate the government's ongoing commitment to strengthening public safety and ensuring the effectiveness of the justice system.
For Northumberland Clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's my privilege to get up and I believe close things off today. So looking forward to hopefully a good discussion here that's beneficial to the people of Canada, and particularly the people of Northumberland Clark. So I rose to my feet on June 9th to ask a question with respect to housing. And just to reiterate or summarize the question, it was in 2015, housing costs were an average of 38% of Canadian households. Today, it's an overwhelming 52%. That's a dramatic increase of upwards of over 20%. And so we're now sitting here in a housing crisis that continues. And the housing crisis in some ways has actually worsened because we are now seeing people who are facing a renewal of their mortgages. They can't afford to stay in their houses. We're seeing an uptake in foreclosures and power of sales, and that has a devastating impact to many families across Canada. But at the same time, we're seeing housing also, people lose equity in the value of their house at the same time. So we've got only a problem that really only Liberals create, that the same people can't afford to keep their house, people can't afford to buy their houses, and people are also seeing a decline in the value of the houses at the same time. And really, the heart of this issue comes down to some fundamental economic issues that have arisen over the last 10 years. We have seen an incredibly bad economy over the last 10 years. And if you don't believe me, just ask the Prime Minister. In his speech, he talked about how bad the economy has been managed over the last 10 years and how bad his party has done with, I mean, it almost reads like a Monty Python skit, with the Ministry of Industry now being the Ministry of Finance. So the one who helped direct us into this economic quagmire is now being put in charge of the future. And somehow this is supposed to be a new government, a government that has woken up. So while I agree with some of the Prime Minister's criticism of the past 10 years, because there can be no doubt, what we need is a new direction, and we need a new direction where people can afford houses again. But let me just run through a couple of the economic numbers, just in case people out there are unaware of just how challenging the economy has gotten over the last decade. We had the third lowest growth in the OECD amongst 30 nations, dropping well below the OECD average. In fact, GDP per capita, which is just simply the economic output per person, has dropped to almost 0% over the last 10 years. It's really been an economic lost decade, which has put Canadians in a position of earning less and things costing more. Because at the end of the day, it's not the amount of money you print, it's how much and how efficiently you produce goods. And in Canada, we've seen a market loss relative to the rest of the world, which has created an economic nightmare where people are unable to afford the basic necessities of life, everything from food to housing. Now, we've got an entire generation that has nearly given up the hope of owning a house. And what is this Prime Minister's response? He says, you've got to make sacrifices. Well, why doesn't he make some sacrifices? The billions of dollars he's got invested in Brookfield and other countries, why doesn't he donate that? Why doesn't he make some sacrifices? Instead of telling our young people, well, we know you can't afford houses, suck it, is his response to them. And we need to do better. When will this government finally wake up, change direction, and make housing affordable again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is taking action to solve Canada's housing crisis. We are making housing more affordable and attainable for Canadians because everyone deserves a place to call home. Too many Canadians across the country are struggling with the high cost of housing, and the federal government is focused on solutions. We're starting to put money back in Canadians' pockets by reducing middle-class taxes and saving two-income families up to $840 a year. We are cutting the goods and services tax on new homes at or under $1 million for first-time homebuyers, delivering savings of up to $50,000. And we are lowering the GST on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. We've also made it easier for Canadians to save for their first home by raising the limit on the tax-free home savings account. Young families and first-time homebuyers deserve the same opportunities to own a home that their parents did. Restrictive planning policies, rising municipal fees, and insufficient support for housing at all levels of government have contributed to higher costs, construction delays, and a lack of affordable housing. The Government of Canada is committed to lowering housing costs and restoring affordability. Since 2017, funding delivered through the National Housing Strategy has reduced or eliminated housing need for more than 655,000 households. We have created or committed more than 170,000 new housing units, but we know there's still more work to do, and we're not stopping there. On September 14th, Prime Minister Carney and Minister Robertson launched Build Canada Homes. This new federal agency is part of a broader series of federal measures to double housing construction, restore affordability, and reduce homelessness. It will focus on using Canadian-made materials and modern construction methods, such as factory-built housing, to catalyze an entirely new Canadian housing industry, one that builds faster and more sustainably. Build Canada Homes complements the National Housing Strategy and Canada's housing plan by adding a bold new federal approach to building affordable housing. It will build on the success of these initiatives while focusing primarily on non-market housing and catalyzing a more productive home building industry. The Government of Canada is working closely with builders, investors, Indigenous partners, and all levels of government to implement innovative solutions to address these complex issues. We're using every tool at our disposal and taking coordinated action to help ensure more Canadians have access to affordable and attainable housing.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Winston Churchill once described, if a country tries to tax itself into prosperity, it is analogous to a man or a woman standing in a bucket and pulling on the handle as hard as they can and wondering why they don't go up. If, in fact, more government spending was the answer, we would have one of the best economies in the world and we would have affordable housing. The reality is over a tremendous amount of expenditures. And they said, don't take my word for it, take the Prime Minister, who said just last night that government expenditures have grown by more than 7% on the operational side over the last decade. So they spent. And in fact, I had the Housing Minister, now the Justice Minister, who was in front of committee, and I asked him, how many houses has the Housing Accelerator built? His answer was 0. And so that is what government will accomplish. They will spend millions and millions of dollars, but the problem will remain the same. When will this government finally wake up and get out of the way so the home builders can build homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is building on our successes and continuing to make historic investments in housing. Build Canada Homes will leverage public lands, offer flexible financial incentives, attract private capital, facilitate large portfolio projects, and support manufacturers to build the homes that Canadians need. We encourage the opposition to work with us so that we can build the homes Canadians need. As the Prime Minister has said, it is time to build, and that means building housing at a scale and pace not seen in generations. That's exactly what we're going to do.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Friday last week, I asked a question regarding automated external defibrillators, AEDs as they're called, and I asked about placing them in RCMP cruisers. I just want to talk for a little while about some of the things that's hard to discuss in the 35 seconds allocated for a question-and-question period in order to explain some of the benefits that would accrue from having RCMP cruisers have defibrillators. The RCMP, of course, is the largest police force across Canada. It is the de facto provincial police in every province except Ontario and Quebec, and even in Ontario and Quebec it has a limited presence in national parks, national capital region, and so on. RCMP cruisers are not equipped with AEDs. By contrast, the City of Ottawa Police the City of Toronto Police, the City of Kingston Police, I'm just in the local area, have defibrillators. In the case of the City of Ottawa Police, they've had them for over 20 years. In the case of the Toronto Municipal Police, the defibrillators were installed when the current Minister of Defence was the Chief of Police in Toronto, and I spoke to him once about it. He was very proud. He said, I am proud of the fact that I got those put in there. They have saved a lot of lives. Indeed they have, Mr. Speaker. I likewise am responsible for putting defibrillators in a much smaller police force. The last independent police force in my constituency is in Smiths Falls, and I arranged a fundraising drive that allowed defibrillators to be placed in all of their cruisers 20 years ago, 2005. And in those cruisers for that small police force, they have been used on a number of occasions and have saved some lives. Nowhere near the number of lives saved in Toronto, because that is a very large police force. But whether it's a small police force or a large police force, the cops are frequently first responders. When an emergency call goes out, not just for a crime in progress, but for a health emergency, the paramedics are notified, fire department's notified, and so are the police. And there's a bit of a lottery here. Sometimes the police are the closest vehicle. Sometimes they arrive first. If you talk to an experienced policeman or policewoman, they will usually be able to say, I was there at some kind of cardiac emergency where I was the first person on the site. If they are from the City of Ottawa Police, the Toronto Police, the Smiths Falls Police, or literally 100 other municipal police forces across Canada, they will be able to say, and I had an AED at my disposal and was able to attempt to save that life. Which doesn't mean they saved it, but it might mean they saved it. The fact is that that a significant number of lives are saved, and based on the save rate for various municipal police forces in Canada, we can tell that and take that and then multiply it by the number of cruisers the RCMP have. If the RCMP had defibrillators, they would perform, on average, 300 saves every year. The cost to equip every police cruiser in the RCMP would be about $10 million, a one-time cost, although they have a finite life of about 10 years, and there is some upkeep, but it's minor. So for $10 million, you could save 300 lives a year. There is literally no other measure I can think of that would save that number of lives for that small an expense. This is a government that is willing to spend many billions on other issues to create a few jobs, for example. Saving 300 lives for $10 million, what a bargain. Why don't the government take action on this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Lanark Frontenac for this very interesting question, very pertinent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the topic of AEDs in RCMP vehicles. While RCMP's primary mandate is for the provision of law enforcement services, it is often called upon to support and fulfill broader first responder roles. The RCMP remains committed to doing so in its effort to protect the safety of the public it serves, and as well as its employees. This year, the Heart and Stroke Foundation indicated that 60,000 cardiac arrests occur outside of a hospital each year in Canada. The use of a life-saving measure such as CPR or AED or an individual experiencing cardiac arrest doubled their chance of survival, according to both the Canadian Institute of Health Research and the Heart and Stroke Foundation. All RCMP officers are required to be trained and recertified in the use of AEDs, along with CPR and first aid certification every 3 years. This important training and skill maintenance supports the broader first responder capabilities of the RCMPs. Public access to and installation of AEDs has become more prevalent across Canada in recent years, including in places such as sports and athletic facilities and recreation centres. This enables greater access to AEDs for use as a critical life-saving tool during cardiac emergencies. While AEDs are not mandated by any federal legislation or regulation, the RCMP recognizes their benefit in specific location and has adopted, as a matter of fact, a limited AED program. in certain facilities, including emergency medical response teams, some protective policing details, the divisional fitness and lifestyle program, and in provinces that require AED to be available per their policing standard. But while the idea is interesting, it does need to be carefully considered, as a program such as this cannot be improvised. As the MP from Lanark-Frontenac very well knows, RCMP are mainly deployed in rural areas where the time of response is longer than in an urban setting. Therefore, the AED are less useful than they are in urban setting. But this just mean that they need to be evaluated, and a national rollout would require consultation with partners and an in-depth need analysis to determine what device is needed. As well, we need to look at varying operational parameters, including climate, temperature, and durability, given the vastly different operating environment in which the RCMP provides policing service across the country, sometimes in far north, below zero, sub-zero temperature. Finally, there would also be a requirement for an assessment of financial considerations, including additional costs required for the ongoing maintenance and replacement costs of the device. Although the RCMP main responsibility is law enforcement, it frequently assists in broader first responder duty. In doing so, it maintains a commitment to protecting both its personnel and the public. Nevertheless, as far as the deployment of AED in every RCMP vehicle, it cannot be endorsed at this time. Such a program needs more studies, including a careful evaluation of cost and benefit. Thank you, sir.
The member for Lanark-Frontenac.
Mr. Speaker, certainly we should take our time and think this over carefully. Ralph Goodale, when he was in opposition, before he became the Minister of Public Safety, when the government changed hands in 2015, put forward a private member's motion in 2013 saying that in the opinion of the House, the government should address the wide variation in the availability of defibrillators throughout the buildings and facilities owned and operated by the Government of Canada, with the priority of installing the appropriate number and caliber of automated external defibrillators in all such buildings, and training the appropriate use of defibrillators properly, with priority being assigned to RCMP officers and vehicles. That was 12 years ago, when the man who went on to become one of several now Liberal ministers in this portfolio said this should be done. So how much study does it take? That's a decade, 300 lives per year. That's 3,000 lives. We could fill every seat in this House with 10 bodies because this government has failed to act. That is shameful. Defend that record.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Currently, the RCMP provides contract policing services through police service agreement. The costs for RCMP services are shared between the provincial, territorial, municipal government, and the federal government. With the exception of Ontario and Quebec, RCMP contract policing services are provided to all other provinces and territories in Canada, as well as in approximately 150 municipalities. It is the RCMP contract partners, the province, territories, and municipality that establish the level of resourcing, budget, and policing priorities in their respective jurisdiction. Ultimately, decision made by the government of local jurisdiction can impact the RCMP ability to allocate funding for the purchase of new equipment. The scale and financial impact of procuring AEDs for RCMP would need to be assessed in consultation and may eventually be assessed with contract partners to determine the extent to which these devices can be deployed. And I'll stop at this. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.